Robinson would be receptive to the truth finally coming out, if only to alleviate his guilt.
Do you think he might have figured out Robinson's motive?
The sick child? Maybe. I saw the photo in Robinson's office. My brother could have too, because I'm sure it would have been in Robinson's office back in KC. You have to understand that my brother misses nothing. He sees it all, never forgets anything. Now I need to find out everything about Robinson's death.
So who killed him, your brother? Maybe Robinson wouldn't cooperate.
If it were my brother's plan, he wouldn't have picked a place like Union Station. Too many people around, and he's not a cold-blooded killer. He could kill someone in self-defense, like at DB, but not over distance, when he was in no personal danger. I think Robinson was followed, and when the followers saw what was going on, he took the guy out.
And your brother?
I have no way of knowing what Robinson told him. If he did tell him something, that might have led Bobby onto something else.
What about Susan Reynolds? You think he's going to visit her?
Maybe, if he hasn't already.
Don't you think we would have heard if he had?
Not necessarily. If Reynolds is on someone else's payroll, then she might not want her official superiors to know because it would direct attention onto her. She might have only told her co-conspirators. Or maybe she did tell people and no one bothered to tell us. Or she called Robinson and told him. I guess that's all possible. As they were walking along, Puller's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen, and his demeanor changed.
Bad news?
Asked Knox, who was watching him closely. Doug Fletcher was as good as his word.
What?
He just sent me the copy of the letter my dad filed with the court during Bobby's court-martial. Knox put a hand on Puller's arm.
Look, you go up to your room, finish packing up, read your letter, take all the time you need. I'll check out and be down in the lobby waiting.
Puller looked across at her. I appreciate that. He hesitated. And I'm sorry that I was shitty to you this morning.
Forget it. I'm not a morning person myself. And I can be an asshole too.
You said you weren't close to your dad, but do you ever see him?
That would be kind of hard, because he's dead.
Sorry, I didn't know.
He drank too much, withered away, fell into depression, ended up all alone, and ate a round from a Glock without bothering to leave behind a note.
Damn, that must have been tough.
Not as much as you might think. We'd been estranged a long time by then.
Still, he was your father.
Actually, in my mind at least, he had lost that title. It's not supposed to be simply granted, Puller, because a sperm happened to hit an egg. You have to earn it. He chose not to, and he suffered the consequences. It's incredibly sad, but it wasn't my choice. It was his.
I admire the fact you can be so analytical about it.
That only happens after you spend about 10 years of your life crying about it. Once the emotions are gone, analytics are all you have left.
But as she said this, Knox turned away from him and stared directly in front of her. They had reached the hotel by now, and she pushed him toward the entrance.
Go do what you have to do. I'm going to run next door to the pharmacy and pick up some things I need. Meet you in the lobby.
Puller looked at her for a moment and then walked into the hotel. Knox looked frantically around for a few moments and then spotted the narrow alleyway behind the hotel. She slid into it, turned away from the street, and began to cry. Chapter 44. Robert Puller sat in a seedy motel room next to a strip mall on Route 1 in South Alexandria, staring at the beaten-down strip of carpet, but not really seeing it. Last night, he had watched Niles Robinson's brains being splattered on the wall at Union Station. He had worked with Robinson for several years at Stratcom, first in Nebraska and then in Kansas. He had considered Robinson a friend. He had watched the man on the witness stand testifying against him. He had seen that his friend was mired in conflict over what he was doing. While Puller had been sitting in the courtroom that day when Robinson was on the stand, his mind had visited Robinson's office, going over everything in it. In the odd way his brain worked, once Puller saw something, it always stayed with him, safely ensconced in a little corner of his gray matter. In his mental meandering, he had stopped at the photograph of Ian Robinson when he had been sick, head shaven, and tubes running all over his frail body. Puller and Niles had talked often about the boy, his condition and dire prognosis. It had been heartbreaking, truly. And while he couldn't agree with what Niles had done, he could understand why he had done it. But now, while Ian would grow up, he would do so without his father. And Puller was blaming himself for that. Robinson had been followed. Puller should have anticipated that possibility. Yet he had never envisioned that they would have killed the man in such a public place. But he could do nothing for Robinson now, and what Robinson had told him was tantalizing. Some didn't like the fact that Puller was being groomed for great things in the intelligence field. But could it be just that? Maybe Robinson didn't know the whole story. Ruining my career and putting me in prison just because you didn't like me or were jealous? No, there had to be something else. And what did he mean by he had to try to make it right? How? Puller lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling now instead of the threadbare carpet. He couldn't make heads or tails of what Robinson had meant, so he moved on. Puller had headed east because of a change in command at Stratcom. Daughtry was moved up and brought on, and then he was murdered. With the reassignment, other changes had taken place in the pecking order of command. Chiefly, Martin Abel had gotten his 4th star and become head of the NSA. It was a plum assignment. Yet maybe not so much now. The NSA was embroiled in controversy after the Snowden revelations. The former NSA operative had accused the agency of conduct that was unprecedented and that had cast a shadow over the whole intelligence community of the United States. Puller had not been directly involved with the NSA during his time at Stratcom, though the agencies worked closely together. But the revelations that had come out over the past year or so had not been related to a drastic sea change in how the NSA did its job. The recently publicized and now denounced tactics and surveillance had long been in place. Many people would not have wanted those revelations to come out, but come out they still had. And that's where Puller had made his miscalculation. He had suspected his old boss, Martin Abel. That was why he had headed east. But this could have nothing to do with the issues at the NSA, and by extension, Stratcom. He was sitting in a cell at the DB and had been for over 2 years. All during that time, no one had bothered with him. No one. And then recently, a man had come into the prison with the task of killing him. There had to be a reason. And if he could just figure out that reason, he could, by extrapolation, figure out everything else. So that brought him back to those people Robinson had mentioned, who did not want to see Puller move ahead and eventually land the top spot. That couldn't have included Martin Abel. He had been well on his way to heading the NSA, and he had clearly wanted Puller to succeed. His mentoring had shown that. Now, Susan Reynolds had obviously been no fan of Puller's, and had conspired to do him in for money and perhaps a professional grudge. But she couldn't be the leading force behind this. She didn't have the position or brains. At this point, Puller's thoughts turned elsewhere, to the gap that existed between Daughtry, the 1-star, and Abel, the now 4-star. When he had left Stratcom, it had opened up the top spot there. A quick Google search had told Puller that an admiral had taken over Abel's job at Stratcom. He had not been promoted internally, but had come in from another command. Below him, at the leadership level, was a 3-star, who was deputy commander, a chief of staff who was a 2-star, and a command sergeant major who was the senior enlisted leader. It didn't stop there. There were also the HQ and component commanders, which was composed of a hodgepodge of 3-stars, 2-stars, and 1-stars, rear admirals, colonels, majors, captains, and also civilians. It was a bewildering array of possible suspects, each of them doing the professional dance, hoping to move up in rank and power before the music stopped. Puller opened his laptop and went online. He studied the professional bios of each of these people, running his eye down the list again and again, hoping that something would pop. He had one critical time point. The decision to kill me at DB. What happened to trigger that? It would have taken planning, say a couple of months, to manage all the necessary details. The trigger for it could have come any time before that. I just don't know how long before it. But I have another critical point that might lead me in the right direction. He hacked a secure database to search for Susan Reynolds' internal and non-public CV. She had had many assignments over a government career spanning more than 25 years. Her academic background was spectacular, and she held advanced degrees, despite being a young mother. She had worked herself up to a managerial position, though he doubted she had the horsepower or connections to get to the SES level before she retired, but she might. She had had stints overseas and had been in war zones. She had even served on interrogation teams in the field and was an expert on techniques to get information from people who did not want to provide it. Well, he could certainly see her tightening the thumb screws on someone. And perhaps her affinity for weapons had helped her there. He went back further in her record. She had had stints in Eastern Europe and South Korea, among others. And as she had mentioned when he was in her home, many years ago she had been part of a START verification team for nuclear arms reduction with the Soviet Union. She had joined the WMD Center 4 months ago. Puller could have thought of 5 far more likely professional homes to which she could have been assigned. So why WMD? He looked up the leadership for the center. It wasn't a military person. The current head was Donovan Carter, a civilian and an SES, or member of the elite senior executive service, which roughly paralleled the rank of general or admiral in the armed forces. And Puller knew that Carter also headed up the far larger DTRA, which held a very prominent position in keeping America safe from WMDs. Puller knew Carter professionally. They had never worked directly together, but they had met on several occasions. Carter had come on board at the center and DTRA at roughly the same time that Susan Reynolds had been assigned there, so they were at Fort Belvoir together. DTRA employed a lot of people, and Fort Belvoir was vast, and Reynolds was only a small component of this enterprise. There's another critical time component. They set me up and got rid of me at Stratcom right before my next promotion. He was slated to go from a major to lieutenant colonel. From there, his trajectory was predictable in rank: colonel, 1-star, 2-star, and on up. What was unpredictable was the timing. There were standards for how long between promotions, including minimum time in a particular grade, training requirements for duty performance, and there were additional hurdles to jump for special promotions. This was meritocracy at its finest, and Puller had always been a fast riser, marked for the stars on his shoulders almost as soon as he had left the Air Force Academy at the top of his class, the second-ranked classmate far behind. And then a possibility hit him. As a lieutenant colonel at Stratcom, he was to be transferred to Bolling Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., and assigned to the Joint Forces Central Command's Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, or ISR, a component of Stratcom. Puller knew that all these acronyms would drive most civilians mad, but for most of his adult life, it had been all he had known, becoming a language he could navigate as easily as he could recite the alphabet or know the order of medals and ribbons on the front of a uniform. At ISR, he would have been under the tutelage of a 2-star. He also would have had a direct pipeline into the intelligence infrastructure of the United States by virtue of the NSA being only a short drive north into Maryland at Fort Meade. Could it be possible? He went back to take a look at Donovan Carter's CV. It didn't take him long to find it. 2 years ago to the week, Carter had been assigned to ISR. Then he checked Susan Reynolds' work history. And then it all came together like embers finally igniting and producing a flame. She had been assigned, along with Carter, to ISR. Now Carter was at the WMD Center, and so was Reynolds. So had they set him up so he wouldn't get the promotion and be moved to bowling, where he would have been working with Donovan Carter? If so, why? And who had taken his slot at bowling? Something crept out of a storage place in his brain and marched out in front of his eyes. He checked his laptop just to confirm that he was right. There was no room for mistakes now. When he saw it come up on the screen, the jigsaw pieces started to fit together even more precisely. Carter, Reynolds, and this person. Puller's slot at bowling had been taken by a man who then held the rank of colonel. He had since been promoted to brigadier general. A few days ago, his career and life had ended in Kansas. His name was Timothy Daughtry. Chapter 45. John Puller waited until he got up to his room before opening the attachment on the email. He sat down in the chair and read through the letter once, and then, being the good soldier he was, he read through it twice more, filling in gaps that the prior readings had left. He set the phone down and stared over at the wall opposite. He never knew his father could be so eloquent through the written word. He could give orders like no one else, concise and incapable of misinterpretation, the Ulysses S. Grant of his generation. But to convey the feelings, the emotions that he had in the letter to the court-martial, well, it was as extraordinary as it was unexpected. He had never seen this side of the old man. He doubted anyone had, including his brother. Chiefly his brother. Puller hadn't gone the officer route, and his father had never forgiven him. Yet Bobby, who was an officer, had gotten the brunt of their father's derision. Puller had been a grunt with a rifle in the trenches. He had fought for his country, been wounded for his country, and been, in his father's eyes, a soldier's soldier. His brother had been, in his father's words, a GD flyboy playing typist. The last word being a derogatory reference to his brother's immense talent with technology. But in this letter, Puller Sr. had dug somewhere deep to find the words to persuade a military tribunal to give his son the possibility of life instead of a certain death. He had said things about his older son that Puller had never heard the old man say before. It was like they were two different men, in fact. But there they were, in his father's bold handwriting. How he had been able to do this while his mind was slowly being eaten away by the disease that was diligently claiming him was beyond Puller. He put the phone away in his pocket and packed his things in his duffel. He checked out and met Knox in the lobby. He noted that her face was red and she looked exhausted. What? Did you go for a run while I was up in my room?
Why?
Your face is flushed and your eyes are red. And you look beat.
Might be coming down with something. And I've got pollen allergies, and I only had 3 hours of sleep.
Okay, he said, as they walked to the car. She said hastily,
I'll be fine. I took something. It's why I ducked into the pharmacy.
Then I'll drive and you can grab some rest.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
They loaded the car and climbed into the front seats. The clouds had thickened, blackened, and rain was starting to fall. Nice time to catch some shut-eye, said Puller. Just listen to the raindrops beating on the roof and you'll pass right out.
Yeah.
She snuggled down into her seat with her jacket draped over her and said,
By the way, where are we going?
Back to D.C.
Why?
Why not? You want to go back to Kansas?
Not particularly. I think we've done all we can there.
I need to go back at some point and pick up my cat. She smirked at him.
It still surprises me that you have a pet, Puller, and a cat, and it was lying on the bed next to dead Daughtry like it was no big deal.
AWOL is cool under pressure, and she's low maintenance.
Like our owner?
It's probably why we get along so well.
It's a long drive to D.C.
Not a problem. I'll take the wheel the whole way. Give me a chance to think.
So when we get to D.C.?
The first priority will be checking out what happened to Niles Robinson.
Sounds like a plan.
She closed her eyes. Let me know if you need a food or bathroom break.
All I need is some sleep.
Puller reached the highway, headed north, and accelerated. You asleep yet, Knox?
Not now, no.
Sorry.
Something on your mind?
You have any enemies?
Do we all have enemies?
Anyone in particular with you?
Not that I can think of right now.
She straightened in her seat.
And why are you asking me that?
Puller tapped the steering wheel as he stared straight ahead. I got a text.
About what?
About you?
What about me?
That you're not what you appear to be? That I shouldn't trust you? Knox glanced away, frowning.
Who sent the text?
I don't know. I called the number but no one answered. I'll try to trace it, but it might be a burn phone. In fact, I'd be surprised if it weren't.
So that's why you were acting that way this morning?
Yes.
So you believed the text, even though you don't even know who sent it?
I'm not sure what I believed.
That's bullshit. You did believe it, even after we were attacked in that alley and almost killed.
If I did believe it, I would have done something about it. And I sure as hell wouldn't have told you about it.
But you didn't tell me right away.
No, I didn't, he conceded. But I'm not a perfect man either. She crossed her arms and sank back into her seat.
Well, I'm not a perfect woman, that's for damn sure.
Anything bothering you? I've got time to listen.
Nothing on my end.
They drove a few more miles before Knox said,
I might tell you about it sometime, Puller.
That's fine.
And maybe the text was right. Maybe I'm not who I appear to be.
Text or no text, I never thought you were who you appeared to be, Knox. She shot him a glance.
Then why?
Let's just leave it at that for now.
I don't get you, Puller. I really don't. Every time I think I've got you figured out, you throw me a curve.
You said I was predictable.
But I'm coming to learn that you're not, at least not in all ways.
A good soldier never stops learning. She snuggled back into her seat again and shut her eyes.
Did you read the letter your father had written?
Yes?
And?
And it's made me understand that none of us are who we appear to be. Now get some sleep. I'll wake you when we get close. A few minutes later, her breathing became regular and her arms slid to her sides. The rain picked up, and so did the wind. Puller had a job keeping the car straight on the highway, but managed it with both of his big hands clamped around the wheel. Once they were past the worst of it, his mind could wander from the demands of driving in a storm to the written words of a 3-star fighting legend who was supposed to have lost his mind at a VA hospital. If Puller Sr. had meant everything that he had written in that letter, maybe there was hope. For all of them. And he wanted his brother to be able to read those words. He wanted that very much. It could make up for a lot. Perhaps, even in an imperfect world, it could make up for just about everything. Chapter 46. As they approached the D.C. area a little over 6 hours later, Puller woke Knox by gently nudging her in the side. She came to as he would, calm, alert, and ready to go, or pull the trigger as the case might be. It didn't occur to me, he said. Where are you staying?
You can drop me at the W Hotel downtown. It's centrally located. I've stayed there before.
Right near the White House. You gonna have a powwow with the president?
It's not on my schedule for today, no.
Puller glanced sharply at her. The way she said it, she seemed serious. The W it is.
What about you?
Heading to Quantico to get some fresh clothes and other stuff I might need, and to check in.
I'm going to do the same at the hotel.
So how will they take the fact that you've shot 2 people and killed 1?
I think they'll take it rather well, considering the alternative. But I know I'm going to have a room full of forms to file, and I'll have to go back to North Carolina and Kansas to deal with it at some point.
I'm hoping they can find the guy you shot in Charlotte.
Yeah, that would help. Maybe he's lying dead in some other alley down there.
She added sarcastically.
They can do another follicle test. If there's ice there, he might be from Alaska, or maybe Siberia.
Puller's phone buzzed again. He checked the screen while they were stopped at a red light. He slipped it back into his pocket.
Anything important?
General Reinhardt and Mr. Schindler want to meet.
Where?
They came back east, too. Dinner at the Army-Navy Club downtown, 8:30 tonight. You up for it?
I don't think they want to meet with me.
I don't care if they do or not. You're on my team. So you get to come and report in, too.
I hear Reinhardt can be a bear.
Any guy busting his hump for the 4-star can be a bear. I'll need to get my dress blues. I can pick you up a little after 8, and we can drive over together. Sound good?
Sounds good, Puller, and I'm flattered.
About what?
About being included on your team.
He pulled up to the W Hotel, and she climbed out and grabbed her bag from the trunk. She came around to his side of the car and motioned for him to roll down the window. She leaned in and smiled coyly.
But then again, I always thought you were on my team.
She smacked him lightly on the cheek, turned, and sauntered into the hotel lobby. Puller watched her every step of the way, and then rolled the window back up and drove off. He stopped by Quantico and met briefly with Don White, his CO. The man was not happy with the situation, particularly since he apparently knew Puller could not tell him everything. I know you've got a lot of juice behind you on this one, Puller, but my advice to you is to watch all points on the compass. If this turns into a disaster, and it might, fingers will be pointing so fast it'll make your head spin. Roger that, Puller had said. He had driven home thinking about this warning and the similar one that Shireen Kirk had given him. Nothing good could come out of this for him. But as smart as the woman was, she might be wrong about that. I just might be able to get my brother back. He called Reinhardt's office and got the okay for Knox's attendance at the dinner. Then he caught up on some paperwork and checked in with the vet back at Fort Leavenworth to see how AWOL was doing. What can I say? The damn cat doesn't seem to even know you've left her, was the vet's reply, and Puller could almost see the smile attached to this comment. Yeah, well, tell AWOL I love her too. He didn't have a lot of time before he had to head back to D.C. for the dinner, but he put on his sweats and went for a run. Afterward, he walked back to his apartment, his tired muscles feeling good, the endorphins bumping up his spirits. He quickly showered and then sat in a towel on his bed, going over the notes he'd collected over the last few days. Macri dead. The Ukrainian dead. Dotry dead. The missing Transformers. The men who had kidnapped him. The person who had saved him, possibly his brother. The lying Susan Reynolds. The attack in the alley. The dead Niles Robinson. A letter his father wrote. His brother, out there somewhere. And Knox. They'd shared a hungry look and had come close to sharing a lot more. And then there was the text. She wasn't who she appeared to be. The fact was, he couldn't fully trust her. He couldn't trust anyone on this. This was not the world of soldiering. That was one he understood fully. You counted on the guy next to you, and he counted on you because that was the only way to survive. But this wasn't soldiering, though there were uniforms galore in the mix. This was the intelligence field, which apparently came chock full of lies, dubious allegiances, ulterior motives, changing agendas, and everyone telling you what you wanted to hear while they were sticking the knife deeper into your back and blaming it on someone else. That world, his brother's world, was totally foreign to him. He felt like a buck recruit, set out in the wild all alone to sink or swim, to live or die. He put on his dress blues and left Quantico to make his way north on Interstate 95 to D.C. Luckily, he was heading against traffic. Going south on 95, it was, as usual, a parking lot. He pulled in front of the W Hotel and was about to text Knox that he was there waiting outside when she walked out in a navy blue skirt, matching jacket, pale blue blouse, sheer stockings, and high heels. Her hair was done up in a braid, and she carried a clutch purse. And now he knew there was a gun in there. He unlocked the passenger door, and she slid in, with a swish of skirt and a quick glimpse of her long thighs.
Productive day?
She asked. Pretty good. You?
Got some things accomplished? Did you settle things for me to be there tonight?
All done.
I'm surprised they'd allow it.
I'm sure calls were made, emails sent, your record examined inch by inch, inquiries made, and appropriate parties briefed. And there you go. They'll know more about you now than you know about yourself. He pulled off and headed toward the Army-Navy Club, which wasn't very far away distance-wise, but at this time of night traffic and myriad intervening lights could make it seem like 50 miles.
So what's the agenda for tonight?
He glanced over to see her staring at him. I'm not setting the agenda, they are. Generals and guys with the president's ear tend to do that. I'm just a lowly CWO.
You need to improve your self-esteem, Puller, or you won't get anywhere fast.
Slow and steady wins the day.
Unless someone is shooting at you.
You feeling better? Gotten over whatever it was? She folded her arms over her chest again, something he again noted she did whenever she was feeling defensive or elusive.
Still working on that.
Right. Maybe you should try Sudafed, or a priest. She turned to look at him.
A priest?
Your personnel file says you're Catholic. I figure you might want to try confession. It's supposed to be good for the soul.
Are you accusing me of lying to you again?
Pulla worked his way through late rush hour traffic before stopping at a red light. We've got about 10 more minutes until we get there.
I'm just not following you, Puller.
You weren't sick or coming down with a cold. Your voice was normal, not scratchy or husky. On the drive to D.C., you didn't cough, sneeze, or even sniffle. At one point, I cranked up the AC and you didn't even shiver. And I've got pollen allergies, too. And there's none in the air, or else I'd know it.
And your point?
Your face was flushed and your eyes were red for another reason. Emotion can do that. Crying can do that. More specifically, although you don't strike me as a weeper. But then again, I really don't know you all that well. But if something did make you break down, it had to have been something serious. And that might come back to explode in my face. If I'm wrong about any of this, feel free to tell me so. The light turned green, but Pulla didn't move. A car behind them honked.
Keep driving. Like you said, we have 10 minutes.
Pulla drove through the intersection. About a minute later, Knox said,
I told you I wasn't who I appeared to be.
And I told you that was no surprise to me.
But what if...
She stopped and looked out the window. What if what? Said Pulla. She turned to face him.
Pull over.
What?
Pull over to the curb. We can walk the rest of the way. If we're a little late, I'm sure the General and Mr. Schindler won't mind. In fact, walking might be faster than riding in a car in this traffic.
Miraculously, Pulla found a parking spot on the next block, pulling in as another car was pulling out. They had walked for half a block when she looked up at him and touched the sleeve of his uniform. He had put his cover on as soon as they had exited the car.
Nice hat. And I meant to tell you that you look really handsome in dress blues. Quite imposing.
You look really good, too. But I'm waiting to hear what you have to say.
My being assigned to this case was no coincidence. I was assigned because you were assigned.
And what was your task?
To keep tabs on you and report back, which I have done.
Is that all? She lightly punched him in the arm.
What, that's not enough for you?
It's past flirting time, Knox. She grew serious at once, and looked ahead as they walked.
No, it's not at all. The Transformers?
What about them? Puller said warily.
I made them go away, along with the tech, Jordan.
Puller stopped walking, something she didn't realize for a few more steps. She strode slowly back to him, her brow creased with concern. He said, "You made critical evidence in a criminal investigation go away. That's obstruction."
It wasn't on my authority, I can assure you. It was on orders.
From who?
My superiors.
I'd like names, ranks, and serial numbers, and I'd like them right now.
I'm afraid I can't go there.
You just admitted to a crime, Knox, a felony.
I'll never be tried for it, Puller. Just the way things work in my world.
But not in mine.
In case you hadn't noticed, you're in my world, not yours, because that's where your brother lived.
Why did you make the evidence disappear?
Because it would have shown traces of an explosive device.
So it was sabotaged.
They couldn't let that go to chance, Puller, just like the generator. It was intentionally gummed up.
And the two techs?
Clueless about it. Easy enough to do. Macri and her cronies had no problem with that.
And you know this how? She started to walk again, and Puller matched her pace.
We have a problem, Puller, a big one. We have a traitor in our ranks, maybe more than one. No, assuredly more than one. Maybe a lot of them, and they are highly placed. They got your brother sent to DB. They have wreaked damage on this nation's security. They are no doubt planning something else, something big.
So why am I here then, Knox, if you know all this? Why was I invited to the party?
That's the critical question, Puller. Why were you invited to this party? I haven't found anyone who can answer that to my satisfaction.
Generals Reinhardt and Daughtry and James Schindler told me that they thought because of my connection to my brother that I would have insights others wouldn't. They thought it gave the best chance to find him.
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, since we're going to have dinner with two of them, why don't we ask?
That's exactly what you can't do. When I said this goes high, I meant it might go to Mount Everest.
Schindler is on the NSC. He's the president's man. And Reinhardt is in line for the Joint Chiefs. Are you telling me they're traitors?
I'm not telling you they are, and I'm not telling you they aren't, because I don't know. What I do know is we have to find out the truth before a very large shoe drops somewhere. It might already have, for all I know.
Well, you seem to know a lot more than me.
In certain discrete parts, that may be true, but I don't know the why or who, just like you said before. And until we know those things, we might as well know nothing.
But why take the Transformers? Why cover that up?
We don't want them to know that we know. If they go deeper underground, we may never unearth them.
And Macri? The men who kidnapped me?
I can't explain them, Puller. I don't know if they're part of the conspiracy or another faction that we're not aware of.
And the guys in the alley?
If I knew, I'd tell you.
You sure about that?
Don't throw that in my face.
He stopped walking again. You don't think I've earned that right? She sighed.
The short answer is you have earned that right.
She suddenly gripped his arm.
But I'm pleading with you not to go there. Not now. You can kick me in the ass later after this is all over.
He glanced at her backside. I can promise you that. Chapter 47. They walked up the front steps of the Army-Navy Club and into the well-lighted foyer. The main dining room was to the right, but Puller was unsure of exactly where the dinner with Reinhardt and Schindler was to take place. As he removed his cover, his problem was solved by a man in a suit hurrying over to them. Chief Puller, Ms. Knox? I'm Puller.
And I'm Knox.
Please follow me. You'll be in a private dining area upstairs. They followed the man to the second floor, and then down a long hall. 3 men were waiting when they entered the small dining room. The man who had escorted them left, closing the door behind them. The 3 men rose. One was Reinhardt in his dress blues, his chest looking armored with all the medals. Another was James Schindler in a black suit, white shirt, and blood-red tie. Reinhardt introduced the third man, who was also dressed in a suit and tie. He was about 50, fit and trim, with grayish blonde hair cut haphazardly. One side of his face had sustained some type of catastrophic damage and had since been repaired, but not well. The eye socket, cheek, and jawline on that side looked more than a bit cadaverous, and it looked like the eye was made of glass. Reinhardt said, "This is Donovan Carter. He's head of DTRA." Puller did his best to keep his features inscrutable at this announcement, though he found it hard. The head of DTRA was also the director of the WMD Center. So this was Susan Reynolds' ultimate boss? Puller introduced Knox to the men, and they all shook hands. As soon as they sat down, the salads were served and glasses of white wine poured. When the servants had left them to munch their lettuce and grape tomatoes and sip their Chardonnay, Reinhardt looked at Puller and said, "A lot has obviously happened. We'd appreciate a full report." Puller shot Carter a glance and then gazed back at Reinhardt. The general said, "He's been fully read in, Puller." Puller wanted to ask why that was, but couldn't think of a way to do it that wouldn't seem insubordinate. Puller began to deliver his briefing, going point by point. When he was done, he avoided glancing at Knox, for fear that she might have been staring at him for what he had left out. His kidnapping and his guardian angel, the Transformers being covered up by Knox, the hitman coming to the DB to kill his brother, his suspicions about Reynolds, and what they had discovered about Niles Robinson. Reinhardt said, "A captain in the Army was part of some conspiracy at DB? Unbelievable." He turned to Knox. "And you're the one who had the deadly encounter with her?"
I'm afraid so, sir. She tried to kill me. I had no choice but to defend myself.
"And some men followed you in Charlotte, and you shot one of them too," said Schindler. "That's astonishing." "It could have easily been me making that shot," said Puller. "Knox was just faster." Knox said,
But I didn't kill him. He wasn't there when we circled back. He might have been wearing armor. Someone might have helped him get away. I don't know which one.
Reinhardt cleared his throat. "But who could these people be? Are they all tied to Robert Puller in some way?" Knox said,
Well, we are investigating his escape. I can't think of another reason why they would be coming after us.
Donovan Carter spoke for the first time. "But surely you have enemies, Agent Knox. We've all read your professional history since we knew you'd be here tonight. You've accomplished extraordinary things on behalf of your country. That comes with a price."
But there's no disputing the fact that Lenora Macri tried to kill me, and that she was going to flee to Russia and then from there to who knows where. She aided the hitman coming into DB.
"Whoa, whoa," exclaimed Reinhardt. "What hitman at DB?" Puller gave Knox a quick glance. He had been surprised that she had said that, since he had left it out of his report, but he received a barely perceptible nod of assent from her to speak. He took a few minutes to explain about the extra man in the MP company responding to the situation at the DB, and how Robert Puller had possibly taken his place to escape. Puller added, "Forensic analysis has confirmed that he was recently in Ukraine. Maybe he lived there. And his going to DB to kill my brother is really the only thing that makes sense." "Well, not really. He could have gone there to help your brother escape," suggested Carter. "Then why kill him? They had a falling out? It was an accident?" "His neck was broken, using a specific technique. I don't think it was an accident." "Then a disagreement of some sort," opined Carter. "I'm not convinced of that," said Puller. "And when you've planned such an elaborate escape from a max prison, it's not like you have a lot of time to stand around talking and arguing about details. You just execute the plan. But I don't see how the plan works if the two of them tried to get out. The guy didn't have an extra set of riot gear on him, and I don't see how my brother could have walked out with a second set of gear and nobody noticed." Reinhardt looked at Puller thoughtfully but said nothing. Carter and Schindler looked unconvinced.
And what about Daughtry? Who murdered him?
"Again, Possibly Robert Puller, said Carter. It happened in Kansas, where your brother escaped from. Why would he target Daughtry? I don't think he even knew him. Carter said, Timothy Daughtry was the man who took your brother's slot at ISR at Bolling Air Force Base. Robert Puller was being promoted to lieutenant colonel and would have been assigned to ISR. Instead, he went to DB for life. I worked with Daughtry at ISR. I would have worked with your brother if he hadn't gone to prison.
So you're saying he targeted Daughtry because the man took a slot that he couldn't fill because he was in prison?
Said Knox skeptically. It could be more than that, said Carter. There could have been more between them. They were contemporaries, competitors in the military pecking order. I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying it was a possibility. And the fact is, while Daughtry was a rank ahead of your brother, Robert Puller had more gas in the tank. We'd had our eye on him for a long time. He would have passed Daughtry at some point. Whether between the 1 and 2 star or the 2 and 3 star stage, it was only a matter of time. Daughtry was going to hit the professional ceiling. He was quite talented, but not as exceptional as your brother. But, of course, that all changed when Puller went to prison, said Schindler.
Maybe unfairly went to prison. And it seems likely now that he was innocent.
I don't see that, said Reinhardt. Not yet. You've offered no proof of that, not a sliver. And what you have offered can be explained away. For example, if Macri was involved in helping your brother to escape, he might have promised her something in return.
He had nothing.
That we know of, countered Reinhardt. A smart guy like him might have had assets hidden in the electronic ether. He bribes her and gets away. You discover Macri was paid off, you don't know by whom, and you have a deadly encounter with her. Now she'll never be able to tell us who she was working with.
And the guys in the alley?
Reinhardt shrugged. If Robert Puller was a traitor and selling secrets to our enemy, then those forces would still be out there. They have every incentive for the truth not to come out. And the fact that the dead man at DB has been identified as Ukrainian bolsters this theory. He might have been working for his country or the Russians or someone else, which in turn could be who Puller was selling secrets to. So you think he's guilty? Said Puller. Reinhardt bristled. He was proven guilty at a court-martial. He escaped from prison. Until you or someone can refute or explain that, then yes, I think he's guilty.
And Niles Robinson?
He testified against Puller, said Carter. And there's something else. Something you may not be aware of. Knox and Puller looked at him expectantly. As you may know, Susan Reynolds works at the WMD Center. She also testified at Puller's court-martial. She personally informed me that Robert Puller broke into her house, threatened her, and injected her with some poison to try to make her confess to some lie about falsely accusing him. But she was able to thwart him and reach her weapon. But he escaped before she could capture him. He paused and added, or shoot him. Puller simply stared at the man for a few moments. My brother was in Susan Reynolds' home? He nodded. And she showed us the injection mark, and her blood was tested. Luckily, there was no sign of poison. He must have been bluffing. Reinhardt added, which means he's on the East Coast, or at least he was. Puller continued to stare at Carter. When did you find out about this? Just today. Have you told anyone else? The appropriate parties, those looking for Puller, yes. Which includes me. Which is why I'm telling you now. Puller said, she told you he was trying to make her confess to lies? Yes. Maybe he was recording her somehow and wanted to use that as some sort of bargaining chip. But if she did say anything incriminating, it was because he threatened her, and she was fearful for her life. Puller started to say something, but Knox beat him to it.
What exactly did she say to him?
Between pleading for her life, she said whatever she thought he wanted to hear. He was a convicted traitor who had killed a man to get out of prison. I can't imagine how frightened she was. We've given her protection at her home in case he comes back. Puller looked at Reinhardt and Schindler. "Did you two know about this?" "Donovan informed us right before you arrived," said Schindler. "It does not paint a picture of an innocent man." "If it's true," said Puller. Carter scoffed. "Why would she make something like that up? It would just bring her into this mess when she wasn't involved at all. She would have no incentive to lie." "Incentives are in the eye of the beholder. At least that's been my experience," said Puller. "And my experience, Mr. Puller, is to see things as they present themselves. And as opposed to your brother's actions, Miss Reynolds is by far the more reliable witness. She is a valuable employee and has faithfully served this country for many years. I'm just pointing out that we don't have all the facts yet. Your bias in favor of your brother is natural." Carter looked first at Reinhardt and then at Schindler. "Which makes it very difficult for me to understand why you're even involved in this investigation." "He's involved, Donovan, because we asked him to be involved," replied Reinhardt stiffly. Schindler added, "With the knowledge he has of his brother, we felt, along with his training as an investigator, that he held a good chance of tracking him down, maybe the best chance." "Well, that hasn't happened, has it?" countered Carter. "I haven't been on the case for a full week," said Puller, who suddenly realized it felt more like a year. "And there are other forces pursuing Robert Puller," added Reinhardt. "We don't have all of our eggs in one basket." "Well, I will presume you know what you're doing," said Carter, as their meal was served. They ate mostly in silence, with only an occasional question and reply. After their coffees and a port for Reinhardt had come, Puller glanced at Knox before saying to the three men, "We learned that my brother received a threatening letter during his court-martial. A letter that said if he didn't basically lie down and let himself be convicted, that my father and I would come to harm." He quickly looked at Reinhardt, Schindler, and Carter to see their reactions. He was disappointed because none of them seemed remotely surprised. "We're aware of that, Puller," said Reinhardt. "I was told it was not disclosed to anyone." Schindler said, "Don't believe for 1 minute that we are relying on you solely to further this investigation. As General Reinhardt said, our eggs are not in one basket." Reinhardt said, "We're employing scorched earth here, Puller. We talked to both defense counsel and the prosecutor on the case, and to the judge. We learned about the letter from Doug Fletcher, among other things. I interviewed him, but he didn't mention talking to you. That is because my people told him not to disclose the interview. And even though he's no longer in the military, he knows how to obey an order from a 3-star. And why was it important to keep this from me? It wasn't necessarily done to keep it from you. I wasn't aware you were going to even speak with him. It was done in a blanket way to keep this matter in as tight a group of need-to-know as possible." "And what did you think about the existence of the letter?" "Robert Puller could have easily written it himself. That's why it wasn't introduced into evidence." "That's not exactly right. It wasn't introduced into evidence because my brother wouldn't let it be. I'm assuming Fletcher told you people that." "So what? Even if it had been introduced, there was no way to validate its authenticity." "But that's the point. My brother would have known that. So why would he even bother to make it up? It couldn't help him at all." Schindler said, "You don't know that for certain. Maybe he had a change of heart after he wrote it and decided not to use it. Maybe he thought it might carry some weight on appeal. I don't know because I'm not a lawyer. Your brother is by all accounts a genius. Sometimes geniuses do irrational things. Sometimes they are delusional. Perhaps he felt guilty about what he'd done and wrote the letter and invented the story to make up for it somehow, at least in his mind. My brother is not some sort of crazy genius. He has no delusions. He's as pragmatic as I am." Carter said, "But you weren't around him all the time back then, were you, Puller? You were off serving your country. People change." "Not like that. Not my brother." Carter finished his coffee, wiped his mouth with his napkin, and returned to Reinhardt. "I think we've exhausted the possibilities of this meeting. Reinhardt nodded and took a last sip of his port. Before the men could stand, Puller said to Carter, "And why have you been brought into the tight circle of need to know?" "Puller, Mr. Carter is the director of DTRA, for God's sakes," Reinhardt said sternly. "He oversees a $3 billion budget with personnel deployed in over a dozen countries. His specific security clearances are at the very highest level." "I have no doubt they are. I was just inquiring as to why he's involved in this particular matter." Before Reinhardt could respond, Carter held up his hand. "I'll feel this one, Aaron, if you don't mind." He turned to Puller. "As I said before, I was in charge of DTRA. I worked where your brother was headed before he went to prison. There, one of my colleagues was the unfortunate General Tim Dotry, when he was still a colonel. I never worked with your brother back then, but I had met him. I saw as much potential in him as I'd ever seen in anyone. I didn't consider myself a mentor to him, because frankly I didn't think myself smart enough. And Robert Puller had plenty of mentors, since everyone was racing to attach themselves to his coattails. I didn't want to believe that he was guilty, but I have to accept facts too. Now, my immediate interest in this? As you know, your brother was at the heart of many programs, which in turn are at the very core of what this country does in both the intelligence collection and nuclear defense fields. In addition to my duties at DTRA, my main objective at the center is to locate WMDs and prevent them from falling into the hands of our enemies. The work that your brother did at Stratcom has a direct connection to what I try to do at the center. If he's escaped and people that he was selling secrets to are active once more, then I need to know what is going on. This country has many enemies and many issues confronting it. Everything from cyber warfare to corporate espionage. But there is no more paramount concern than rogue WMDs being used against us. A crew of cyber warriors can attack the grid, knock out data servers, and hack into millions of credit card accounts. But a single WMD of significant magnitude can wipe out a city and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Credit cards can be replaced. People can't. So which do you think is more problematic from a security perspective? "Thanks for answering my question, sir," said Puller. Carter rose, gave a slight bow, followed by a tight smile. "You're quite welcome." Chapter 48. Reinhardt and Schendel left in a car driven by a man in uniform. Puller was heading out too, when Knox gripped his arm, holding him back.
Just give it a minute, Puller.
Shortly after that, Donovan Carter approached them in the lobby. "Have time for a nightcap?" he asked, looking at one and then the other. Puller glanced at Knox, who said,
"Sounds like an offer we can't refuse, sir."
They walked to the bar on the second floor. There were only a few people left there, and they took a table in the back. Carter ordered a whiskey soda, Knox a glass of Prosecco, and Puller a Heineken. When the drinks arrived, Carter extracted a pill from a silver case and swallowed it, along with some of his whiskey. "Painkiller," he explained.
Should you be mixing that with alcohol?
"Probably not, but I've been doing it for years with no adverse results, and the whiskey makes it go down a little bit better." "Painkillers?" said Puller. Carter pointed to the damaged side of his face. "In case you failed to notice, I've suffered injuries of, unfortunately, a permanent nature."
What happened, if you don't mind my asking?
"Afghanistan in 2001. "Were you in the military?" asked Puller. "I was there serving my country before the uniforms even showed up. I was captured and tortured. What you see on my face is just the visible marks. There are lots of others under my clothes. The Taliban are quite adept at inflicting pain and scars."
Were you gathering intelligence?
He nodded. "Intel on the ground was vital before we invaded. Afghanistan is a tough nut to crack. Many nations have tried it. The Brits, the Russians. It's fairly simple to win the war over there, turning rubble to dust, as they say. However, it's absolutely impossible to win over the country after the tanks stop rolling, as we found to our chagrin." "How'd you get away?" asked Puller. "I would like to say that I was rescued, but I wasn't. I got away on my own. Not sure how. I was out of my mind with pain. But maybe I was so desperate that I just pushed the agony out of my head. I killed the 3 Taliban guarding me. If I had had time, I would have tortured them before I'd slit their throats. It seemed fitting, but I didn't have the option. I dragged myself about 300 miles across landscape that resembled the moon until I reached safety. 2 years of physical therapy allowed me to function physically, walk and talk and use my arms. But the scars are permanent. The pain is permanent. So I take pills and I drink whiskey, but neither to excess. And I serve my country, and I do it well. After my ordeal in Afghanistan, people considered me a hero, rightly or not. At least I had the wounds to show for it. And it certainly helped my career path, which was like a rocket launch after that. I jumped back and forth between Capitol Hill and the intelligence field and built up quite an expertise on national security and foreign affairs. Attaining SES status and heading up DTRA and the center are really the highlights for me. I couldn't expect any more. And now, you know more about it than you would ever care to," he added with a self-conscious smile. "So why the nightcap?" "It struck me that you had said all you wanted to say at dinner," commented Puller. "I did. But I wasn't sure that you had said all you wanted to say. And if not, I'm here to listen. You'll find me a good listener. And without the presence of a 3-star and the president's man, I thought you might feel more comfortable in expressing yourselves." Knox said bluntly,
Okay, let's do this. We really don't think Robert Puller is guilty.
"Based on what?"
The evidence at trial was shaky.
Carter shook his head as he took another sip of his whiskey. 2 eyewitness accounts? Classified data found on his person? A trail of online gambling debts providing the motive? Hardly shaky evidence.
The online trail could easily have been fabricated.
Perhaps, but the testimony of Reynolds and Robinson? Puller studied him carefully. "Inasmuch as you think I can't be objective about my brother, it may be true that you can't be objective about Reynolds, since she works for you." Carter sat back and considered this statement. "Let's go down that road for a moment. Let's assume Reynolds was lying. Why?"
She was paid to do it.
"So she's a traitor, paid to implicate your brother? Again, why? What's so special about him? As you said, he was a very valuable asset to the government. Yes, he was. But our government possesses many valuable people assets, so why go after him in particular? Would there be a reason to get him out of the way at Stratcom? He was getting ready to leave one branch of Stratcom after his promotion, as I said at dinner. He was heading to ISR, which, as you know, is also a command component under Stratcom. I would have worked with him there, as I also mentioned."
Would there be some reason to prevent him from going there?
Carter shrugged. "I can't say. ISR has many employees. Was he important enough to pull off such a conspiracy as you've described? It would be difficult to believe. You said that he worked with General Daughtry at ISR when he was still a colonel." "That's right. Since Daughtry took my brother's slot at ISR, you implied that might be a motive for my brother to retaliate and kill him. But let's look at it from the other way." Carter put down his drink and said curiously, "How so?" "Was my brother the first choice for the ISR slot?" said Puller. "Yes, hands down."
And Daughtry was the backup?
"Okay, I see where this is going," replied Carter. "You're saying Robert Puller was set up to prevent him from going to ISR?" "Yes. But it also allowed Daughtry to take his place," added Puller. "For what purpose? What did the position entail? What would the person have had access to?" asked Puller. Carter took another swallow of his drink and rubbed his chin. Everything, more or less. ISR's work is broad and far-reaching, from space to underwater and really everything in between. ISR is, in many vital respects, the eyes, ears, and brain of the DoD. Its commander wears dual hats because he also heads up the Defense Intelligence Agency. ISR works with all other major intelligence platforms: NSA, Geospatial, National Reconnaissance. Its responsibilities cross the full military spectrum of requirements: transnational threats, the global war on terror, and WMDs, everything really. So Daughtry would have had access to all of that. More or less, yes. And then he was murdered, noted Puller. But he had left ISR at that point, pointed out Carter.
And went to another component of Stratcom. Which one?
U.S. Cyber Command. Puller nodded. Another hotspot. How was his work at ISR? I found him extremely talented, hard-working, ambitious. How ambitious? Said Puller quickly. Most officers seeking to move up in rank are ambitious, you know that. I'm not talking about medals and stars. Then what? Knox said,
Susan Reynolds lives in $1 million-plus house, drives a $70,000 car, wears Prada shoes, and has a closet full of Coach bags. And there's an original Joanne Miro painting in her library. I looked the price up. There is no way she could have bought it with even 20 years' worth of her salary.
Puller shot her a glance. She hadn't mentioned the Prada, the Coach bags, or the painting. She noted his look.
I am a girl, Puller, even if I do carry a gun and kick ass. I notice bags and shoes. And I saw the painting when we were there. I was an art history major at Amherst.
Joan Miro? He asked.
He was a Spaniard, born in Barcelona. He died decades ago.
So he's a renowned artist or something.
Well, let's put it this way, Puller. One of his paintings sold a couple years back at a Sotheby's auction in London for nearly $40 million. So, yeah, I guess you could say the guy was pretty good.
Damn, said Puller. Carter seemed intrigued by this information. I'd never been to her home, and I didn't know what kind of car she drives. And quite frankly, I wouldn't know a Prada shoe if it hit me in the head.
The fact is she's living well beyond her means. So what is the source of income? And there's one more thing. She went to work at ISR when Daughtry did. And now she's at the WMD Center while Daughtry was at Cyber Command? But what if they were still working together? Because it's all incestuous, right? Dual hatters, Stratcom covers everything. The intelligence world is as interconnected as it's ever been.
That's true. But do you mean working together as spies?
Spies, moles, whatever you want to call it. Would they have things to sell?
Of course they would. Which is why we have background checks and security clearance procedures and periodic testing, polygraphs and follow-up. And why everyone is watched very closely.
Well, you didn't know about her financial status, did you?
Carter sat back, still looking dubious, but a bit less so. Puller said, So, how ambitious was Daughtry? Not for stars, for money. Anybody check lately? Because in addition to Reynolds, we have Lenora Macri. She was only a lowly captain at Leavenworth, but she had an account in the Caymans under an alias packed with cash. I wonder how much a one-star would have piled up. Carter picked up his glass and then put it back down without taking a drink. Daughtry did mention to me once that he was thinking of getting out of the military and starting his own consulting group, or maybe going into private contracting to the DoD.
That would be a nice way to launder any money he'd been paid. Mix it up under consulting contracts and hire a shady CPA to make it look all perfectly above board.
You've given me a lot to think about. But Daughtry and Reynolds? Spies? And Robinson? Said Puller. What about him? He had a very ill son before my brother went to prison. His insurance would not cover experimental treatments outside of the country. His son was going to die. After my brother goes to prison, his son gets the experimental treatment costing 7 figures in Germany and is alive and well. Carter snapped. Why didn't you mention this at dinner? I'm mentioning it now. So, you think Robinson was paid off to lie? Yes. And you were told my brother visited Reynolds. Why take that chance? Revenge at her testifying against him? If so, why not just kill her? Why leave her alive to tell the authorities he's in the area? If he is a murderer, what's one more murder to him? Carter finished the rest of his whiskey soda. I wasn't sure what would come of this conversation when I invited you for a nightcap, but I can honestly tell you I never anticipated this. You have put together a plausible argument that your brother might have been framed, and that the real enemies could still be out there. Knox said,
So the question is, what can we do about it? Because most of what we have is conjecture and speculation that doesn't work in court.
Let me see what I can do from my end. I'll be in touch. And I'll be in touch soon. He rose, dropped cash on the table for their drinks, and walked out. Puller said, Nice catch on the Miro and the purses and shoes.
I didn't tell you because we already knew she had a lot more money than she should have. It didn't add anything new to the picture.
Right. But meeting with Carter like this was a big risk, he said.
But if we can't make headway in our investigation, then lighting a fire in a munitions dump might be the only way to go. In fact, if he hadn't asked for the nightcap, I would have. It's the reason I had us hanging around in the lobby.
We'll know one way or another, soon.
Yes, we will.
But remember, if the munitions dump does ignite, a lot of folks could get caught in the fireball, including us. Chapter 49. Puller dropped Knox off at her hotel before heading back to Quantico. He stopped to get some gas near the base. Another vehicle swung into the fuel bay next to his. Someone got out to pump fuel. Puller had put the nozzle in and was leaning against the hood of his car when the voice said, Don't react, Junior. Somebody might be watching. Maybe because he was hoping that something like this might eventually happen, Puller didn't even flinch. He pulled his phone out and pretended to be checking messages with not a care in the world. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the pickup truck parked in the fuel bay next to his. A tall man, nearly as tall as he was, stood next to it, pumping gas. Under the light of the overheads, Puller snatched a glimpse of the man he knew was his brother. Yet, if the man hadn't called him Junior, he might not have recognized Bobby. There were only 3 people in the world who had ever called him that: his father, his mother, and his brother. Bald, tatted arms, goatee, totally different nose and ears. There was a rifle rack in the back window and a Don't Tread on Me sticker on the side of the cab. You've changed a little bit, mumbled Puller. Just on the outside, same nerd on the inside. Robert opened his wallet and drew out a credit card and swiped it through. He hit the necessary keys and then put the gas nozzle into his tank outlet. We have a lot to talk about, said Puller. Yes, we do, little brother. I found out a lot. So have I. You were set up. Yep. We've got to make it right. I plan to, said Robert. How do you want to do this? Can't go to your place, too obvious. Puller pretended to make a call and held the phone up to his ear and said, I can lose any possible tail and then meet you. I was going to suggest that. You staying somewhere close? I will be. Past it a couple miles back. The Holiday Inn, you know it? I know it. I'll park my ride in front of my room. Truck's hard to miss. Kansas plates. Right. Please make damn sure you're not followed, bro. That would not be in either of our best interests. They'll never be able to, Bobby. I know, Junior. I know. John Puller finished fueling and drove away. A couple minutes later, Robert Puller drove off in the opposite direction. John Puller reached his apartment complex but kept driving until he got to Quantico. He passed the security checkpoint and headed over to the CID building. He walked down the hallway to an office he shared with other agents. It was empty, and he spent about 20 minutes doodling on a piece of paper and also trying to get his nerves settled after just running into his fugitive brother at a gas station. Despite being on the run, his brother had sounded cool and calm, and Puller had let him dictate the plan going forward when that was not his natural inclination. Yet between the two boys, Robert had always been the leader. Even if he hadn't been older, Puller thought that would have been the case. Robert just had that way about him. Puller waited another 20 minutes. During that time, he changed out of his dress blues and into a set of fatigues he kept in the locker room. He left the building through a rear entrance and walked over to the motor pool. He checked out a 4-door sedan and drove out another gate. He drove for 20 miles through rural roads, turning left and right, backtracking, stopping, going fast, then slow, and making it impossible for anyone to have followed him. He then parked a half-mile away from the Holiday Inn and hoofed it the rest of the way through both woods and residential areas. The truck with the Kansas plates was parked in front of room 103. Puller checked the bed and cab of the truck as he passed by it. He knocked on the motel room door, and it opened a few seconds later after he had observed the curtain of the window adjacent to the door slide to the side just a bit as someone peered out. Puller didn't go in immediately. He put a hand on the butt of his holstered M11. "Bobby," he said softly. "Coast is clear, Junior." Puller walked in and closed and locked the door behind him. There was only one light on in the small room, a table lamp next to the bed. His brother sat in a chair in the corner of the room. Through another door, Puller could see the bathroom. A duffel bag was lying on the bed. Puller sat on the edge of the bed and eyed his brother. "Any problems getting here?" Robert asked. "I took my time, and if anyone was able to follow me then, they deserved to win." Robert Puller rose and held out his arms. "It's damn good to see you, John." Puller rose too, and the two men exchanged a prolonged hug, accompanied by backslaps. When they drew apart, Puller could see the moistness in his brother's eyes, and he could feel his own eyes begin to water. It was the most unusual feeling, seeing his brother not a prisoner. It felt great. And it also felt fleeting and temporary. And that frightened Puller more than anything had in a long time. Robert sat back down, and Puller retook his seat on the bed. Neither man spoke for a long moment. "How did you manage to find me?" asked Puller. "I wasn't following you, at least initially. I was following someone else and picked up your trail at the Army-Navy Club." "Who was the someone else?" "Donovan Carter. I tracked him from Fort Belvoir. Surprised the hell out of me when you showed up." "Why were you following Carter?" "I'm trying to do what I'm sure you're trying to do. Solve a problem." "Of who set you up and why?" Robert nodded. "Susan Reynolds was in on it. We talked to her. She told Carter that you were at her house and threatened her, injected her with poison." Robert held up his phone and pushed a button. Puller listened to the exchange between his brother and Reynolds that he'd recorded. It proves nothing, of course. She could just say she said it so I wouldn't kill her. And it wasn't poison. I just let her imagination take over and then knocked her out with a sedative. "Russians?" said Puller. "A red herring, at least I think it is. You heard about Niles Robinson. It was his kid that was the motivation, right?" "Yes. He was talking to me on the phone at Union Station when someone gunned him down." "That's what I figured." "Did you? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I recorded that conversation, too. The salient point was, he said that someone might have a problem with me getting the slot at ISR. Who? He never got a chance to tell me. Daughtry took your slot at ISR, then he went to Cyber Command. And now he's dead. He was found in my motel room back in Kansas. I saw you there with a woman. Didn't know he was found in your room. The woman is Agent Veronica Knox, INSCOM. Know her?" "No." He paused, eyeing his brother steadily. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me." "And some answers. DB? A Ukrainian was sent in to kill you after they orchestrated knocking out the power. A Captain Macri was in on it. Knox ended up killing her in a shootout." Robert fiddled with the pen he was holding. "When the guy came into my cell, I was already suspicious. I knew before I ever went there that DB had backup power that was infallible. But it had failed. I also knew that when the power went out, the cell doors automatically locked. That didn't happen. They opened. That meant someone had screwed with the software. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what was going on or that I was the target. But I decided to stay in my cell and see how it played out. When I heard someone at my cell door, I called out that I was on the floor with my hands behind my head. When the guy came through the door, he had a knife, when standard operating procedure is a gun in a situation like that. And you would never have had only one guy clearing a room. You'd have at least two. This guy was clearly a rogue. And by using a knife, he can kill you silently, whereas a shot would bring a bunch of other MPs. Robert nodded. And a knifing could be attributed to another prisoner who had fashioned a shiv and might have had a grudge against me. That would probably be the explanation when they found my body. No one would suspect one of the MPs. And I'm sure they were counting on that. But you turned the tables on them. I wasn't on the floor with my hands behind my head. I was behind the door. I disarmed him. When he started yelling at me in what I recognized was Ukrainian, I knew he was trying to kill me, so I killed him instead. Snap, crackle, pop? At least that's what occurred to me from the ME's description. Came in handy, bro. For that, I thank you. Then you put on his gear and left that way? Lucky for me, he was about my size. So you went back on the truck to Leavenworth and then got away. But how did you change your appearance so drastically? Robert smiled and touched his nose. After I moved to Kansas, I rented a storage unit under a fictitious name. Set up credit card and bank accounts under that name, and outfitted the storage unit with things I would need to change my appearance and also some other items. Why? You couldn't have been expecting to be arrested and then escaping from DB. Didn't figure in the equation at all. But while I was at Stratcom, I would disguise myself and go out undercover to military watering holes around the base. But why? When I got to the satellite facility, I learned that people stationed there weren't being as tight-lipped as they should be. Classified info was getting bandied about in places it never should have been. I was instrumental in busting up a ring of people that were preying on drunk soldiers and personnel from Stratcom to get information to sell, or blackmail them with. And no one knew about your alter ego? That would have defeated the point. But it came in extraordinarily handy when I got away from DB. I could change my appearance, gun up, have equipment, cash, and a credit card, and be on my way. So, what have you been doing since you escaped? Trying to work out who set me up. He paused and stared pointedly at his brother. Look, I'm stunned they allowed you anywhere near this case. 3-star named Aaron Reinhardt and a guy from the NSC, James Schindler, came to see me, along with Dotry. They set it up. I've met Reinhardt. I know of Schindler, but never crossed paths with Dotry. But still, what's their angle? I don't know. A JAG friend told me she didn't see any positives for me in the scenario. I call that good advice. You were following Carter, so you suspected him? Reynolds works at the WMD Center, which he runs. Dotry worked with him at ISR. I'm not sure if he was the person Robinson was mentioning, but it seemed a good place to start. I haven't found many leads on this sucker, so I intend to follow up all of them until I hit the right one. Is it all about money? I think it is for Reynolds. She has a Joan Miro in her mini mansion, said Robert. So my colleague Knox pointed out. That painting is worth at least a few $1 million. That's reason enough for Stratcom to do surprise searches of every sensitive personnel's home. Sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees, But I don't think it's all about money for all of them. What then? If they're traders, then they're selling stuff. Maybe. But I think there's more to it than just cash. Puller mulled this over. By the way, I think I figured out how Reynolds got that DVD in your pocket. How? Her father was a magician. She assisted him. I'm sure she's quite adept at sleight of hand. I'm sure you're right. Brother looked at brother. So, what now? Asked Puller. Tell me what else you've learned, said Robert. I'm sure it's a lot. Puller did so, keeping nothing back. He could see that his brother's mind was going a mile a minute, taking it all in and then neatly cataloging each piece. Finished, he said, What about you? Robert took a few minutes to fill in his brother. So you think there's a conspiracy going on? Asked Puller. I do. It can't be simply one person. I told you about those men kidnapping me. Yes. Puller studied his brother for a long moment. Was it you? Did you fire the shots? Robert slowly nodded. I was glad I could be there for you, John. Knowing you, you probably would have made it out okay on your own, but, well, I was glad I was there to help. I haven't been able to do that much with you over the last 2 years. No bones about it, Bobby, you saved my life. But you could have made contact with me then. Robert looked guiltily at him. I thought about it, trust me. But it would have put you in an untenable situation. You'd be duty-bound to arrest me. But you made contact now. Why? Robert sighed. Because I didn't know if I'd ever get another chance. I know how many people are out looking for me. Highly trained people, good at their job. I just wanted you to hear things from my side. I wanted you to know that I never believed you were guilty of anything. His brother smiled weakly. Sure you did. Or at least you weren't certain. I found out about the threatening letter you got in your cell. Robert's smile faded. Who told you that? Doesn't matter. You took a dive to protect Dad and me. Your career, years of your life, everything, Bobby. The fact is I was too arrogant. I never thought I'd be convicted because I wasn't guilty. Talk about naive. You still took a dive. I couldn't let anything happen to my family, he said quietly. You two were all I had left. Any idea who they might be? No. But you said the voice you heard when you were kidnapped thought of himself as a patriot. That's both interesting and disturbing. Why disturbing? Because in my experience, patriotism, while a fine quality, can fuel quite a dangerous agenda if taken to the extreme. An agenda as yet unknown, said Puller. I think we can cast a little bit of light on it. How? If I was prevented from going to ISR and Daughtry filled my slot, then that's something. But what would be the reason? I'm honest and above reproach. I can't be bought. Unusual language coming from a convicted traitor, but it's the truth. Daughtry, on the other hand, might have been none of those things. And they wanted him at ISR. Carter told us how important that component is to our national defense. In many vital ways, ISR is our national defense. So a traitor could do a great deal of damage. Catastrophic. What do you know about Daughtry? How did he get that far in the military without anyone suspecting? If he is guilty? We don't have definite proof of that yet. But if he is guilty, who's to say that he went over to the other side? Or what the motivation was? If he was a traitor, why kill him? You said he was part of the team that recruited you to work on my case. Yes? So, if he was bad, he was doing that to piggyback on the investigation. He was hoping you would find me, and you could make sure I never got back to DB alive. But how can you hurt them? I don't know. I was nothing to them while I was sitting at DB, John. Something happened to trigger this. Okay, let's say that's true. Let's go back to the question of why kill Daughtry. The main reason to kill an operative is pretty obvious. He decided to defect? Or had a change of heart of some kind. Maybe he had a conscience and drew the line at outright murdering someone. Then he signed his own death warrant. Yes, he did. Robert rubbed his thighs with his hands. So, how can we work together without anyone knowing? A couple of burn phones? And we can use that code I invented that we used as kids. You always said it was unbreakable. I guess we'll find out. One more thing, Bobby. Yeah? I've got a letter for you to read. Bobby's eyes narrowed. A letter from who? Puller got the document up on the screen and handed his brother the phone. Just read it. Robert took the phone, his features curious, and started to read. Though the letter was relatively short, he was still reading, or more likely rereading, 5 minutes later. Finally, he handed the phone back to his brother. That's why the charges were dropped to espionage from spying, said Puller quietly, while watching his brother closely. Difference between life and death, Robert said in a hollow tone. It seemed like every bit of energy had been struck clean from him. No one ever told me about the letter. I didn't know about it either, until very recently. Puller looked at the screen. His father's letter had been extraordinary, if for no other reason than that Puller had never seen this side of his father. Even though his brother had already read the letter, Puller felt he had to do it. He believed he owed it to both men. He cleared his throat and read. I had the honor of serving my country in uniform for 4 decades. Many people who think they know me would probably believe that such service was the high point of my life. They would be wrong. The crowning glory of my life is and will always be as the father of 2 extraordinary young men. Indeed, God has shown that there can be no higher purpose for a man. And while I was absent for many important moments in their lives, not a single day ever passed without me thinking about them. I love them more than I have ever loved anything or anyone in my long life. So I write to you today, gentlemen, as a person who does not see a grown man faced with the destruction of his professional life and the loss of his liberty, but rather as a father who sees the young boy with a beautiful... Puller met Knox in the lobby of the W Hotel the next morning. Though he tried hard to hide it, she apparently noticed something different.
You okay?
He rubbed his eyes. Didn't sleep much last night. She didn't look sympathetic.
Join the club. I don't think I've slept a full night since I met you.
They walked out of the hotel and to his car parked on the street. The air was surprisingly crisp and cool with a light breeze. A jet overhead made a sharp left bank to avoid flying over restricted airspace after taking off from Reagan National.
So while you weren't sleeping, did you think any more about our nightcap with Donovan Carter?
Carter gave us an excuse to go back and talk to Reynolds again.
The visit your brother made to Reynolds?
Exactly.
She'll be at work now, most likely.
She works for DOD. I'm a duly assigned military investigator. Nothing prohibits us from interviewing her while she's at work.
What are you going to ask her?
I want her take on the encounter with Bobby, and I want to watch her while she answers the questions.
Body language cues?
They often tell more than what the person actually says. Puller had called ahead, and Susan Reynolds met them in her office, a modest space that looked oddly enough both cluttered and organized. Her security lanyard was around her neck. Her features were placid, and she greeted them politely and indicated chairs for them to take. She sat down and waited. As Puller lowered himself into the chair, he let his gaze sweep her office. He saw no items that were not work-related. The woman didn't even have any plants. As his gaze came back to her, he found that she was staring at him, and Puller could tell she knew exactly what he had been doing.
I like to keep things streamlined and separate. professional and personal.
I can understand that. He pointed at one photo showing a younger Reynolds in a line of all men on what appeared to be an airstrip. That looks interesting. She turned to look at it.
Back in the 1990s, I was part of a START verification team when the U.S. and the Soviets were whittling down their nuclear stockpiles. As you can see from the photo, I was the only woman on either team and the youngest by far. Quite a feather in my cap, but I had worked hard for the opportunity. Interesting work?
Asked Knox.
Yes, although by 7 o'clock each night the Russians had drunk enough vodka to float an aircraft carrier, so I'm not sure how accurate their verification was. But I never touched a drop, and I crossed every T and dotted every I.
She added emphatically. I'm sure you did, said Puller. Now, we've been told that Robert Puller... Reynolds cut in.
Your brother, you mean? I knew it the first time we met.
Puller continued. We were told that Robert Puller came to see you.
Came to kill me, more likely.
But he didn't kill you.
I was able to get away, found a gun, and he ran like the coward he obviously is.
So he tied you up?
No, he put a gun to my head and then injected me with what he said was poison. I couldn't believe the bastard had done that. Maybe prison made him crazy.
So you were able to overpower him and get to your gun?
I didn't say I overpowered him. He's a man, and as you know, he's far larger than I am. But I'm not exactly a weakling. I managed to hit him in the face with a lamp. Before he could recover, I got to the bookcase. I keep a .45 pistol there. I drew it. When he realized I was armed and ready to shoot, he turned and ran. I tried to stop him, but he was too fast. I called the police, but they couldn't find him.
You hit him in the face with a lamp?
I did.
That must have hurt.
I hope it hurt like hell. He deserved to be hurt a lot.
Bruised and bloody, probably.
Yes, he was, and surprised, I'm sure.
And what did he want?
He threatened me. He wanted me to confess that I had done something wrong. Why would he do that?
Asked Knox. Reynolds peered at her as though just that minute realizing she was there.
How am I supposed to think like a nutcase? He's desperate. He's escaped from prison. He's killed a man, maybe 2 men.
What makes you say that?
I heard about Niles Robinson. We've all heard about him. Gunned down at the train station. Why would you think Robert Puller would be involved in that?
Asked Knox. Reynolds gave her a patronizing stare.
Oh, I don't know. Let's think about it. He breaks into my house at gunpoint and threatens me because I testified against him. Then, soon thereafter, Niles Robinson, who also testified against him, is shot and killed at Union Station. What are the odds of that having been done by 2 different people when Robert Puller was absolutely in the area? Don't insult my intelligence. So what did you tell Puller?
Asked Knox.
I told him lots of things. To get out, to leave me alone, to never darken my door again. And then when he stuck me in the neck with what he said was poison, I of course told him whatever he wanted to hear.
And why would you do that? Asked Puller. Now it was his turn to receive a condescending look.
Because I felt sorry for him and wanted him to never go back to prison. And I very much wanted to confess to treason and take his place.
She suddenly snapped.
Why the hell do you think? Because he told me that was the only way I was going to get the damn antidote to the poison he injected me with.
But he didn't actually poison you, pointed out Puller.
Right, I know that now. He told me he'd injected me with an organophosphate. Nasty stuff, let me tell you. I was scared out of my wits. I would have said anything to get the antidote.
So, when you hit him with the lamp and got to a gun, what did you expect would happen?
That I would force him to give me the antidote?
And when he got away?
I called the police and the paramedics. I literally thought I had minutes to live. I was out of my mind with fright, thanks to that bastard. And I guess you were relieved when that turned out not to be the case?
Noted Knox. Reynolds didn't even dignify that with an answer. They asked Reynolds a few more questions and then left. As Puller turned back around at the doorway, he saw Reynolds staring right at him. She wasn't smiling or looking triumphant. She was just watching him. and then she turned and went back to her work. As they walked down the corridor, Knox said,
"Every time I see that woman, I want to strangle her."
"Not me. I'd just shoot her," said Puller. She looked up at him.
"So did you get any good body cues from the witch?"
Ironically enough, this time it really was more what she said than how she said it.
"What do you mean?"
Puller knew she hadn't hit his brother with a lamp. He was neither bruised nor bloody, but he couldn't tell Knox that without revealing that he and his brother had met. Yet there was something else. "I checked the toxicology report that they did on Reynolds after my brother supposedly injected her with poison. Remember that Carter said they had done one? Well, I got a copy emailed to me this morning."
"But it didn't find poison."
"No, but it did reveal traces of a strong sedative, strong enough to have knocked her out." Knox stopped, and so did Puller.
"A sedative? Why didn't anyone else notice that?"
"Because I think they all stopped looking at the tox report when it showed no poison. Me, I tend to read until the end."
"But why would there be a sedative in her system?"
"My brother could have injected her with one."
"Why would he do that if he wanted her to talk?"
"To allow him to escape after they finished talking."
"But why would she lie if she knew it was provable by a blood test?"
"Because she's not as smart as she thinks she is. I don't believe she thought it all the way through. And I think she truly hates my brother and saw an opportunity to really stick it to him. Calling him a coward and trying to make us believe that she was able to fight him off successfully must have really brightened her day. Oh, and she obviously knew you had searched her house and found the gun in the bookcase. That's why she mentioned it. Really good liars always work in something true to make the lie more plausible."
"So that means she was lying about, well, everything."
"I never doubted that for a minute," said Puller. Chapter 51. They had almost gotten to the building's exit when two security personnel stopped them. "Chief Puller, Agent Knox," said one, who was dressed in camis and carried a rank of sergeant. "Yes," said Puller. "Mr. Carter would like to see you both." Donovan Carter was waiting for them in a room adjacent to his formal office. There was one other person in the room, a man of medium height with a thick head of blonde hair and penetrating green eyes. Like Carter, he wore a suit, regulation navy blue, with a white shirt and muted striped tie. "This is Blair Sullivan," Carter began, indicating the man next to him. "He heads up our internal security section." The man gave a curt nod in their direction, but said nothing. "After our conversation last night," began Carter. Puller's gaze shot to Sullivan, but Carter said, "It's all right, Agent Puller. I brought him into the circle. He was instrumental in tracking certain things down for me." Sullivan folded his arms across his chest and did his best not to look at either Puller or Knox. Carter drew open a file that was sitting in front of him. "Let's first address Susan Reynolds' financial history. I wasn't personally aware of this, but her husband was an FBI agent who was killed many years ago." "Hit and run," she told us, noted Puller. "Never solved." Carter glanced at Sullivan, who took up the story. "There was a $2 million life insurance policy on Adam Reynolds," said Sullivan. "Why so large?" asked Puller. "He was an FBI agent. They had 2 young children. Ms. Reynolds had a similar policy on her because she traveled a great deal out of the country for the government in some remote places. Thus, there obviously was a heightened risk for them both. The premiums had been duly paid up. Ms. Reynolds collected the money. She used it to pay off some debts, helped raise her kids, and she invested the rest. I wish I had asked for her investment advice. She did a lot better than my 401k. Needless to say, the insurance payout has grown substantially over the intervening years." He stopped and stared at Puller.
"And the Joanne Miro in her library?"
"It is a Joanne Miro, but it's a signed limited edition. Not something I could ever afford. But Miss Reynolds purchased it some years ago for quite a good deal, and she had the money to do so. It's on a disclosure form and has been for years." Again, Sullivan stopped talking and stared pointedly at Puller. Carter said, "I apologize that I wasn't aware of any of this last night when we spoke." Sullivan said, "With all due respect, sir, you run an organization with thousands of employees. It would be impossible for you to know the intimate financial details of each person. That's my job."
And Niles Robinson?
"He's not employed by DTRA," said Sullivan promptly. "Mr. Carter has told me of your concern there as well. I suggest you check that out with his last agency." Sullivan paused. "However, Mr. Carter filled me in on what you told him about Mr. Robinson. And since I am also the father of a child who had a serious health issue, I can tell you that a parent will do anything to see them through it. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Robinson didn't hawk everything he had and take out every loan he could to see that his child lived. But I have to say that I find it repugnant that you jump to the conclusion that a man would betray his country in such a manner. I really do." "I don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Sullivan. I investigate matters," replied Puller. "Well, I think you need to keep investigating, but down a different path. Susan Reynolds is a well-respected member of the DTRA family and has never had a shadow on her record as far as I can find." Sullivan paused again, and the next moment his entire body seemed to swell with stark indignation. "Your brother, on the other hand, cannot say the same, can he? And I find it absolutely remarkable that you would accuse one of our people of treason while your own flesh and blood has not only escaped prison but also killed someone. Have you no shame, Agent Puller?" He rose when he said this last part and looked like he might take a swing at Puller, who outweighed him by 60 pounds and had him by 7 inches. "Sullivan," Carter said sharply, "you're way out of line. Stand down immediately." Sullivan dropped into the chair, folded his arms over his chest, and looked away. Carter said, "I apologize for my colleague's tone and words, Agent Puller. We can't let our emotions run away with us." He looked at Sullivan and added in a firm voice, "We will talk about this later." He turned back to Puller. "With that said, I do have to agree with his conclusions about Susan Reynolds. Everything seems to be in order, and I have communicated that to her."
"Well, we appreciate your looking into the matter, sir,"
said Knox, rising and tugging on Puller's sleeve. Puller was staring dead at Sullivan. When the man finally looked at him and found Puller's piercing gaze directly on him, he hurriedly glanced away. They left Carter's office and were escorted to the exit. Once they were outside, Knox said,
"Okay, first Reynolds and now this. Why do I feel like I just got sent to detention?"
When Puller didn't say anything, she added,
"Do you think this Sullivan character is in on it? He was acting like a psycho."
Puller shook his head and pulled out the keys to his car. He looked at the file and found what he found. And if he had a sick kid, then he probably does think I'm an asshole. And I get what he means about my brother being a traitor, and I'm here trying to point fingers at good people. But it's still stuck in my craw."
"And Carter?"
Puller didn't answer right away. "I don't know, Knox. Jury's still out on him."
"I can tell you this. That was no limited edition Joanne Miro. It was an original. I'd swear to it."
"Well, by now it'll be long gone, original or not."
"I guess so."
"I think I was wrong about Reynolds, though."
"What? You mean you believe she's innocent?"
"No, I believe she's a lot more dangerous and a lot more capable than I thought she was. She just kicked my ass. Not to sound full of myself, but I'm not used to that happening."
"Well, neither am I. She lied about your brother. The sedative was in her bloodstream. She never got her gun and scared him off. We can use that against her."
"She'd have an explanation for that, Knox. She self-medicated, hoping to slow down the advance of the poison."
"Yeah, I guess you're right. But we can't let that bitch win, Puller."
"She's not going to win. But it's not going to be easy either."
"If only we had something against her."
She looked at Puller, who was now gazing off and obviously not listening to her.
"Puller, where is your head?"
"I just think I missed something."
"Missed something? Where?"
"That's just the point. I don't know where." But something was off back there. I just don't know.
Well, that neatly sums up where we stand on everything to do with this case, doesn't it? We just don't know.
Chapter 52. Knox parted company with Puller at Fort Belvoir, where Inscom was located. She wanted a check-in, and she had some paperwork to complete. They made arrangements to meet later at her hotel. Before driving back to Quantico, Puller stopped at a coffee shop and pulled out a phone he had recently purchased. One of a pair, actually. His brother had the other one. Over coffee, he took his time to thumb in a long message and then sent it off. His brother's unbreakable code would be put to the test, he thought. But then again, he had considerable confidence in Robert's skills. As he was pulling into his apartment complex, his new phone buzzed. He parked and pulled it out. His brother's response matched the length of the original message. He hurried to his apartment and, using a pad of paper and a pencil, was able to decode the message in about 30 minutes. His brother had come up with the code when they were boys. He had based it on the concept of a one-time pad key he had read about, but one that could be reused. It really was unbreakable, because it was similar to a substitution cipher but based on a story that Robert Puller had created and then taught, word for word, to his younger brother over and over, until even all these years later Puller could remember it in detail. If one didn't know the story, one couldn't break the code. And the only ones who knew the original story were the two Pullers. Puller had told his brother of the results of their meeting with Reynolds, and then Carter and Sullivan, and also the facts of Reynolds' financial history. Robert's decoded message was succinct. She covered her tracks well. Find out what you can on the death of her husband. The fact that he was an FBI agent is intriguing. She never mentioned that to me, or anyone else I knew that knew her. The more that I understand her hostility to me, the more likely it is that she was the one Niles Robinson was alluding to on the phone call I had with him. But jealousy could not be the primary motivation. It was to replace me with Tim Daughtry. So you need to investigate him in greater detail. Everything about his career that you can uncover, John. And I mean everything. However, the last part of his brother's message was the most surprising and intriguing. Reynolds being part of the START verification team is also of importance. She told me that when we met, but I didn't focus on it then. But you mentioning her relaying that to you when you saw the photo in her office brought it back to my mind. Find out what you can about that, because it may very well tie into her present assignment. And that may well be the brass ring we've been looking for. Puller stared down at this part of the message for another moment or two before deleting it all. He could see what his brother might be getting at. If Reynolds was a spy, then spies didn't just spy on one thing over the years. They went where the most was to be gained by their treachery. But it couldn't be just Reynolds. There had to be someone else who had an ocean of juice. And there could only be a few at that level. And one of them might be Donovan Carter. The head of DTRA could have listened to them last night during the nightcap just to learn what they knew. He could have told Reynolds everything, so that she would be fully prepared for them today. And while her financial picture seemed perfectly logical and would have normally convinced Puller, he knew the woman was a liar. He wrote his brother a short message and pocketed the phone. He had a lot of work to do, and he better get to it. Starting with the late Brigadier General Tim Daughtry. After numerous phone calls, internet searches, and a quick trip to Bolling Air Force Base in D.C., Puller had accumulated a great deal of material on the dead man. He sifted through this information while sitting in the W's hotel lobby. He had still not heard from Knox, but expected to at any time. He figured he would meet up with her at the hotel. Daughtry's career had proceeded along a tried-and-true formula of nose to the grindstone, checking off all the boxes for continued promotion, and going to where he needed to go and doing what he needed to do at each of those stops in his relentless chase for the shoulder stars. In that regard, he was like many men and women who had done the very same thing over the years. His strengths and experiences, however, had not been in the battlefield, but rather in technology, which might be the battlefield of the future. At least that's what everyone at the Pentagon seemed to be saying. The general consensus was that Daughtry was well-liked, and his death had been a huge loss to the country's defenses. Puller collected all these facts and then sent them in a coded message to his brother. He next turned to the issue of Reynolds' dead FBI agent husband. He found some old news clippings on the internet. Adam Reynolds had been an agent in the Washington, D.C. field office. He was only in his early 30s when he was hit and killed by a car near his home. Puller had a contact at the Bureau and made a call to that person, who remembered the case and had actually worked briefly with Adam Reynolds many years before. Reynolds had been one of the few FBI agents ever killed, although it had not been in the line of duty. He was walking back from a coffee shop in a strip mall near his house, said the agent. How do you know that? If I remember correctly, they found the coffee cup about 10 feet from his body, and someone from the coffee shop remembered him coming in. Where was this exactly? Asked Puller. In Burke, Virginia. His wife said he walked there all the time. Adam liked his coffee, like most of us. Was his wife home at the time? No, I don't believe so. No, that's right. She was out of the country. She worked for Uncle Sam, too. Don't remember where. But they had young kids back then. Who was with them? I'm not sure about that. They might have been old enough to stay by themselves for a few minutes. You know, things were different back then. You could leave your kids for a bit without people screaming at you or seeing it posted on Facebook. And they never found the driver. Never did. It was pretty late at night. Where he got hit, there were no houses, so no one saw anything. Do you think he was targeted? That it was work-related? We always think that initially. But the official conclusion was that it was probably some drunk who hit him and then took off. Damn shame, because Adam was a good guy. Good marriage? Everything okay on that end? As far as I know. But we weren't best friends or anything. I'd met his wife a few times, seemed like a nice sort. She was gone a lot, according to Adam. Why do you ask? No reason. Just groping around for a few leads on something. Something to do with Adam's death, after all these years? It might tie into something I've got going on. I suppose you don't know where their kids are. I think her son is a lawyer. He is, with the Bureau, actually. I guess he wanted to follow in his dad's footsteps, at least partly. You got contact info for him? I can look it up right now. I'll give it to you on the condition that one day you tell me what the hell this is all about, Puller. I promise I will. And thanks. Puller wrote down the information and clicked off. He called Dan Reynolds, who was in the FBI's D.C. office. When Puller explained who he was and what he wanted to talk about, he expected the young man to either ask a lot of questions or hang up on him. But instead, Reynolds said, "In about 20 minutes, I can meet you at the Dunkin' Donuts around the corner from WFO." Surprised by this, Puller quickly agreed and headed to his car. On the way to the parking garage, he texted Knox about this development. The Dunkin' Donuts was fairly busy when Puller got there, but he had no problem spotting Dan Reynolds, for the young man had taken after his mother in height and looks. Puller introduced himself, and they bought their coffees and headed outside to sit at a small table on the sidewalk. Dan Reynolds, in addition to inheriting his mother's good looks and height, had her penetrating gaze. He took a sip of coffee and stared at a car passing by. So why is an Army CID agent looking into my father's death after all these years later? He wasn't in the military. You might be connected to another case of a military nature, Puller answered. Mind telling me which one? Puller mulled this over. A former colleague of your mother was murdered at Union Station. Niles Robinson, said Dan. That's right. And that's the case? But Robinson wasn't in the military either. No, but he was a witness in a case involving a military member. Dan turned his gaze directly to Puller. And how could that be connected to my father's death? I have no idea. That's why I'm poking around trying to find a lead. He paused and then added in a casual tone, I suppose I could talk to your mother. Dan made a cutting motion in the air with his hand. I wouldn't bother with her if I were you. Why not? She works in that area. At DTRA. But you'll learn nothing from her. I don't understand. It was her husband. Yeah, it was her husband. How about that? Puller leaned forward. I really need to understand what you're saying here. Dan had looked away again at the passing cars. I was 11 when Dad was killed. My sister was 9. Must have been tough. It was hell. My dad left to walk to the store and he never came back. His favorite coffee shop. Dan looked at him. No. He went to the store to get some things. But they found a coffee cup from his favorite shop near the body. At least that's what I was told. I didn't know that. I knew he went to the store. He usually didn't leave me and my sister alone like that. But she'd called. Who had called? My mother. And told him what? To get some things from the store. Stuff she said we needed. At least that's what my dad said. He wasn't happy about it because, like I said, he didn't like to leave us. But she had that way about her. What way? To get what she wanted. My dad was a tough FBI agent. But around her, well, he just seemed to shrink to nothing. I think he was afraid of her. I understand that she's a fine shot. Dan looked disgusted. Her guns. She's so proud of her guns. Loved them more than she loved us. I went in and messed up her trophy room when I was 7. Threw her hardware all over the damn place. I just wanted to get her attention. I thought she was going to beat me to death. It was lucky that Dad was there. She sounds unbalanced. It's a wonder she could pass a polygraph and get her security clearances. Jekyll and Hyde, Agent Puller. She could walk the walk and talk the talk when she wanted to. What went on inside our house was a totally different story. But you'll never find a finer actress. Meryl Streep has nothing on my mother. Puller ran through some possible questions and angles in his mind before saying, Your dad could have taken you to the store with him that night. No, my sister had broken her leg that summer and she was in a cast. In fact, she was already asleep when my mom called. He would never have left her alone. I stayed to watch her. Where was your mom? Overseas somewhere, Eastern Europe maybe? Well, if it was night where you lived on the East Coast, it would be very early morning over there. I guess so. But she called. I heard the phone ring. I talked to her for a minute or so. And then your dad went out. Yeah. If he wanted to hurry because you two would be alone, why not just drive? The car wouldn't start. He came back into the house mad as hell about that. So he just grabbed his jacket and went on foot. It wasn't that far. And you only had the one car. My mother's was at her workplace. She always left it there when she was overseas. So he was on his way back because they found the coffee cup, but they didn't find any of the stuff from the store. How do you explain that? I don't know. It was a hit and run. At least that's what we were told. We were kids. They didn't tell us much. Look, if I'm wrong on this, please say so. It's just the cynical investigator coming out on me. Puller hesitated, choosing his words with great care. But you seem to have doubts about this whole thing. Am I right or wrong? Dan turned to look at Puller again. If you're asking me whether I think my mother set my dad up to be killed, then yeah, I do. Puller took this revelation in slowly. That's quite an allegation. I'm a lawyer. I know it's a serious allegation. So when did you arrive at this conclusion? Surely not when you were a kid. No, it was later when I was grown. He gave a wry smile. When I became cynical, too. Okay, said Puller encouragingly. Things didn't add up. Why call in that late to go to the store to get stuff? Why couldn't it have waited? And my dad had taken the day off and driven my sister to the doctor for her leg, and the car worked fine. So why wouldn't it start later? So he'd have to walk to the store, that's what you concluded? And get hit by a car, yeah. Did you ever raise this possibility with anyone? No. Why not? My mother can be pretty intimidating for an adult, much less a little kid. And by the time I became really suspicious, what could I do? Years had gone by. The evidence was gone. There would have been no point. There was a large insurance payout. I know. Did you tell anyone about your mother's phone call that night? No one ever asked me. My mother flew home the next day. She handled everything. Meaning she kept you and your sister from talking to anyone. Pretty much, yeah. And the cops were convinced it was just a hit and run. They weren't looking beyond that. I've actually spoken to your mother. She intimated that she thought it might have been connected to one of your dad's cases. Did she tell you that she had called him that night? No. She somehow left that out. Well then, I take it you don't get along with her. No, I don't. Even if this hadn't happened with my father, my mother is not the warm, fuzzy type. She had her kids, but I don't think she had any interest in actually being a mother. I was a lot closer to my dad. And after he died, my grandmother pretty much raised us, not her. So now I have nothing to do with my mother, and she seems perfectly fine with that. Does she know you suspect her? I never mentioned it to her. She scares the shit out of me, if you want to know the truth. I think that's a good thing, actually. I meant the not mentioning part. I truly wouldn't put anything past her. If she did have a role in his death, do you think it was for the money? Dan shrugged. I would hear my dad sometimes in his little den after he'd been hitting the booze a bit. What would he say? He had really bad arguments with my mother about things. And when she wasn't around, he would go to his den and talk to himself. And say what exactly? I just caught snatches here and there, and he didn't seem to be making much sense. But it seemed he had a problem with my mother and what she was doing in her job. And do you know what that was? I know she spent a lot of time in Russia. As part of a START verification team? I think that's right, yeah. At least I found out about that later. She never talked to me about her work. Why would that bother him? She was helping to dismantle nukes. It didn't seem like he had a problem with that. I think it was more personal. Meeting someone she worked with. All I know is I heard my dad once say he'd kill the guy if he had the chance. Kill the guy? Yeah. And my dad was a pretty calm person. I don't know what he found or heard, but he was definitely pissed off about it. What does your sister think? She was closer to our mom than I ever was. She wouldn't agree with anything I've been saying. They see each other a lot. They're tight. My mom has even helped my sister out financially. Where does she live? In Gaithersburg, Maryland. She has a clothing store up there. She do well with it? She does okay. Like I said, I know Mom helps her out financially. Does that surprise you? I mean, given what you've told me about your mother. Dan shrugged. My sister won't bite the hand that feeds her, so she tells the woman what she wants to hear. But to give our mother her due, if she loves anyone, it would be my sister. Puller wrote some notes down and said, She told me about making the Olympic team in the biathlon. She said she might have won the gold. Did she tell you she didn't compete? Yeah, some sort of medical issue. Dan laughed. What's the joke? Asked Puller. I was the medical issue. Come again? She was pregnant with me. They wouldn't let her compete. Was she upset about that? She was so upset about it that she never mentioned it. I only found out from my dad. Hey, it takes two to tango. She knew what she was doing. My dad said she claimed he messed with her birth control pills. Did he? Who knows? If she wanted to win a medal in the Olympics, she knew she couldn't do it while heavily pregnant. Maybe my dad did do it. She was so controlling. Maybe he wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. And it might be one reason she never really took to me. I guess I represented her missed opportunity at glory. It may or may not have been someone's fault, Dan, but it sure as hell wasn't yours. You weren't even born. Sounds logical, but some people are not swayed by logic. They sat in silence, drinking their coffees. Pula finally said, "I'm surprised you've talked to me about all this." Dan gave a mirthless laugh. "I guess I surprised myself. But when you called out of the blue, I just thought that the truth might come out, and justice would be finally served for your father." The two men locked gazes. Dan said, "After all, it's why I joined the FBI's legal office. And I really loved my dad." "Well, I hope I can make that happen for you," Puller said. "And for my brother," he thought. He thanked Dan Reynolds and headed back to his car. Before he got there, his phone buzzed. It was Knox. "I was wondering when I was going to hear from you," he said. He listened for a bit and said, "Shirlington, huh? Okay, it was definitely worth a shot. Why don't you stay with them, and we can hook back up later?" He paused, listening, but she broke off in mid-sentence. His features grew tight. He said, "Knox? Knox?" He heard her yelling something, not at him, at someone else. When he heard her words, he started to run. The next sound he heard made Puller redouble his efforts. As he ran full out to his car, he screamed into his phone, "Knox! Veronica!" She never answered. And then the line went dead. Chapter 53. Knox had been sitting in a car she had requisitioned from INSCOM at Fort Belvoir. While she had told Puller that she needed to report in and start filling out voluminous paperwork, her real purpose was to stay behind and then follow Donovan Carter when he left the facility. He had a black town car and a driver, and Knox could see the man accompanying him. It was Blair Sullivan, the internal security man who had gotten so heated about their investigation of Susan Reynolds. As they exited out of the DTRA complex, Knox fell in behind them. They got on Interstate 95, and Knox kept a few car lengths back. They exited onto Interstate 395 and headed north toward D.C. Knox had no idea if this would lead to anything, but there was a chance, and she felt she had to take it. She had nothing to lose. They exited at Shirlington, and she followed. A few minutes later, the car pulled to a stop in front of a small outdoor mall of upscale eateries and shops. The driver parked the town car, and Carter and Sullivan went into one of the restaurants.
"Great,"
said Knox out loud to herself.
"An early dinner, just my luck. And I can't go in because unless they suddenly go blind, they're going to see me."
She backed into an open space across the street and waited. She listened to the radio and answered emails, but continually kept her gaze roaming over the street. She was drumming her fingers on the steering wheel when a white van pulled in next to where the town car was parked. A burly guy opened the passenger door and in doing so clipped the side of the town car. The window of the town car came down, and Carter's driver stuck his head out. Knox could hear him yelling at the guy. The guy yelled back. The driver got out, and the two men stood toe-to-toe, still yelling and jabbing fingers in each other's chests. Knox was hoping this was not going to escalate into something bad, because she was pretty sure the driver was armed. Her gaze drifted to a teenager rolling down the sidewalk on a skateboard. He had long curly hair, a ball cap turned backwards, and was wearing a bulky hoodie, jeans torn at the knee and thigh, and sneakers the size of small dogs with no shoelaces. He was riding low, and then he attempted a complicated jump and fell on his ass right next to the town car, disappearing from her line of sight. Knox's gaze drifted back to the two men. They were still arguing, only now Carter's man was showing his creds to the burly guy. She hoped that would put an end to the confrontation. Knox shifted back to the kid, who was rising up next to the town car. He dusted off his pants and looked sheepishly around as he gripped his board.
Not such a hot shot on the board,
thought Knox. As he dropped his board, stepped on it, and pushed off, he passed by the two men. Then he gathered speed, turned the corner in a tight curve, and was gone from her view. The burly guy climbed back into the van, still scowling and yelling, and the van reversed out of the space just as the restaurant's door opened and Carter and Sullivan emerged. His driver yelled one more thing at the van as it pulled away, honking its horn. The driver turned and saw Carter and Sullivan and hurried to open the car door for the DTRA head. Knox pulled out her phone and called Puller. He answered on the second ring. She told him what she was doing and also where she was. He replied to her information in a few succinct sentences.
Roger that, but I think that...
As if someone had pushed a secret button in her brain, Knox started to piece together what she had just seen. No, not what she had just seen. What had really just happened. She heard Puller say, "Knox, Knox?" She didn't even hear him. What she had just seen was a diversion. The guy in the van bumping the town car on purpose. A kid who wasn't a kid sailing by on a skateboard while the driver was distracted by the van guy. Then a planned fall that allowed the kid access underneath the town car out of sight of anyone. Then the kid had disappeared. As if on cue, the burly guy had given up on the confrontation and the van had raced off. She snapped back from these thoughts and saw that Sullivan and Carter were in the car. The driver started it up. Still holding the phone, Knox kicked open her car door, leapt out, and started to sprint across the street.
Get out of the car!
She screamed.
Get out of the car! There's a...
The ground moved violently under her feet. The pavement seemed to whipsaw like a snake on crack. Everything took on the elements of a world reduced to slow motion. She staggered, braced herself for what she knew was coming, and could do absolutely nothing about. Visions of Mosul came roaring vividly back to her. Sitting in an armored Humvee one second, lying far away in the dirt another second later, and having no idea how she had gotten there, not knowing whether people were alive or dead, whether she would die here too, whether her legs would ever function again. All this took a millionth of a second to pass through her mind, and that was good, because even with that, she was out of time. She had looked away at the last moment, and it was a good thing she did. Looking directly at an explosion of sufficient magnitude could blind a person, but it didn't really matter. People close enough to be blinded by such a flash didn't usually live anyway. Her last conscious thought was a surprising one to her.
Sorry, Puller. It's up to you now.
The concussive force of the explosion lifted her right out of her shoes, throwing her 20 feet through the air like a pellet from a slingshot, until she smashed against the plate glass window of a linen shop. She managed to cover her head with her hands right before impact, as her phone flew from her, landed in the street and broke apart. Knox ended up on the floor of the shop in a heap of limbs. The town car had been obliterated. What was left of the three men inside was no longer recognizable. The explosion had shattered windows up and down the street. People were lying on the sidewalks, bloodied, battered, unconscious, and some of them would never be waking up. Others were moaning, groaning, and staggering around. Some were in shock, others badly injured, and others, though unhurt, could only stare in horror at what had happened. It was like a street in Baghdad or Kabul, not an affluent area a few miles from Washington, D.C. Car alarms triggered by the blast were going off up and down the street. People were running now, some toward the blast site, others away from it. no doubt terrified that more explosions were going to take place. A police officer who had been pulling security guard duty in a jewelry shop did his best to help the injured and direct people to a safer area. Inside the linen shop, Knox was lying face down on the floor in a pile of glass shards covered with sheets and pillows that she had crashed into after cracking through the window. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was tight and shallow, and the blood was flowing down her face. In another minute, the sirens started to wail. People started to scream louder. Survivors tried to help the injured and the dying. Then there were the dead. They had come here for a meal, or to do some shopping, or run an errand, unaware that it would be the last time they would ever do any of those things. Inside the shop, Veronica Knox didn't move. The blood just continued to flow down her face. Chapter 54. When Veronica Knox opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a blindingly white light. That convinced her that she was truly dead, and that somehow, despite having committed a mortal and venal sin or two, she had ended up rather than down, ecclesiastically speaking.
It's a bloody miracle,
she thought, and she was being literal about that. The second thing she saw were transparent tubes running into her right arm. That drove the ecclesiastical element and the thought of miracles forcefully from her head. The third thing she saw was John Puller hovering over her. That brought her fully back to earth and life. She saw him breathe a sigh of relief, and then he flicked his finger against his eye as though to rub something away.
It's here,
her groggy mind thought. But no, men like John Puller did not shed tears. If they did shed anything, it would be blood, not water. She tried to sit up, but he put a big hand on her shoulder and held her right where she was. Just chill, Knox. You took a big hit. Doc says it's a miracle you're still here. She suddenly looked wildly down at her body.
Am I here? Am I all here?
He gripped her shoulder tighter to calm her. 2 arms with hands attached. The 2 fingers on your left hand are broken, hence the splints. You have 2 legs with feet attached, 1 head with brain intact, though concussed, and a lot of superficial cuts to your scalp, arms, and legs, hence the bandages. And enough blood loss that they had to give you a replacement bag.
But can I move everything?
See for yourself. She tentatively moved first her right and then her left arm, and then wiggled her fingers, even the ones with splints on them. Drawing a deep breath, she looked down at her legs. Puller saw tears cluster in her eyes and knew she was thinking back to the Middle East when her legs had not worked. He slipped the sheet up a bit, revealing her feet. He squeezed one of her toes. Feel that? She nodded. Now wiggle your toes. She swallowed, prepared herself, and did so. She felt them, saw them, and sank back on her pillow with a grateful,
"Thank you, God."
He put the sheet back over her feet. Legs are just fine, Knox. With that said, you were lucky as hell.
I remember flying through glass,
she said slowly and groggily. You picked the right store to fly into, a linen shop. You hit the glass, which was hard, but you fell into a display of comforters and very soft pillows, sort of cushioned everything.
And Carter?
She mumbled. He shook his head and said grimly, Didn't make it. Neither did Sullivan or the driver. Nothing much left of any of them.
How long have I been here?
They brought you in last evening. It's now late afternoon.
I suppose people want to question me.
They do. But I got permission to come in here and sit with you until you came around. The cops and the feds are all over the crime scene. Lots of people saw things. They got lots of statements.
But I bet they don't know what I saw.
Puller sat down in a chair next to her bed. So why don't you tell me what that was? Knox glanced at the glass door to her room and saw a police officer, a man in a suit, and a burly MP standing guard there. "They're not taking any chances with you," he said, following her gaze. "Cops, FBI, and the military." She turned back to Puller and slowly but clearly told him what she had seen. The van, the kid, everything. "So it was a deliberate setup the whole way," Puller concluded.
It appeared to be, but why target Carter?
"Well, he heads up an important part of our nation's defenses. He's a target just by virtue of that."
No, I get that. I'm just looking at the timing. Why now?
"You mean, is it connected to what we're doing?"
It could be.
He looked her over. "You up for some information sharing?" She smiled and slid her hand around his forearm.
With you here, I'm up for anything.
Puller placed his hand on top of hers. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when this happened, Knox. I should have been."
You had no way to know I was going off half-cocked on my little sleuthing trip.
"You tried to save them. Over the phone I heard you screaming for them to get out of the car." She shook her head, looked miserable, and put a hand to her face. She let out a sob. Her eyes filled with tears, and she moaned.
I didn't see it fast enough, Puller. I should have seen it faster, but I didn't.
"You did everything you possibly could. You had seconds, maybe not even seconds. No matter what you did or didn't do, Knox, they weren't going to make it. They were already dead. They just didn't know it. So while you may want to take the blame for it, please don't. It won't help you or them." She let out another sob, composed herself, rubbed her eyes dry with her sheet, and focused on him.
I guess that was the weirdest phone call you've ever gotten, huh?
Puller looked down. "When I heard the bomb detonate over your open line." She reached out and cupped his chin, drawing his gaze back to her.
I'm here, Puller. A little banged up and bloodied, but I'm not dead. Let's count that as a victory.
He smiled. "I count it as a lot more than that." Their gazes held on one another for a few more moments, and then Puller reverted to business mode. "I spoke to an FBI agent who remembered Adam Reynolds, Susan's husband."
The hit and run?
Maybe, maybe not. He went on to tell her about the rest of the conversation with the agent, and then his subsequent meeting with Susan Reynolds' son Dan. That part made Knox try to sit up again, and again Puller held her back down. "I know," he said. "I know. She really is a piece of work."
That witch gets her husband killed for some reason. Another man? That's what Adam Reynolds thought?
Apparently so, and she was working in the former Soviet Union.
Do we know exactly where?
Working on it. But it had to do with the START verification program. She told us that herself.
Nuke dismantling?
Right. And she works at the WMD Center now, Puller reminded her. Again, Knox tried to sit up, and this time he helped her, adjusting the bed control to support her.
So is that what this is all about, WMDs?
Maybe it is now. If she's a spy, then she's probably covered a lot of territory over the years. WMDs may be the latest on her checklist. But the positions she's held have given her access to lots of valuable information that our enemies would pay a pretty penny for.
And she just stares at you like you're an idiot for even hinting that she might be involved in something shady.
If she's been doing this as long as I think she has, her poker face has to be exemplary. And by the way, her financial history was conceived and hardened. I'm thinking she was seen as a high-level, long-term asset. He added, "I have to believe the $2 million insurance policy was her idea, not her husband's."
I need to get out of here, Puller. We need to get back to work.
Whoa, you need rest, and you need time to heal.
I don't have time to do either. That can wait.
No, it can't wait. She tried to get up, and he pushed her back down. On the third time, she said,
Damn it, John Puller. If I had a gun, I'd shoot your ass.
"Well, good thing you don't have a gun then." She stopped struggling, lay back, and let out a long, resigned sigh.
Okay, so when can I get the hell out of here?
I'll check with the docs, but probably within 24 hours. And after that, bed rest.
Shit.
It is what it is, Knox.
And what are you going to do in the meantime?
Follow up on all this.
Without me?
She said, stunned by the prospect. I will keep you informed of everything, I promise.
And you won't get killed?
She said this in a joking manner, but there was no humor in her look.
I almost bought it, Puller. One more step, one more second, no soft pillows at the end of the runway. I'm not here.
I know that.
No, maybe you don't know that.
She reached up and gathered a fistful of his shirt.
Don't die. Just don't.
Okay, I won't. She slowly let his shirt go and sank back breathless. I'll check in later.
Yep.
She said, not looking at him. Puller walked out. He had told Knox everything he knew. Now he had to tell someone else. His brother. No code. Face to face. Chapter 55. He did end up sending a coded message first to advise his brother that he wanted to meet. Then he did what he had done before. Drove to Quantico, swapped cars, and left via another exit. He drove the rural roads, doubling back and then doubling back again before setting off for his actual destination. His brother's pickup truck was parked in front of the same motel room door. He knocked. He saw the swish of curtains and put his hand on the butt of his M11. He said, "Bobby," and his brother answered, "The coast is clear, Junior." Deja vu. Puller closed the door behind him, crossed the room, and sat down on the edge of the bed. His brother was on the chair he'd occupied at their last meeting. "Heard the news?" asked Puller. Robert nodded. "It's all over the place. Carter's dead. And 2 other guys. Media set a bomb. Media is right. My partner Knox was there. She saw it all. She tried to prevent it, almost got killed." "What exactly did she see?" Puller gazed sternly at his brother. "I said she almost got killed, Bobby. She's in a hospital bed right now. She wanted to climb out of it, get back to work on this thing, to help try to clear you." It seemed to be an unfortunate quirk of his brother's genius that he did not always grasp the personal side of the equation. Robert looked thoroughly taken aback. "I'm sorry, John. How is she?" "She'll be okay." He went on to tell his brother what Knox had observed. "They moved fast then," said Robert, "and they had operatives who could get it done on short notice. How do you know this hasn't been planned for a long time? You met with the man this morning, and he's dead by the early evening. Could be unconnected. We have to deal in probabilities, John, and the clear probability is that the connection is there. A plus B equals C. But when you met with Carter and his sidekick, it was clear that they thought Reynolds was completely innocent. The matter was over and done in their mind. I read your notes on the conversation. They might have said that, but I don't think they believed it." "Based on what?" "For one, they played their hand too strong, John. The head of DTRA is not going to meet with you directly the morning after you had a nightcap with him. He is not going to bring in his chief internal security officer. I still happen to know Blair Sullivan. He's worked all over Stratcom. If the guy said more than 2 words to you or became emotional in any way, it was an act. That's not what he does. He could see a piano falling toward his head while he was at an outdoor cafe having lunch, and he just moved to the right and finish his sandwich. Well, why an act? Why try to deceive us? If they believe what we told them, then I don't get it. Just the act of believing does not mean they wanted to necessarily collaborate with you on this. You're not one of them. DTRA is a critical agency to this country. They would never want it to appear that they would not appropriately control their employees. And if they have a spy in their midst, that would be dirty laundry that they would most assuredly not air in public. So what would they do? Clean it up from the inside. That's why Sullivan was there. So they thought Reynolds was dirty? I can't tell you exactly what they thought, but I could tell you that for an allegation of spying, they would not have done a quick financial search the next morning and concluded everything was hunky-dory. This would take some time to complete, and they would have gone back over her entire history. She's at the WMD Center, for God's sake, John. There is no room for mistakes. And if you found out about the suspect circumstances of her husband's death, then they could too. They have a whole department of extremely bright people to work on stuff like that. Really? Well, if they were really bright people, they wouldn't have let her do what she's been doing for probably the past 20 years, would they? People have failed at their jobs on this. I would agree with you there. So why did they target Carter so fast? I would imagine at DTRA the scuttlebutt of your meeting with Carter and Sullivan reached Reynolds' ears. They told me that they had met with Reynolds and informed her of their conclusions. Then there you are. But she must have suspected what I just did, that they weren't satisfied, and that they were going to keep looking into it. So she made contact with her people. The decision was made to pull the trigger. Damn, like you said. They don't waste time. The fact that they knew of his travel schedule leads me to believe that Reynolds has spies everywhere over there. Spies everywhere at DTRA? Are you serious? Well, at least exceptionally well-placed ones, even if they're not numerous. And if you're really well-positioned, the few can accomplish what sometimes the many can't. A secretary, a clerk, a data manager. Those positions might seem relatively trivial, but they're at the heart of important information flows. I'm glad you can sit here and analyze this so calmly. There are more spies here than you would ever want to believe, John. And not just in government. The corporate side is filled with them, and many of those come from our so-called allies. They steal our secrets, use them against us, and smile at us while they're doing it. We're America, the one-ton gorilla. Everybody hates us. But what if Carter told someone of his suspicions? Wouldn't his death put a bullseye on Reynolds? Possibly. But things don't move that fast in the intelligence field. Carter was never in uniform. He's a scholar and a wonk for the most part. He killed 3 Taliban in Afghanistan to get away. Granted, but in the intervening years he's been immersed in academia, for want of a better term. Slow and sure drives the boat. He would have wanted to mull this over, gather and consider additional facts. He brought along Sullivan for his input, surely. Reynolds is at the managerial level at DTRA, with a distinguished record. You do not knee-jerk accuse someone like that without indisputable evidence. Otherwise, you're looking at a lawsuit and a huge black eye for the agency. And Carter could have lost his job. Puller shook his head in frustration. This intelligence world is beyond me, Bobby. I'm used to being able to count on people wearing the same uniform I do. Now DTRA is not focused on Reynolds. They're looking for who did this to Carter. And I doubt anyone will seriously believe she had anything to do with it. Puller rubbed his temples and said, We still don't know why Daughtry was killed. I think we can reasonably speculate that he was killed because he no longer wanted to play the game. Niles Robinson committed the same act of treachery when he came to Union Station to talk to me. They had followed him, perhaps surmised that I was on the other end of that line, and he paid the ultimate price. Okay, but how did they bring Daughtry into this in the first place? All I found out about him points to a patriot above reproach. Then we have to find a reason why he would switch sides. It might be very subtle, but obviously enough for a patriot to turn tables. Puller thought about this. He has a condo in Pentagon City. Think you can get in there? I can try. I'd like to go with you. Not going to happen, Bobby. Nothing personal. But if I get caught with you, we're both going to DB as fast as they can get us there." As Puller rose to go, Bobby said, "I am sorry about your friend. Sometimes I'm too damn analytical for my own good." Puller smiled weakly at his brother. "Don't worry about it. Comes with being a genius, I guess." "Well, that doesn't seem like a good enough reason," said Robert quietly. Chapter 56. Tim Daughtry's condo was in an upscale high-rise in Pentagon City. He wasn't married and had no kids. He seemed to be a man totally focused on his military career. It was a secure building, and Puller was stopped in the lobby by a security guard. He pulled his creds, and the man looked them over. "Still don't think I can let you up, sir. You know what happened to General Daughtry." "Yeah, it's the reason I'm here. I'm investigating his murder." The guard glanced at Puller's creds again. "But you're Army, he was Air Force." "He was involved in a multi-platform intelligence operation that cut across all branches." He paused and inclined his head toward the man. "Sensitive national security parameters," he added quietly. The guard looked anxiously toward the elevator bank. "Then maybe I shouldn't have let him up there." "Who?" Puller asked sharply. "General Daughtry's friend." "This friend have a name?" "Charles Abernathy." "And what is he doing up there?" "Getting some things?" Puller looked incredulous. "I'm not understanding this. Why let a friend up there if you're giving me a hard time?" "Well, he actually lives there sometimes. With General Daughtry." "I thought Daughtry owned the condo." "It's actually held in the name of a corporation. And Mr. Abernathy is an officer of the corporation and entitled to come and go. At least that's what my paperwork tells me. It's all authorized and everything. He's been here more than General Daughtry, actually." Puller glanced toward the elevator bank and then gazed down at the guard's nameplate. "Look, Officer Haynes, I'm not a real cop, just a rental. Call me Haney." "Okay, Haney. I'm not looking to get anybody in trouble, but an Air Force general was murdered under very suspicious circumstances. There's a friend up in his apartment doing God knows what. I'm not sure that should be allowed." Haynes was looking more and more nervous. Puller continued, "I need to get up there, see what this man is doing, and try to preserve any evidence. Have the police been here yet?" "They might have come while I wasn't here. We're supposed to write it down, but some of the guards don't give a crap. They're just collecting a paycheck. Which makes it all the more critical that I get up there. We're talking national security, Haney. This is not a game. So what are you going to do?" Haney snatched a key off a hook behind his console. "Follow me, sir." He led Puller over to the elevator bank and used his key card to engage one of the cars. He handed Puller the key. "His condo is 945. This is a master key. It'll open it right up." Puller took the key. "Thanks." "Yes, sir." Haynes gave Puller an awkward salute just before the doors closed. Puller reached the 9th floor and sped down the hall toward Daughtry's condo. He held the door key in one hand and kept his other hand on the butt of his holstered M11. He reached the door of the apartment, glanced up and down the length of the hall, and found it clear. He put his ear to the door and listened. He couldn't hear anything other than the hum of the air conditioning. He slipped the key into the lock and turned it, easing the door open as quietly as possible and drawing out his pistol at the same time. He closed the door behind him, bent low, and listened again. Nothing. He looked around. The condo was large, and the tastefulness of the decoration and how everything just seemed to go together surprised him. He didn't think a hard-charging, career-oriented general would have had the time to fill a space out like that. He moved forward, keeping low. He had thought about announcing himself, but something in his gut told him that it would not be a good idea. If this guy was in on the plot with Daughtry, he might panic and open fire like Macri had done with Knox. Puller didn't mind using his weapon, but he liked not using his weapon better, just like any soldier. He passed through the kitchen, which looked like a place where a five-star chef would feel right at home cutting up vegetables. His feet sank into thick carpet, and his eye was caught by unique pieces of art on the wall and equally imaginative sculptures resting on tables and pedestals. There were leather-bound books lining floor-to-ceiling mahogany bookcases. The furnishings looked relatively new, unless they were obviously antiques, and the finishes, wood, chrome, stone, and bronze, looked very expensive. Too expensive, maybe, for even a one-star's pocketbook. Had Daughtry done it, like Reynolds? For the money? He ducked lower when he heard the sound, training his gun's muzzle down the hallway from where the noise was coming. He scooted forward, keeping low, and at an angle to the door he was heading toward. As he approached the room, the noise took on a more distinctive quality, like a garbled transmission becoming clearer as the frequency grew stronger, and decided to do a quick peek in. It was a bedroom. His fast glance told him. And there was apparently someone in there. A second look confirmed that the room was indeed occupied. The man sat on the bed. His head was bowed. He was holding something in his hands. And the sound Puller had heard was quite clear now. The man was crying. No, actually he was sobbing. Puller eased into the room, confirmed that the man was not armed, and then holstered his pistol. "Mr. Abernathy?" he called out, his hand still on the butt of his weapon. The man jumped up so fast that what he was holding fell to the floor. Luckily, the floor was thickly carpeted, or else it might have cracked. Who are you?" Abernathy said in a quavering voice as he backed away. He was a slender man, barely 140 pounds and maybe 5'6" in his shoes. He was dressed in blue slacks, leather shoes with no socks, and a patterned shirt. His sports jacket had a pocket handkerchief that matched the shirt. A Tag Heuer watch was on his left wrist. His hair was thinning, but was professionally styled and swept back off his forehead and held there with gel. He was clean-shaven, and his light blue, intelligent eyes were streaked with red. Puller held out his creds. "I'm a military investigator. Chief Warrant Officer John Puller, United States Army 701st CID out of Quantico." The man glanced at the CID shield and the ID card, but didn't seem to really register on either. I guess you're here about Tim," he said in a hollow voice. "General Daughtry, yes. Someone killed him." "I'm aware of that." "And how do you know General Daughtry?" Abernathy wouldn't meet his eye. "We were friends. Good friends. I understand that you two co-own this condo." Abernathy looked taken aback that Puller knew this. "The guard downstairs told me. That's why he let you up here." Abernathy slowly nodded, bent down, and picked up the framed photograph he'd been holding. Puller drew closer and said, "May I?" indicating the photo. Abernathy said resignedly, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter now, does it?" Puller took the photo. It was of Daughtry, who was out of uniform, and Abernathy in a friendly embrace, their gazes on each other. They looked like a nice couple, happy, relaxed, very much into each other. Puller glanced up at him. "I take it you two were close friends?" Abernathy gave a noiseless laugh. "Let's not beat around the bush anymore, okay? I'm really done with that shit, pardon my language. We were a lot more than friends." "I see. Then you can understand why we had to keep things under the radar." "DADT isn't the law anymore, sir," said Puller, referring to don't ask, don't tell. "Isn't it?" Abernathy said skeptically. "Well, for one-stars fighting their way up the ranks, it might as well be an elephant chained around their ankles. You're in the military. You know that as well as anyone. How many generals have come out recently?" One that I can think of. An Army reservist promoted to brigadier general a couple of years ago. A woman, pointed out Abernathy. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled for her, absolutely thrilled. But I didn't see any male officers rushing to join that gay parade. No, sir. At least not yet. Maybe not ever. They're starting to come forward in professional sports, basketball, even football. If it can happen in the NFL, then you never know. The military is a different beast. I've certainly learned that lesson. So, General Daughtry and you, can you tell me about your personal life? Why? Snapped Abernathy. But he quickly calmed. I'm sorry, that was rude. It's just a very difficult time for me. I can completely understand that, sir. And what you tell me will go no further. I'm just asking because it might help my investigation. That's all. Abernathy nodded and wiped at his eyes, composed himself, and sat down in a chair. We've been together for about 10 years. 10 great years, but all in secret. We even bought this condo under the name of a corporation. We don't appear in public together. I will receive no benefits now that Tim's dead. Not that I care about that. I'm a partner in a large law practice. I've made my pile of money, far more than Tim. Hell, I paid for most of the things in this place, and did the design myself. You see, I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I wanted to be the next Ralph Lauren. But life doesn't always work out how you want it. He eyed the floor. But it's the principle of the thing, really. I have no rights whatsoever. I won't even be able to attend his burial in Arlington. No one will present me with a flag. His parents will get that, even though they've had nothing to do with him for years. I helped vet his speeches, helped him prepare for every promotion review, cooked for him and looked after him when he was sick, and just so you know, he did as much for me. We traveled together, we vacationed together, but always with a sort of Damocles over us. Meaning, we got to the places separately and left them separately. When people asked about my presence, we told them I was his old friend. He added bitterly, friggin' old friend. His laugh turned to a sob. I can see how hard that must have been, said Puller. Abernathy looked up at him. This is 2014, not 1914. It just doesn't make sense to me that other people can dictate who I can or can't openly love. It's disgraceful. Puller handed the photo back and looked around the space. Did you come up here to collect some things? Some incriminating things, you mean? Yes, I suppose I did. I never did anything to embarrass Tim while he was alive. I certainly won't do so now that he's gone. I loved him very much. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Abernathy glanced sharply at Puller. Are you closer to finding his killer? Please tell me you are. Tim was the sweetest guy. I know he wore the uniform, but he was as gentle as they come. I think it'll only be a matter of time, and I promise that I will do all I can to catch the person who killed him. He eyed Puller keenly. Thank you. I believe you will. Can you answer a few more questions for me? Like what? Abernathy asked warily. Did you at any point notice a change in General Daughtry's attitude? How so? Did he start to seem more nervous? Would he get upset more easily? Did he appear to be holding things back from you? Abernathy was nodding before Puller even finished the question. Hell, all of those things. I kept asking him what was wrong. He just wasn't himself. But he could never bring himself to tell me. At first I was terrified that he had found someone else, but that wasn't it. I would have known. He was just as affectionate. But there was a wall he'd built that I couldn't get through. I mean, I was used to his keeping secrets from me because of his work. That was normal. But this was different. Yes, his work-related secrets were par for the course. This other stuff, well, it seemed to me that they were guilty secrets, things he was ashamed of, that would not have been associated with his work. He was one of the good guys. Did he ever mention any incident that prompted this? Any names? No, not really. He did say once that there was a heavy price to be paid for keeping our secret, and that maybe that price was too high. Interesting choice of words. Do you recall roughly when this new secretiveness started? I can tell you exactly, because we had a big argument about it. He had been reassigned to Stratcom. A command component of it, anyway, I think they call it. ISR, supplied Puller. Right, that's exactly right, ISR. It was over at Bowling Air Force Base in Anacostia. So, at least the assignment was local. Before that, he'd been stationed in Louisiana, and before that in North Dakota, where the nearest town had fewer people than live in this condo building. So, what was the argument about? Well, he had always told me he wanted to go in a different career direction in the Air Force. I thought he had decided to turn this offer down and accept another that he was up for. Tim was a super bright guy. Lots of folks wanted him in their command. But he changed his mind. To tell the truth, I think someone changed it for him. So off he went to this new place. So this was about 2 years ago. A little over, but that's right. Did he ever mention a soldier that he was, in essence, replacing in that job? No, he never did. I do know that he hated being at ISR. He traveled a lot. He was meeting with people in out-of-the-way places. He told you this. Yes, he never gave me any content or context, but it was like he had this powerful need to just, well, confide something in someone. Did he say anything else? Yes, he did. Something strange, given all he had done up to that point. Puller waited expectantly. Abernathy said, "He told me recently that he wanted to get out of the military." Did he say why? He said it had gotten too complicated and that he didn't enjoy what he was doing anymore. Did he give a reason for this sudden unhappiness at work? Asked Puller. No, he didn't. When I asked for specifics, he changed the subject. After giving Abernathy his card and asking him to call if he remembered anything else that he thought was relevant, he said his goodbyes and left Abernathy holding the photo of the man he had loved in life and was now mourning in death. As Puller rode the elevator back down, he finally knew how they had gotten Tim Dotrey to turn traitor. Chapter 57. After leaving Abernathy, Puller took a minute to compose a coded email to his brother, telling him what he had found out from the bereaved lawyer. Dotrey was gay, and they had used that to blackmail the man into betraying his country. And maybe they had killed him because he had refused to do so anymore. He might have even threatened to turn them in. That would certainly have warranted a bullet to the head. They seemed to have no problem killing anyone at any time, for any reason. His brother's coded response came swiftly. Puller had to smile grimly when he read it. We have to get these assholes. Every single one of them. Agreed, Bobby, agreed. But how? As he was driving along, he checked his watch. It was after visitors' hours, but he was confident they would make an exception. He stopped by a Smash Burger and bought 2 burgers with the works, 2 large fries, and 2 fountain cokes containing enough soda to fill a bathtub. After getting the okay from the guard stationed outside her door, Puller opened the door a crack and peered in. Knox was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She still had a tube in her arm, and she was still hooked up to a monitor. He read her vitals, and all looked good. He walked over to her bed and sat down in the chair set next to it. Knox, he said quietly. She slowly opened her eyes.
Do I smell food, Puller?
Wow, that's good, Knox. Were you a bloodhound in an earlier life?
The food here, they call it food anyway, sucks.
It's a hospital. If the food were good, you'd want to stay, and that just wouldn't work, would it? He pulled out the burgers and fries and set everything up on the meal table that he rolled over to her. Finally, he powered the bed so that Knox rose up to a seated position. She looked at the burger and fries and then gave him a skeptical look. He said a little guiltily, "I know it's not your usual healthy stuff, nuts and twigs and non-fat cottage cheese, but I thought that—"
I love you.
"What?" he said, startled.
Come over here so I can hug you.
He did so, and she embraced him for a few seconds, pushing her face into his chest. When they pulled apart, she said,
When I rode crew, I ate stuff like this all the time. It's only when I got older that I realized I couldn't keep doing it unless I wanted to weigh 300 pounds.
"Nice of you to share that little secret." She took a huge bite of burger and a long gulp of the Coke and said,
You're like a knight in shining armor come to save me from a tower filled with limp noodles and stuff here they call meat, but tastes like aluminum foil spray-painted brown.
"I'm not sure how shiny my armor is." She took another mouthful of burger and then stuffed some fries in after it. She still managed to mumble,
God, so good.
"You might have to run 10 miles and do 2 insanity routines to work this sucker off."
It'll be worth it.
She wiped her mouth with a napkin and watched him take a bite of his burger.
Did you just come to feed me, or do you have something else?
"I have a lot." He looked around the room. She followed his gaze.
Problem?
"There might be more than 4 ears in here," he murmured. She sat back, ate another fry, then leaned over, opened the drawer of the nightstand, pulled out a pad of paper and a pen, and handed them to him.
You can swallow it after you show it to me,
she said in a low voice. He wrote it all down and handed it to her. She read it all, her eyebrows hiking at several spots. She handed him the paper, and he crumpled it up and put it in his pocket. "I'll swallow it later, after I finish my meal. But until then..." He pulled out his phone, dialed up his music library, and queued up a song. The music wafted through the room as Puller drew closer and looked at Knox. If they were being eavesdropped on, it would be very difficult to do so now.
Damn, Puller. Daughtry. Poor guy, I never imagined.
Yeah. So we have the motive.
Like Niles Robinson, no winner no matter what you did.
But not Reynolds.
No, she made her choice for reasons that all benefited her.
So they eliminated Daughtry because he probably was no longer willing to do what they wanted. And he wanted out of the military. They couldn't allow that.
That's the way I see it.
She sat back against her pillow and looked anxious. "What?" he asked.
Promise you won't get really mad at me?
Puller looked taken aback by this question, and he was. But then his features softened. "You almost died in an explosion. How mad could I get?"
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
"Okay, I promise I won't get mad."
I think I know why your brother was targeted, and the timing of it, too.
Now Puller looked dumbstruck. She eyed him nervously.
Are you starting to rethink your promise about not getting mad?
"Just tell me, Knox."
We received a warning about your brother.
Puller gazed at her stonily. "You received a warning about my brother?"
Yes.
"Who is we?"
Inscom?
"And who was the warning from?"
We don't know. It was anonymous.
Puller took a deep breath. He was clearly close to losing it. Knox seemed to realize this because she sank back into her bed like she was trying to disappear. "What exactly did the warning say?" Puller asked, his voice tense but under control.
That Robert Puller had been framed and that the DOD should take another long, hard look at it.
When exactly was this?
About 4 months ago. That's what I meant about the timing.
Now Puller did lose it. 4 months? And you're just telling me about this? What the hell is wrong with you, Knox? He turned away, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Not the time or place for that. I'm sorry." She put a hand on his shoulder and tugged slightly.
Look at me, Puller, please.
He turned back around to stare at her. She was trembling, and in the bed she looked small and helpless.
I deserve anything you want to say, Puller. You can yell and curse and even punch me if you want. It's okay.
I'm not going to do any of those things, Knox. Not now.
I should have told you before now, I know that, but I didn't. Seems like it's a sickness with me. I can't tell people the truth.
She said this last part in a small voice. Her features were full of disbelief, perhaps that she had made such an admission, to him, to herself. Puller sat back, nodding thoughtfully. Let's forget about the timing of what you told me and focus on what you told me. 4 months? It would have taken that long to prep the hit on him. Question is, how did they find out you guys were going to take another look at Bobby? Knox looked deeply troubled.
The simple answer is we have a mole in Inscom, which is astonishing. Remember, I alluded to that before.
He eyed her appraisingly. So that's why you were brought on this case? Not just to keep an eye on me?
Yes.
Would have been nice to know before now. Her face flushed and her lips trembled.
I should have told you that too, Puller. I know you were spinning your wheels trying to figure out the catalyst for all this, and I just sat back and said nothing.
I'm not happy about it, Knox. But that's water under the bridge. Knox looked relieved by this. He continued. And maybe we know the anonymous source now.
Who?
Niles Robinson.
Why?
He gazed steadily at her. I have my secrets, too. She looked put out by this, but because of what she had withheld, it wasn't as though she could press the point. Puller was thinking that must have been what Robinson had been referencing when he told Bobby that he had tried to make it right. He apparently had tried to make it right by contacting Inscom, albeit anonymously. Any idea who your mole might be?
Not a clue, but it's really hampered everything we do. We're not sure who we can bring in on something.
I can see that.
And we never even thought they would plan to kill your brother at DB. If we had any inkling of that, we would have taken steps to ensure his safety.
I believe you.
In fact, it was that attack that made us realize we had a problem in our own ranks. The leak had to come from our side.
She fingered her last fry, looking uncomfortable.
So do you bring all the girls' meals like this?
I haven't been associated with that many girls.
That's pretty hard to believe.
Okay. Only the ladies in hospital beds for bomb-related injuries get this kind of special treatment. That brought a brief smile to her lips. She popped her last fry into her mouth.
I am sorry I didn't tell you.
In your heart, you're a spy, plain and simple. And they just can't let it all hang out. Now finish your burger, but hands off my fries, he added, when he saw her greedily eye his untouched pile. Chapter 58. Robert Puller was sitting in his pickup watching her. The Kansas plates had seemed to stick out here, so he had replaced them with D.C. plates he'd lifted from a car sitting in a D.C. impoundment lot. Susan Reynolds was eating dinner at a table in the front window of a restaurant on trendy H Street. She looked like she didn't have a care in the world, but looks could be deceiving. And he wasn't going to underestimate the woman, not again. He had gone back through her professional history multiple times, focusing on parts he had skimmed before. He had taken all of this and built it into a new mosaic, which had presented some interesting possibilities. She was dressed to entice tonight. That was clear to see. The skirt was knee-length but tight, and the starched white shirt with the 2 top buttons undone was suggestively revealing. The shoes were long spikes, and the stockings had seams down the backs. He sank lower in the driver's seat as a D.C. patrol car sailed past. He knew cops everywhere now would be alerted to his possible presence in the metro area. He had picked up his tail on Reynolds at her home and followed her here. He didn't recognize the man she was with, but he was dressed like a lawyer or lobbyist, which meant he was dressed expensively. Puller had gotten a look at him when he drove up shortly after Reynolds arrived. He had arrived in an Aston Martin. So there was money there, if nothing else. As he watched, she laughed at something the man said. It must be nice to be able to still find amusement in life when your boss just got blown to dust. Puller could imagine that the rest of DTRA must be mourning their slain chief and Blair Sullivan and the driver, 3 innocent men who would not get to live one day longer. But not Reynolds. She just trucked on with not one blemish on her, not 1 ounce of remorse. Puller knew that Reynolds had had some part to play in the bombing. He just didn't know how or exactly why. His brother had told him that Sullivan had gone off on him and defended Reynolds. And Donovan Carter had agreed with his internal security chief's position, but not necessarily his tone. So if Reynolds was off the hook, why kill them? His brother had wanted to know. But Carter had suspected Reynolds. And so had Sullivan. Of that, Puller was certain. And Reynolds must have realized this, or discovered it somehow, and their deaths had swiftly followed. His brother was a superb soldier and a crackerjack investigator, but he was both an honorable and an honest man. And while he could sniff out when suspects were lying, the intelligence world was a different paradigm altogether. People in that world didn't lie simply to conceal things. They lied for a living. And when you did something over and over, you tended to get really adept at it. At least the ones who stuck with it did. The others were either drummed out of the field or perished within it. That was what was so perplexing about Reynolds. His brother had been convinced she was lying. And when he had questioned her with a gun to her head, Robert Puller had felt the same way. And she had been lying. She had also been telling the truth about one crucial fact, but had tried to fashion it as a very clever lie. She saw the mirror I was using. She knew I was watching her face. She faked me out. Or at least she tried to. He could see that now, and that truth was worrying him greatly. He viewed Reynolds and her guest with his binoculars. There was definitely something familiar about the man. With the camera he had purchased, Puller took a long-range photo of him. He downloaded the image to his laptop and then ran the picture through the same databases he had used to check the image of the man he had killed in his prison cell. Yet unlike that image, Puller got a hit on this search. Malcolm Aust. Now he connected the name with the face. Of course, he was neither a lawyer nor a lobbyist. He was a chief UN weapons inspector from Germany, greatly respected across the world for both his knowledge and his courage. Though Puller knew something of the man, he quickly read through Aust's bio. He had been in his position for over 25 years and had traveled to pretty much every hot spot on the globe. He was held in high esteem and had also written scholarly papers and appeared often on news programs. He was cultured, spoke several languages, and was rich, thanks to his status as heir to a fragrance fortune. Thus, the Aston Martin didn't trouble Puller. But something else did. Why would Reynolds be meeting with him? Despite her employment at the WMD Center and many accomplishments, she was not at the level where she would be having a dinner meeting with someone of Aust's stature. Their types of professional circles were tightly controlled by those within the field. They adhered to strict pecking orders, like any good hierarchy. The various status levels simply did not associate with each other. Aust might sit down with secretaries of state or chairmen of congressional committees. He might hobnob with generals and admirals and key CEOs or even heads of state. But Reynolds was none of those things. And yet Aust looked quite engaged with the woman, and Puller started to wonder if it was simply personal on his part. Reynolds, despite what he believed she had done, was very attractive and smart, and held an important position in a field that mirrored Aust's own interests. As he watched, they clinked glasses, and Reynolds leaned across the table and gave him a peck on the cheek. The look on the man's face, which Puller could see through his optics, made it clear that Aust wanted far more than a brush of the lady's ruby-red lips against his skin. This might get interesting. It was then that he glanced in the truck's side mirror and saw the man. He was about 4 car lengths back and casually smoking a cigarette while leaning against the building. He had looked away, only not in time. The watcher is being watched. I've been made. But I don't think they realize that I know that. At least not yet. Puller sat there glancing in the rearview mirror from time to time to check the man's movements. Then he gazed around to see if others were back there. There were many cars parked along the street. It could be any one of them. And then he saw a flash of light in a black Mercedes 3 cars back and on the other side of the road. A camera flash. Someone had just snapped a photo of him and his truck. He slipped his phone out and thumbed in a coded text to his brother. It was short, but packed with information. He needed John Puller's help, and he needed it now. He looked across the street to the restaurant. Oust was no longer at the table, but Reynolds was still there. She was on her phone. She nodded several times, spoke into the phone, then put it away. She swept her hand through her hair, and in doing so glanced outside. The tactic was done well, and if Puller hadn't discovered that he was being watched, he would probably have associated nothing unusual with it. But as she looked out the window, her gaze had flickered across him. Just a flicker, but it was enough. How they could have gotten onto him was inexplicable. Even his own brother had not recognized him. The headlamps of the big Mercedes burst to life as the engine was started. Puller glanced in the rear view again and saw the man who'd been watching him climb into a cold black SUV. It too started up. Puller looked ahead of him. There was a stoplight at the next intersection. At this late hour, traffic was light, which was both good and bad for him. His hand slipped to his ignition key right as his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. His brother had texted him back. Like the cavalry, John Puller was on his way, but it might not be in time. However, Robert had an idea. His fingers flew over his phone. He was sending a downloaded program together with some additional data to his brother, all linked together. He hoped it worked. Otherwise, he was dead. Finished with that, Robert Puller counted to 3, watching the lights up ahead, and then turned the ignition key. The truck started up. He shifted into gear. The Mercedes shot out of its parking spot, but he gunned the truck engine and laid down some tread, beating the German-made car to the open lane. He raced ahead, glancing to his right as he did. Reynolds was still in her seat and staring dead at him as he sped by. And then she was gone as the truck blew through the intersection. The light turned red, just as he had planned. Only the Mercedes made it through, simply because it didn't stop. The SUV was blocked by traffic coming from both the left and right, but the driver used his vehicle like a battering ram and broke through the obstruction. Now, the chase was on. Chapter 59. John Puller kept his regular phone in his right front pocket and his burn phone in the left pocket. He was sitting at Knox's bedside when the burn phone started to vibrate. He slid it out and looked at the message. It was short enough that he decoded it quickly. He was on his feet before he had finished reading it. Knox looked up at him.
What is it?
Gotta go. He was at the door.
Puller?
You can have my fries. Then he was gone. Knox stared after him for a few seconds and then pulled off the line running into her arm, leapt out of bed, rushed to the closet, grabbed the bag with her bloody clothes in it, and started to get dressed as the monitor alarm began to wail. Puller was on a dead run to his car. He jumped in, started the engine, and slammed the Malibu into drive. He fishtailed, going out of the hospital parking lot, and hit the surface road. His brother had given him his last position, but it would still take a miracle to find him. And by then, it could well be too late. No, that wasn't an option. He hadn't been there for Knox, but he was going to be there for his brother. His phone buzzed again. He held it in front of him as he drove. He gaped at the screen. There was a map on there with a dot, a moving dot. Somehow his brother had sent him a real-time tracking link through the burn phone. He quickly saw where the dot was located, hit a right and then a left, accelerated up the entrance ramp to the interstate and gunned it. He flew past traffic, heading due east. He raced over the Roosevelt Bridge and into D.C. He had 3 choices of direction coming up. As he sped along, he eyed the map. Bobby was heading west, which meant he was coming Puller's way. But he was also heading north, which meant he was also moving away. Puller looked ahead. There was a cop car in the far left lane, and Puller was blowing way past the speed limit. Roadwork was backing up traffic in the center heading onto Constitution Avenue. Puller veered all the way to the right, getting waves of honks from other cars, and fought his way to the exit lane leading to Independence Avenue. He blew through the next several intersections as his eye continued to follow the dot. Then an idea occurred to him. He thumbed in a 2-word text. Go south. A few seconds later, he saw the dot turn. He watched its progress as he raced through intersection after intersection, running lights and blasting past cars with inches to spare. If a cop took up the chase, so much the better, but he didn't see a single patrol car. He made a quick calculation and next thumbed in east. The dot turned yet again. Puller matched the turn, but went right to his brother's left. He edged over 2 more streets and checked the dot. He thumbed in another text. Next left. The dot moved in that direction. Puller looked up ahead as the pickup truck, tires smoking, catapulted onto the street and headed toward him. Puller put the phone down and looked behind his brother's vehicle. Message time was over. It was now execution time. There were 2 bogey cars. His brother had described them in the first text. Black Mercedes S550 and a black Escalade. The Escalade's front end was battered. He didn't know from what. The Mercedes was right on the truck's bumper and looking for an opening to come up alongside. There was no way on a straightaway that the truck could hold it off. Puller was racing right at this tight group, barely seconds away. He thumbed in 1 more text. Gun it. The truck leapt ahead, providing a small gap between it and the Benz. Puller checked his seatbelt, noted the airbag sign on the dash, took a deep breath, and pushed the accelerator to the floor. He hoped the Army had enough insurance on this sucker, and he knew he would spend the rest of his life filling out forms. But better that than attending his brother's funeral. He passed Bobby on his left and cut the wheel hard into the gap. His tires screeching, the G-force ramming him against the side of the car, he flashed directly behind the S550. His left front fender clipped the left rear fender of the other car. He had timed it perfectly, and the Mercedes did a 360. As Puller sped past, he could see the shocked faces of the men in the S550. The Mercedes came out of a spin completely out of control, went airborne, and sailed into a sturdy tree on the sidewalk. The metal gave, the wood did not, and the S550 was down for the count. The Escalade avoided this melee by falling back. Now it shot forward like a shark after a seal. Puller had gone up on the opposite sidewalk and clipped a parked car. He cut his wheel to the left and shot through a gap in the line of parked cars, slamming back onto the street. His brother was up ahead and getting farther out of sight, but the Escalade was now right behind Puller and closing fast. The driver of the SUV gunned his ride, and the bumper of the Escalade rammed into the rear of the Malibu, crumpling it. Puller fishtailed briefly and then regained control. He looked up ahead. His brother was slowing down. Puller cursed, flicked his headlights, and honked his horn in a precise manner. The truck sped up again. Good old Morse code, Puller thought. He had just spelled out G-O. His positive feeling was short-lived as the SUV hit him again and then pulled up beside his car. He knew what was coming next. The windows of the SUV slid down. Gun muzzles appeared at the openings. He already had his M11 out. He hit the window switch for the passenger side. As it came down, he fired directly at the driver's window. The window glass didn't break. Polycarbonate. Great. Unfortunately, his windows were not bulletproof. An instant before they fired, he slammed on the brakes, smoking his wheels, and the SUV flew past him. The guns roared, and a line of parked cars was suddenly full of bullet holes, hissing radiators, flattening tires, and the sounds of car alarms screaming. Puller looked around for a cop, but again saw not a single one. He expected to hear sirens in the air, but all he heard was his heart hammering in his ears. What? Were they all on a break? Was the president out and about in his motorcade and the cops were clearing the streets for the man? Cars in the lanes ahead had seen what was coming and had pulled off the road, horns blaring. He cut the wheel to the right and slid in behind the SUV. They couldn't fire through the glass in the rear of the SUV, but they might fire out through the side windows. He gauged the height of his hood and that of the SUV's bumper. Well, he was about to find out if his math was good or not. He rammed down the gas and the Malibu surged ahead, hit the SUV's bumper and stuck there. He kept his foot on the gas and the hood of the Malibu crumpled and then slid downward and under the SUV's bumper. He kept the gas flat to the floor. The gun muzzles reappeared at the side windows, pointing backward. Puller dropped sideways in his seat as his windshield exploded, covering him with shards of glass. But because the two vehicles were now coupled, he didn't really need to see to drive. The SUV was steering for him. He was just providing the horsepower. He waited for their fire to subside and then popped back up and hit the gas harder. The Malibu slid farther under the rear bumper. 1 inch, 2 inches. His hood was crumpling badly. His front bumper was but a memory back in the road. But now what he had wanted to happen did. The Malibu's engine chassis, far stronger than the car's hide, started to bear the weight of the SUV's rear. And then the back wheels of the SUV began to rise slightly. He didn't need them to be completely off the road, just not hugging it. Then the SUV's rear window started to open. That could only mean one thing. They were getting ready to fire again, and the driver was making sure they would get a direct sight line this time. Well, we can't have that, thought Puller. He whipped the wheel of the Malibu back and forth and had to grin when the two unbuckled gunmen who were trying to take aim at him through the rear opening collided with each other like pinballs. He cut the wheel twice more and their heads thunked together. One of them fell over. The other dropped his weapon and clutched his head, cursing. The driver of the SUV undoubtedly could sense what Puller was doing, because he heard the SUV's engine slow, and he felt the truck decelerate. The only problem with that was that Puller was running the show now, not the other vehicle. He kept the gas pedal jammed to the floor mat, and the SUV was propelled along by the Malibu's motion. Puller eyed what was coming up and gauged the trajectory. He counted off the seconds in his head, hoping that his brother had long since turned off this road and was gone for good. He couldn't see around the SUV to check. He stopped counting at 10, said a silent prayer, and then ripped the wheel to the right. The Malibu's front broke free from the SUV's rear. The truck's nose went hard to the left. When its back wheels finally touched down, they caught right in the middle of the cut. Neither the driver nor the truck was apparently ready for this wild mix of gravitational and centrifugal forces. The SUV corkscrewed, hit the curb, then a parked car, and then a steel bench anchored to the pavement. And finally, for an exclamation point, it flipped. It landed on its top, which caved in, and then rolled, which crushed the driver's side. It came to a stop on its side after colliding with the corner of a brick and masonry townhouse. Puller kept rolling and never looked back. He turned left up ahead, then right, and then checked his dot. His brother was up ahead, 2 streets over and going fast. Eschewing any more texts, Puller called him. "You okay?" his brother said anxiously. "Both bogies gone, and I'm in one piece, although my car's trashed. You?" "They made me somehow, John. I have no idea how. I was watching Reynolds eating dinner, and then I was suddenly surrounded." "Kansas plates?" "Couldn't be. I switched them out." "They couldn't have recognized you." "No. When I went to her house, Reynolds never saw me." Then it hit Puller. Her house. Bobby, she has a pretty intricate security system. You think she has exterior video cameras? Shit, that must be it. I didn't see any, but I didn't check that closely either. She could have seen the images and known what I look like now. I didn't put my ski mask on until I got to the front door, and I took it off when I left. And a surveillance camera could have picked up your truck on her street. That's how they might have spotted it tonight. That was a big screw-up on my part. The lady's good. We have to give her that. He took a deep breath. It seems I'm not very good on the ground with this cloak and dagger stuff. They haven't caught you yet, and it was pretty nifty how you sent me a real-time map of where you were. Simple, actually. It was just software. Well, I never would have found you without it. I saw what you did back there. I'd be dead tonight if you hadn't shown up. Then we're only even. Did you see anything helpful tonight?" Robert told him about the dinner between Reynolds and Malcolm Oust. "So, a big cheese in the WMD world?" said Puller. "One of the biggest. I just don't know how it all fits. I can't believe Oust is part of any conspiracy." "Who the hell knows, Bobby? The only person I know I can trust is you. So what now? Find a new place to stay and text me with it. Get rid of the truck. I need transportation. I'll try to find you something. Only after I turn this wreck in, the Army might never let me check out another vehicle. I'll circle back to you as soon as I can." "They almost got us tonight," said Robert. "And don't say some shit like, 'close only counts in horseshoes.' I won't, because this ain't horseshoes. It's combat, only without a declaration of war. We need to go on the offensive instead of just reacting. When you think of a way to do that, be sure to let me know, big brother." "Yeah," said Robert glumly. "Will do, Junior." Chapter 60. With no windshield and a crushed front bumper, Puller decided it would be best to ditch the ride and figure out the paperwork later. Finally, he could hear sirens wailing and engines being gunned, and he wondered what the cops would find when they got there. Would the guys still be inside the wrecked vehicles? Were they dead? If not, would they answer questions? Would this sucker finally start to unravel? He hoofed it hard to a metro station and was about to enter the building and hop on a train when a car screeched to a stop directly next to him. His hand automatically went to his sidearm. The window came down, and what he saw truly astonished him. Knox said,
"You need a ride?"
The two stared at each other long enough for it to get uncomfortable, and also long enough for a car waiting behind her to honk its horn. He opened the door and climbed in next to her.
"Put on your seatbelt. It might get bumpy. But then again, it's been a pretty bumpy night for you already, hasn't it?"
"How did you find me? You're supposed to be in a hospital bed."
"Reach in your left pocket."
"What?"
"Just do it, Puller."
He did as she asked, and pulled out the small metal object. "When did you put the tracking device in there?" he asked curtly.
"When I hugged you for the burgers, Susan Reynolds isn't the only one good at sleight of hand."
Puller stared fixedly at her. "So you figured out how she put the DVD in my brother's pocket?"
"Just used a little magic,"
said Knox, as she pulled out of the metro station. "Should you be driving in your condition?" he asked.
"I feel fine. I'm more worried about you."
"Not sure what you're talking about."
"That was one wicked piece of driving back there. You should be proud. Take ownership of it, Puller."
He dropped the tracking device into her cup holder. "I won't be needing this anymore, and I'm sure you guys like to recycle." She ignored this and said,
"Care to tell me what went down tonight?"
Sounds like you had a front row seat.
Actually, I was in the nosebleed section. That's why I'm asking for a recap.
So do you know who the guys were in the black vehicles? She smiled, but there was no mirth behind it.
And you're asking me this why? I was just a spectator.
Just thought you might have an educated guess, being a spy and all. This is more your turf than mine.
Who were you protecting tonight, Puller?
Not sure what you mean.
You get a text, tear out of my hospital room without telling me where you're going or even touching your delicious fries, and the next thing I know, you're playing monster truck derby in the middle of D.C.
She pulled to the curb and put the car in park. Turning to him, she added,
Must have been a really important reason, or more specifically, person.
I'm not sure what you want me to say, Knox.
You're all about the truth, Puller. You preach that all the time. You take me to gravestones of long-dead custers to make your point. You pound it into my head. You throw it in my face. You make me feel like shit for holding back from you. So do I take your position to mean that that standard only cuts one way? And when you told me you never lied to me, and never would, what was that? Having a little fun at the spy lady's expense, you son of a bitch?
She ended this tirade by clocking him in the jaw with her left fist, broken fingers and all. The blow stung because she was strong and knew how to throw a punch, but he didn't feel much of it. Her words were hurting him a lot more. She rubbed her damaged fingers, and he brushed his hand against his chin, and then looked out the window.
If you don't talk, we don't get anywhere.
Not sure I can do much talking on this one, Knox. Not sure at all. As he said this, his gut felt like someone had filled it with dry ice.
I'm afraid that's not going to cut it, Puller. There's way too much at stake.
He looked over at her. She was holding her phone, her fingers poised over the send key. Who are you calling?
Well, I've got lots of people on speed dial, Puller, and you'd know the names of all of them. You see them in the newspapers and on the news shows. They're the kind that hold news conferences and set policy and move the country in new directions. They keep us safe and they attack our enemies, and they will have no problem stripping off your medals and ribbons and uniform and locking your ass up for the next millennium if the person in the truck back there was who I think it was.
And who do you think it was?
Are you doing this to annoy me? If so, don't bother. I don't believe I could be any more pissed off at you than I am right now.
It's complicated, Knox. She laughed derisively.
Oh, really? From where I'm sitting, it's pretty simple. You came down on me for hiding evidence. Okay, fine. I deserved that. Well, now it's my turn. What's the penalty for aiding and abetting a convicted felon, Puller? You're a military cop. You ought to know that off the top of your thick head.
I get the point, Knox.
No, I don't think you do. This is not some little criminal case, Puller. This is not one bad guy out there who's selling drugs on base, or did a little adulterous dance in bed with his CO's wife, or stabbed someone because he just wanted to. This is national security. This is global. These are the highest stakes you will ever run into in your life. We could be talking about rogue WMDs.
He sighed and stared over at her. Been there, done that, Knox. Knox's superior manner disappeared.
What?
It's classified, but with all your speed dial friends, you'd have no problem finding it out. Bobby could explain it to you better than I can. Knox pursed her lips.
So it was Bobby in the truck tonight?
It was.
And how long have you known his whereabouts?
Not long.
And you realized that you had a duty to arrest him?
I did.
But you didn't.
Obviously not.
You're in a ton of trouble, Puller.
He nodded at this statement, his gaze directed over her shoulder. Understatement, actually, he said.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got a duty, too.
Then carry it out, Knox. Make the call. I'll sit here while you do it.
You're a real bastard for putting me in this situation, you know that?
Yeah, I pretty much do.
Is he filled in on everything?
Puller nodded.
Did he have anything to add to the party mix?
He did. When he said nothing else, she snapped.
Well, can I hear it too, or is it some secret brother thing?
He looked at the phone still clutched in her hand. Aren't you going to make the call? She looked at her cell phone for a long moment, as though it were a gun she was debating firing or not, before sliding it back into her pocket.
Not now. Maybe later,
she added warningly.
So fill me in.
When he was done, she said,
Malcolm Oust? He's sure it was him?
Yes. So, do you know Oust?
Not personally, no, but I certainly know of him. He's a renowned expert in WMDs. He's rooted them out all over the world, and he's one of the top UN inspectors in recent memory.
So why have dinner with Reynolds?
Your brother said Reynolds was lovey-dovey with him. Could it just be that?
Bobby doesn't think so. He said that would never be enough for Reynolds.
He's probably right about that.
So what has Oust done over the years?
He was outspoken about Saddam having no WMDs, although he was pretty much ignored. He's also done work in North Korea, Iran, Libya, and Pakistan. He also helped oversee the destruction of Assad's chemical weapons in Syria, although I doubt it was the entire stockpile.
Puller interrupted her. Did he have anything to do with START?
Of course. It was before my time, but I know about it. We had our team, the Russians had theirs, and Oust headed up an independent observation group sent out on behalf of a number of other interested countries.
To make sure the big boys played by the rules.
Yeah, and what exactly were they going to do if we didn't? I doubt France would have declared war against the U.S.
But then her expression changed.
Reynolds was part of that verification team. Do you think she could have met Oust then?
I don't know. I do know what Dan Reynolds told me.
That his dad was ticked off at some guy on the verification team.
Right. Only what if it wasn't sexual? Or at least not that alone.
Meaning Adam Reynolds might have thought his wife was a traitor back then?
And then he dies.
But Malcolm Oust is as straight as they come, Puller. He's never had a hint of scandal. And he's independently wealthy. He wouldn't be doing it for the money.
What happened with START?
Some nukes were dismantled, but things fell apart. Both the U.S. and Russia have substantial stockpiles left, and because Russia isn't as meticulous in securing nukes as we are, Moscow has the rogue WMD potential, particularly in some of the former Soviet bloc countries. Those countries don't have much money, and their ability to adequately protect their warheads is seriously in doubt, at least in the eyes of the international community.
You think Oust might be upset about that? After all, he was there observing all of it, and when it fell apart? And now we have potential for nuclear material to get into the hands of terrorists.
I guess it's possible.
Something else occurred to Puller. And if he was really ticked off that everybody ignored him when he said Iraq had no WMDs, this could be a way to get back at them.
But what would his end game be?
To maybe teach the big boys a lesson they'll never forget. Chapter 61.
You need to take me to your brother, Puller, and you need to do it now.
Is that right? He replied impassively. Knox had pulled back onto the road.
Where is he?
I don't know.
But you obviously have a way of contacting him.
I do?
Then contact him and arrange a meeting.
Why? You plan on putting the handcuffs on him?
I don't arrest people, Puller. I talk to them. I gather intelligence, not fingerprints and suspects.
Don't take this the wrong way, but how do I know I can trust you?
You can't trust me. That's sort of the point. But you also have zero options. So you either take me to him, or I make my speed dial and you go to the stockade. And I'll still find your brother. But by then I won't be nearly as nice. Am I making myself clear?
I get the gist of it, he conceded. Puller slipped out his phone and sent a coded text to his brother. I'll have to wait to hear back from him.
Yeah, well, he better not beat around the bush. And if you sent him a warning in that gibberish I just saw you type, then your military career is over.
And here I thought you liked me,
I don't like anybody that much,
replied Knox, and she clearly wasn't joking. Puller heard back from his brother 10 minutes later. He had included a warning in the text, but his brother had chosen to ignore it. The message was short and to the point. Where and when?
Tell him to meet us at my hotel room at the W, number 406, in 1 hour. That is, if he's sufficiently caught his breath from the NASCAR ride.
You think that's a wise meeting place?
I doubt anyone would be looking for your brother right down the street from the White House. Hiding in plain sight is the phrase, I think, and I assume he's changed his appearance.
Yes, he has.
Well then,
she said expectantly, lowering her gaze to his phone. Puller typed it in and sent the message off. He looked at Knox. You like calling the shots?
No, I love calling the shots. Now let's get going. I need to prepare to meet the famous, or perhaps infamous, Robert Puller, and I want to look my best.
Puller sat in a chair by the window. Knox was perched on the edge of her bed. Someone knocked on the door. Knox motioned to Puller.
Probably better if he sees your face first.
Puller rose and answered the door. His brother quickly stepped in, and Puller closed the door behind him. Robert Puller was holding his duffel. He gazed around the room before setting his eyes on Knox. She had removed the bandages and done her hair. She had also showered and changed her clothes. She had on jeans, a blouse, and calf-high boots. She didn't stand when Robert came in, nor did she extend her hand. She just gazed up at him, an inscrutable look on her face. No one seemed to want to disrupt the silence. Both Puller's faces showed the strain they were feeling. Puller knew that if Knox decided to drop the hammer, his brother would be back at the DB tonight. And Puller would probably be right there with him, and there would be nothing he could do about it. His gaze sought out Robert's, and he could tell by his brother's expression that he was thinking pretty much the same thing. It was Knox who finally broke the silence. She said to Robert,
You could get a job in the hair and makeup department at any studio in Hollywood. And I'm speaking from experience. We use some of their techniques in my line of work.
Robert said nothing to this, and Knox pointed to a chair next to the one Puller had been occupying.
Why don't you gents take a seat, and we can have a nice chat about things?
The brothers looked at each other, and then took their seats. Knox began without preamble.
I'm in military intelligence, which means I like listening a lot more than I do making speeches. But this time, I'm going to make an exception. Point 1. I should turn you both in. You have enough charges against you that it would take me 6 months to fill out the friggin' paperwork, which is a good enough reason in itself not to. But I'm very much into quid pro quo.
She settled her gaze on Robert Puller.
Point 2. Like your brother, I don't believe you're guilty. But you were convicted and sentenced, which means in the eyes of the military, you are guilty.
Robert remained silent.
So we get to point 3. The real traitors are still out there, and we have to catch them. And I plan on using you as bait to do it. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. That's the quid pro quo for me not turning you in right now.
Robert looked at his brother. Puller said, Have you really thought this through, Knox? There's a lot more that can go wrong with it than right. She looked at him incredulously.
Are you really going to lecture me on the pros and cons of risk-taking after the crap you pulled with him?
Puller shook his head. I had to do that out of necessity. You have a choice, and you need to make the right one. Meaning the right one for you. I made my bed. Don't be concerned about what's going to happen to me. You could both just turn me in, said Robert. In fact, from your perspective, that would be the best plan. You'll get a promotion, a medal, and a pay bump.
I'm not really into promotions, medals, and money,
Knox retorted. She looked at Puller.
I'm more into getting my job done. How about you? Or would you rather turn your brother in so they can pin another ribbon on your manly chest?
What do you think, Knox? Asked Puller.
So to be clear, do I take that as a yes?
Just tell us the plan. She didn't hesitate.
I want to confront Reynolds.
We've confronted her before, countered Puller.
Right. But now you guys just left a litter of wreckage across D.C. I'm betting that the cops are going to find somebody alive in either the Benz or the SUV.
So? Asked Puller.
So, Reynolds won't know whether they did or not. She won't know whether one of her goons has fingered her. We can go in with that leverage and squeeze her until she breaks.
I'm not sure that will work, noted Puller. She's a tough nut to crack. There's something else, said Robert. They both looked at him.
What?
When I interrogated her, I asked her who she was working with.
What did she say?
That she was working with the Russians. I have it on my phone recorder.
I believe you, but what's the point?
When she said it, her micro-expression betrayed her. I was watching her reflection in a mirror I set up. How did it betray her? Asked Puller. Her eyebrows were drawn upwards, causing short lines across the forehead.
Characteristic of someone lying.
She also touched her nose.
The nose? Haven't heard of that one.
Puller said, when you lie, a rush of adrenaline to the capillaries in the nose causes it to itch. So people who are lying tend to involuntarily scratch it. Robert nodded. Right. But I checked her CV. Reynolds worked on interrogation teams in the Middle East extracting intelligence out of people, hardened people who did not want to give it up. She taught interrogation tactics as well. Puller said, so she would know the micro-expression, and that nose scratching when answering a question would signal a lie. Robert said, correct. And she knew I had training in reading faces as well. Many of us did at Stratcom. And she must have seen the mirror I was using. But she screwed up. I just didn't see it until later.
How?
Though I knew she was lying to me throughout, this was the only time she exhibited those indicators. She truly has impressive self-control. Puller said, so when she answered Russia?
She was actually telling the truth.
Finished Knox. That's what I think, yes. She was playing it too cute, actually. Often people who think they are more intelligent than anyone else do that. It would have been better if she had done the nose-touching and micro-expressions throughout to confuse me. So, if the Russians are involved in this, it must be big, said Puller. Whatever it is.
In fact, it seems over the last several years that Moscow has been able to read our collective minds. They seemed to be always a step ahead of us, in a million different ways.
Well, if they had Tim Daughtry as a mole at Stratcom, allowing them a backdoor into our secure communications, that's quite understandable, said Robert.
I think Reynolds has been spying on us for a long time. Maybe ever since her days on the START verification team. She could have been turned to their side during that time.
Where exactly do you want to do this? Asked Puller. Her house is being watched. Donovan Carter told us that. So that's out. If you want Bobby to tag along, we can't confront her at DTRA for obvious reasons. So that's out. Knox held up her phone.
I've been having Reynolds followed.
Since when? Asked Puller.
Since she got the upper hand on us at her house.
And where is she right now? Did she leave the restaurant and go home?
No.
Knox stared at her phone screen.
She has another house, a cabin actually, a 90-minute ride west of here in Virginia.
And she's on her way there?
She's almost there right now.
A cabin? Asked Robert. She must have a purpose for it.
She may use it as a safe rendezvous spot. And she might be meeting with whoever she's partnering with on this. If so, I'd love to nail them all.
Puller rose. Then let's get going. Knox rose too and put a hand on his arm.
But let's get one thing straight. I'm running this op, not you. Certainly not your brother. You will follow my lead at all times. Are we clear on that? Whatever it is, you will follow my lead.
The Puller brothers glanced at each other. Robert nodded, and then so did Puller. Knox eyed them both for another long moment, seemed satisfied, turned, and led them out of the room. John Puller muttered to his brother, "Why do I always end up running smack into the hard-ass women?"
Heard that,
called out Knox. Chapter 62. Puller drove while Robert sat next to him. Knox was in the back giving directions while glancing at her phone screen from time to time. It was now quite late, and they had left D.C. and the suburbs of Northern Virginia behind. They could just make out the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains up ahead. Puller turned off the highway, and the car continued to roll along on surface roads that grew increasingly rougher and narrower. "How much farther?" asked Puller.
Looks to be about 10 minutes. I'll tell you when we get close enough to ditch the car. We'll go the rest of the way on foot.
"Where are your folks who are tailing her?" asked Puller.
Stationed to the north and west of the cabin, but 100 yards back, forming a perimeter.
"How many are there, in case we need some backup?"
2 teams of 3, loaded.
"Well, let's hope we won't need them," said Robert. About 6 minutes later, she had Puller stop the car, and they pulled over to the side of the road. Knox's fingers flew over her phone keys, but the text didn't go. She stared at the loading bar on the screen. It seemed stalled halfway through the operation.
Reception is shitty around here,
she complained. She punched in a number on the phone. It didn't go through. "I've got no bars," said Puller, glancing at his phone.
I don't either. Okay, we'll just have to wing this, but there are 3 of us and only 1 of her.
Puller gripped her arm. "This mission is too important to just wing it. We need reliable communication up here, or else we could be divided and taken out one by one."
We'll stick together as long as we can. Then we can figure out a way to communicate.
"I don't like this, Knox."
Are you telling me whenever you were in combat the conditions were perfect?
"Of course not. Combat is never perfect."
Then what did you do, soldier?
"He adapted," answered Robert. "And so will we. Let's go." They climbed out of the car, their guns drawn. There were no homes on this road, which edged higher into a crevice between 2 of the foothills where the land flattened out. The fog had started to spread. "The ground conditions aren't great," said Puller to Knox. Robert said, "And keep in mind that, as Reynolds clearly pointed out to you both, she has guns and is really good at using them."
Especially long-range sniping.
Said Knox grimly.
Olympic caliber.
"Well, then we can't give her the chance to deploy that particular skill," said Puller. Knox led the way up the road, staring at her phone screen as she did so. Puller noted this and drew next to her. "Memorize where we're going, Knox, and then turn the damn phone off. It's like a spotter beacon right into your chest." She nodded, did a quick but focused study of the screen, and clicked her phone off. They moved up the road, and then Knox led them to the right, over a stretch of ground that was uneven, rocky and slippery. However, all 3 were sure-footed and made their way across it without trouble. They had progressed another 500 yards when Knox held up her hand and stopped. The 2 men drew next to her. She pointed up ahead. In the distance, about another 100 yards to the east, they could make out a dim light.
That has to be the cabin up there,
she said, pointing at the light.
It's the only structure around here.
Puller gazed around on all compass points before returning to the light. His brother looked at him and said, "What do you think, Junior?"
Junior?
Said Knox, staring at Puller.
That's your brother's name for you?
"Well, he is a junior," said Robert. "He's named after our father."
But you're the older son. Why aren't you the junior?
"It's not always the oldest that's called Junior," pointed out Robert. "And our mother named me." He added, "Her brother's name was Robert." Knox gave Puller a quick glance but said nothing. Puller didn't look at her. His gaze was on the target up ahead. "What I think, Bobby," said Puller, apparently choosing to ignore the discussion around his nickname, "is that the approach to the cabin on all sides is entirely open. The ground is flat. There is no cover. You wouldn't have to be an Olympic caliber shot to pick us off easily enough."
But it's foggy and it's dark,
pointed out Knox.
That favors us.
"If I were Reynolds, I'd have some sort of perimeter security. We trip that, and then we're sitting ducks. Later generation NVGs work just fine even in the fog. I bet she has them in there, and we don't."
Well, we can't just sit here. This is your area of expertise, Puller. Pretend you're back in Kandahar and trying to clear a house. What would you do?
He studied the area ahead for a couple of minutes. Okay. What we can do is split up and approach on 3 sides. He pointed up ahead. This is the east side, which faces the back of the cabin. I think we should approach from the west, north, and south, meaning the front and 2 sides, because her natural instinct might be to guard her rear flank. Robert said, "On the south side, the foothills pick up again and the land starts to rise. I doubt she would be expecting someone coming from that direction."
Well, then, let's just hit it from that way.
Puller shook his head. "We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Unless she has a bunch of other shooters in there with her, she can only defend one position at a time." He pointed at Robert. "You circle around, Bobby, and approach from the south. I'll go from the west, which faces the front of the cabin. And Knox, you go in from the north." "How do we communicate and coordinate?" asked Robert. "My phone still has no bars." Puller said, "We'll be close enough to use a quick flash of phone light to communicate. We'll each do 1 flash when we get in position. After that, I'll flash twice when I'm ready to approach the cabin. Do a 60-second countdown from that point. And then we attack." Knox smiled at him in the dark.
See? You do adapt well to conditions on the ground.
He ignored this and said, "And it's confirmed that she is there?"
Her car is in the driveway. It's confirmed.
"Roger that," said Puller. "Okay, let's hit it. But keep your head down, move slowly and methodically, and watch for my signal." He looked at his watch. 5 minutes to get in position. That should be plenty for you, Bobby. You have the farthest to go." Robert headed off. Before she left Puller, Knox said in a joking tone,
"So, do I call you Junior now?"
Puller said curtly, "No one called me Junior except my brother and my father, and my mother. And my father doesn't call me anything anymore except XO." Knox's smile faded, and she gave a curt nod and set off. Puller gazed around one last time. He didn't like any of this. He had sized up many potential battlegrounds, and his instincts had been honed to a fine degree. Everything about this was problematic. Their intelligence about the target was spotty, and now the communication chain was broken. They had no idea what awaited them inside the cabin. Knox said it was confirmed that Reynolds was in there, but for Puller, there was no real certainty about that. However, the plan had been set, the forces deployed. The intel was what it was, as was the terrain they were confronting. He checked his M11 and set off, quickly making his way to his designated compass point and then squatting down in the high grass that was situated about 50 feet from the cabin. He studied the structure in the poor light. One room was illuminated. He was facing the front door. The lighted room was to the left of that. Whether a bedroom or perhaps the kitchen, he didn't know. Reynolds's Lexus was in the small gravel drive to the left of the front door. At least that much was confirmed to him. The cabin was small, rustic, with a front porch that ran about halfway along the front. The door was wood, the siding the same. It was unpainted. What bothered Puller the most about this was it didn't match what he believed Reynolds to be. She was a woman who obviously liked fine things and had the money to pursue those likes. So why a crappy cabin in the middle of nowhere? Just as a clandestine meeting place? He didn't think so. And how could Reynolds have allowed herself to be so easily followed? Everything about this seemed out of whack, but they were ready to execute. He checked his watch and watched the second-hand sweep to the 5-minute mark. When it reached it, he pulled his phone and gave a quick flash of the light. A second passed, and then he saw a corresponding flash from the right and then the left. They were all in position. He immediately started to count off 60 seconds on his watch. At 58, he tensed his legs and readied his weapon. At 59, he was starting to move. At 60, he commenced a zigzag trek to the front porch, keeping low and to the side, never exposing himself full on to sight lines from the cabin's front. The light in the house never went off. No other lights came on. No shadows moved in front of that light. He could hear no sounds other than the occasional scurry of an animal in the nearby woods and his own heartbeat. Then he was on the porch, standing with his back to the left of the front door. It was a simple door lock. Again, that seemed off. He checked up, down, and along the eaves of the roofline. No surveillance cameras. He had encountered no tripwires. If the porch had a pressure plate embedded in it, that would trigger an alarm. It must have been a silent one. He faced the door and kicked right at where the lock met the frame. The door crashed inward, and he was through the opening, his M11 making broad, precise sweeps in front of him. To the left and right he heard glass crashing inward, then footsteps. An instant later, Bobby appeared in the hall to his left. "Clear my way," he said to his brother. They both headed to the right. They started to run when they heard the shots fired. "Knox!" called out Puller. They kicked open doors and cleared rooms until a few seconds later they reached the last room. The door was partially open, and the light was on. Puller pushed the door open fully, and he and his brother filled the doorway, their guns pointed in front of them. There was glass from the broken window on the floor. Reynolds was sitting up in her bed holding her shoulder, and blood was streaming down her left arm. Knox had her gun pointed at the other woman's head. She glanced at Puller.
I had the misfortune to fall right into her bedroom.
She pointed to the gun on the floor.
She drew down on me and fired, but I'm the better shot, I guess, even if I'm not an Olympian.
She added, casting Reynolds a snide look. She pointed at the bullet lodged in the wall near the windowsill. "Never doubted it," said Puller with a grin. She eyed Reynolds' bloody arm.
You want to triage her? I'm no good at that.
Puller kept his weapon out and walked over to Reynolds. She looked up at him, pain in her eyes.
She tried to kill me.
I'm sure she had a great reason.
You broke into my home.
Again, with good reason.
I'm calling the police.
Knox barked.
What you're going to do is confess.
Reynolds swiveled her gaze to her.
You really aren't thinking very clearly. I have nothing to confess to.
Knox said,
It's over, Susan. The goons you sent after Robert Puller got slammed by his little brother. The cops have them in custody. They're talking like you wouldn't believe. Your best bet is to cooperate and get a lighter sentence. But you're still going to prison for a long, long time.
Reynolds eyed Robert Puller, who still had his gun pointed at her.
You really should have just left it alone, Robert.
How could I? You sent somebody to kill me.
Then you should have just died.
She grimaced, grabbed at her arm, and exclaimed,
Ah, shit, you hit the bone. Sorry,
said Knox, though her tone was not sorry at all.
Puller, you better tourniquet it so our star witness doesn't bleed to death.
Puller holstered his gun and sat next to Reynolds. Robert put his gun in his waistband and went to stand next to Knox. It went down easier than I thought, he said.
For me, too.
Puller started to examine Reynolds' wound, drawing up the sleeve of her shirt. Junior. Puller was frowning because he couldn't see. He said, Knox, where the hell did the round go? John, exclaimed Robert. Puller turned to his brother. What is... He stopped. His brother's gun was gone from his waistband. It was now in Knox's hand and pointed at Puller. In her other hand, Veronica Knox had her pistol pressed against Robert's head. She smiled apologetically at Puller.
I told you that you couldn't trust me, Junior.
Chapter 63. Reynolds slipped the bed covers off and rose, drawing a Glock 9mm that she had hidden under the pillow. She was dressed in jeans and her feet were bare. She pointed her weapon at Puller, who had risen off the bed and backed away. Reynolds took a few moments to wipe the red off her arm using the sheet from the bed. Finished, she looked at Robert Puller.
Theatrical stuff. Much like what you have on. Nice job, by the way. Never would have recognized you except for the exterior surveillance cameras at my house.
So why Russia, Susan? Said Robert. They don't need any help, do they? The Middle East is where it's at, right?
Moscow will always have more staying power than the desert rats. The terrorists will get subsumed into rising economies because they have no clue how to run a country or create jobs. People over there care less about Allah and more about having clean water, electricity, and ways to feed their families. But Russia is a real country, with a real army, with real nuclear capability.
And you want to side with a country run by a former KGB agent? Retorted Robert.
As opposed to what? A country run by old white billionaires and their paid lackeys in Washington?
The same goes on in Russia. It's just overtly backed by the government there. She slipped on a pair of shoes that were set on the floor next to the bed.
I'm not going to have a geopolitical discussion with you about the validity of my arguments or positions, Robert.
You've done incalculable damage to this country's interests, Susan.
Well, as they say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
What's that supposed to mean? Said Puller quickly.
Literally what I just said. You think I've been working this hard just to kill your brother? He was a piece, a tiny piece of what's coming.
She smiled.
If you're still alive, which I doubt, you'll never forget it.
She glanced at Robert.
On second thought, I might keep you alive just so you can see it.
Knox pointed her gun down at Puller's ankle.
Your throwaway. Take it out muzzle first and slide it over to Susan.
Puller lifted his pant leg, drew out the short-barrel pistol, placed it on the floor, and kicked it over to Reynolds, who reached down and scooped it up. When Puller straightened, Knox said,
Anything you want to say to me, Puller?
He just stared at her. Robert looked at Reynolds and said, I'd like to know how you orchestrated all this tonight. Reynolds said,
Easy enough. I came up here, told Veronica. She informed me that she would have you in hand soon and would bring you to me.
So you weren't being followed, said Robert.
No,
said Knox.
that's just what I told you.
How long have you two been working together? Asked Robert.
Not that long, actually.
Said Knox.
But it's been memorable.
She glanced at Reynolds and smiled.
She's a great persuader.
Robert said, But John picked the sides of the house we were going to attack. So how did you know she'd be in the room you were going to be coming in through? Knox shoved Robert toward his brother and then put one of the guns in her jacket pocket. She kept the other one pointed at Puller. She reached into her pocket and held up her phone.
I have bars. I called Susan and told her which side I'd be coming in on after Puller made his decision on that. She just crawled on her stomach to that room, and voila.
Robert nodded but said nothing. He snatched a glance at his brother, who had still not taken his eyes off Knox.
Sure there's nothing you want to say to me, Puller?
Asked Knox tauntingly. Reynolds said,
I don't think he can come up with the words, Veronica. I can see in his eyes that he never saw this coming.
Knox said in an annoyed tone,
You know, you could have told me you were going to take out Carter with a bomb. I almost got blown up. Sorry, we had to hurry on that one, and I didn't know you'd be following him.
But why kill Carter? Asked Robert.
He suspected me.
Said Reynolds.
Despite what he might have told your brother, there was going to be an investigation, and that would have been bothersome to me.
Knox said,
Let's go.
She shoved Puller ahead of her while Reynolds kept her gun on Robert. As they walked to the door, Puller broke his silence. Speaking in a voice only Knox could hear, he said, How did you manage that attack in the alley in Charlotte?
I thought you might be wondering about that. My gun had blanks. I got you to go running after the others, which gave the dead man plenty of time to disappear after leaving some of his blood behind, of course.
Why do it at all?
I knew you were still suspicious of me. That was a way to allay that suspicion.
Puller said, So was it for the money, just for kicks, professional envy, not getting promoted fast enough, or maybe missing your fast life?
Maybe all of the above.
"I don't know about that," said Puller. As they walked, she looked curiously at him.
"What then?"
She said in a casual tone. "I think your old man had twice the guts you had. You knew you could never live up to that. You probably just invented the bullshit about him. Did you kill him, and then come up with a lie about the suicide?" Knox was unfazed by this barb.
"Maybe I did. And after I kill you, maybe I can make up some bullshit about how you groveled for your life. Or maybe it won't be bullshit. Maybe you will. Maybe you're not nearly as tough as you think you are, Junior.
And maybe you're not as smart as you think."
Well, I am holding my gun on you."
She paused and then gave him a knowing look.
"You wanted me, Puller. In your bed. I could see it in your eyes."
They were outside the house now and heading to the car. Knox's voice had risen, and Robert, who had heard this part, quickly glanced at his brother. "I'd rather put a bullet in my head than lay one finger on you," said Puller.
"I know you wanted me. You can't deny that, and it's not like I'm unattractive."
"Sure you are, Knox, on the inside. You could be the poster child for beauty is only skin deep. My gut on you was right. I couldn't trust you because you have no spine."
"I was wounded on behalf of my country."
"So was I. But I never let scum like her," he pointed at Reynolds, "talk me into betraying my oath. You're weak, Knox, weak. You're nothing." Now Knox's superior look faded. She stopped walking, turned to Robert, and shoved the muzzle of her gun against his head.
"Get on your knees."
"What?" said a startled Robert.
"On your knees now."
Robert got down on his knees. Knox placed her gun muzzle against the back of his neck and looked at Puller.
"You want to apologize for that comment, or he'll get a bullet in his head."
Puller looked down at his brother and then back up at Knox. "You really want to do this?" he said quietly.
"I have a better idea. I can shoot him with your throwaway."
She slipped the revolver out of her pocket, pulled back the hammer, and placed the barrel against Robert's skull.
"You have 3 seconds to say you're sorry to me, Puller, or Big Brother is no more. 1, 2...
"I'm sorry," said Puller. Knox fired anyway, but she had angled the muzzle to the left so that the round didn't hit Robert. He yelled out and dropped to the ground, clutching his head. Puller started to rush to his brother, but Reynolds pointed her gun in his face. Robert sat up and glowered at Knox. "I think you blew out my eardrum."
Better than blowing your brains out. I hear you've got a big one. Now get up."
Robert struggled to his feet, still clutching his ear. When they reached the Lexus, Knox said,
"Let's secure them."
Reynolds nodded and used zip ties to bind the Pullers. They all climbed into the Lexus. Knox drove. The Pullers sat in back, and Reynolds in the passenger seat with her gun trained on them both. They headed back into D.C., and following Reynolds's directions, Knox pulled into an underground parking garage. It was well after midnight, and the parking garage was full of cars because it was a residential building. Knox used a knife to cut the zip ties.
"If we meet anyone along the way and you make any attempt to communicate with them, you are dead, and so are they."
They rode in an elevator to the main floor, and then took a private elevator up to the 12th floor, for which Reynolds had a key card. The car emptied into a wood and granite-lined vestibule. Knox nudged Puller in the back with the muzzle of her pistol. They walked into the first room of the vestibule, which turned out to be a large space with walls of windows that offered sweeping vistas of the downtown D.C. area. The lights in the room were dimmed. Puller looked around, so did Knox and Robert. However, Reynolds was not at a loss. She stared into one corner of the room, where there was situated a desk. Someone was sitting behind the desk. Only his silhouette was visible. Reynolds turned to Knox.
"I wasn't going to bring you here,"
she said.
"until you did what you did to those two,"
she added, indicating the Pullers.
"You scared Robert shitless and humbled his egotistical brother. What could be better?"
Knox eagerly eyed the figure behind the desk.
May I be formally introduced?
Reynolds switched on a light. It barely illuminated the room. Everything was cast in shadows, but there was one thing they could see clearly. Knox gasped. Puller took a step closer. Robert said nothing, but he stared at the man sitting rigidly behind the desk. From the shadows, James Schindler stared back at them, his eyes wide and penetrating. He seemed to be silently appraising the situation. Knox pulled her gaze from Schindler and looked at Reynolds.
I have to hand it to you. Your access goes right to the top.
Reynolds smiled.
For what we're planning, we needed it. And now I can help you execute that plan. Which is why we're here. But first things first.
She pulled her gun, slid a suppressor on the muzzle, pointed it at Robert Puller and said,
You can't believe how long I've waited for this.
Before she could fire, Knox kicked the gun out of her hand. Then she whirled and clipped Reynolds' legs out from under her. The woman fell hard to the floor. A moment later, Knox tossed two guns. A stunned Puller caught one and Robert the other. The brothers looked confusedly at each other. Puller said, Knox, what the hell is... Knox yelled out,
I'll explain later. Keep your guns on Reynolds. Don't let her out of your sight.
Robert aimed his gun at Reynolds, who was still on the floor. When Puller looked over at the desk, Schindler hadn't moved a muscle. He still just sat there. Puller's jaw went slack as the truth hit him. Knox pointed her pistol at Schindler.
You're under arrest. Get up, now.
Knox, Puller called out. Something's way off. Knox shot him a glance.
What?
The glass behind Schindler shattered as the high-powered round crashed through it. The Pullers and Knox dropped to the floor. That shot came from the building across the street, yelled out Puller. Another shot shattered a second section of glass. Then more high-velocity rounds poured through these openings, slamming into walls and the floor. One hit the light fixture and then exploded, throwing them into near-complete darkness.
What the hell is going on?
Shouted Knox from behind the chair where she had taken cover. Just stay down, Puller called back. Wait a minute, where's Reynolds? Cried out Robert. They all looked around the darkened room. I think I heard the elevator when the shots were going off, said Robert. They looked around, but no one moved. Puller waited for more shots to be fired, but none were. A moment later, Puller rose cautiously and peered at the shattered windows. When Knox started to get up, he said sharply, Stay down. The shooter might still be out there. Robert had crawled over to the desk to examine Schindler, who still had not moved, even when the shots had started. John, he said frantically. Puller shot across the room to kneel next to his brother. What is it? Robert pulled back Schindler's jacket. As soon as Puller saw it, he grabbed his brother and pushed him toward the elevator. Go, go! He next shouted at Knox. Run, Knox! The three sprinted for the elevator. But when Knox hit the button, it did not light up. Reynolds might have disabled it, said Robert. Puller looked left and then right and spotted the door at the end of the vestibule. It was locked when he tried the handle. He pulled his M11 and shot the lock off.
What is it?
Yelled Knox, before Puller pushed her through the opening and then did the same with his brother. Move! He closed the door behind him and sprinted down the steps toward the first landing. Knox and Robert reached it first, turned, and headed down the stairs to the second landing. Puller had almost reached the first landing when the detonation occurred. The concussive force blew the door to the stairs off its hinges, and the compressed air surged downward like a 1,000,000-mile-per-hour tidal wave. When it hit the 230-pound Puller, he was lifted off his feet as though he were weightless. The last thing Puller remembered was tumbling headfirst down the stairs. Then he hit something very hard, and then there was nothing more. Chapter 64. When Puller opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness. At first he thought he was dead, but then wondered how he could still see, or think. Then the darkness lightened, and he was able to make out a silhouette. Then he heard a voice.
Sucks being blown up, doesn't it?
The silhouette slowly transformed into something more solid and familiar. Knox was smiling at him, but the concern was evident in her eyes and wrinkled brow. She dabbed his forehead with a wet cloth. Next to her, he saw his brother, looking just as anxious, with no accompanying smile. Puller tried to sit up, but it was Knox's turn to put a hand on him to hold him down. He was lying on a bed in a small, dimly lit room.
You got knocked cold, Puller.
She held up 3 fingers.
How many?
I'm fine, Knox.
How many?
3.
Okay, your head must be even harder than I thought.
He looked around. Where are we?
In Virginia, near Gainesville. Reynolds left her car in the garage, and I still had the keys. We drove back to get my car, left her car there, and then we drove around until we found this place. We've been sitting here waiting for you to wake up.
Puller rubbed his head and winced at the lump on the back of it.
Couple of times we came close to taking you to the hospital. That would have required some problematic explanations, but if you started going downhill fast, we would have.
Puller glanced at the window where he could see the dust gathering outside. The whole thing happened last night? Knox nodded. So what exactly happened?
You remember the explosion?
I'm not suffering from memory loss, if that's what you're asking. I saw the detonation belt around Schindler. We ran for it. We were in the stairwell. The bomb went off, and then I was flying through the air and hit something very hard. That would be the wall, Junior, said Robert. It felt more like an Abrams tank. He glanced around at the space. What is this place?
Motel room.
So how did we get out of the building Reynolds took us to?
Fortunately, your brother and I had made the turn going to the second landing. You got far more of the blast than we did, although we got knocked around too. It's a good thing your brother was there. He carried you out over his shoulder. I never would have had the strength.
Robert said, I haven't had to carry you that much since you were 4 years old, and you weigh a hell of a lot more now. Cops show up?
I'm sure they did, but we managed to get out first.
She rubbed his face again with the cloth.
How are you really feeling?
Better than I have a right to, I guess. She sat back and sighed.
Best laid plans. I've been working undercover on this case for 2 months. I finally get to who I think is the big wig and find out Reynolds suckered me.
She suckered us all, pointed out Robert. She obviously trusts no one.
But I delivered you right to her. I acted my part really well. I almost deafened you to gain her confidence.
She touched Robert's arm.
I'm sorry about that. It was an ad-lib. I had to sell that I was really a traitor.
I understand, and it seems that most of my hearing is back. Puller now sat up a bit, and she didn't try to stop him. Why didn't you bring us in the loop before we went after Reynolds? He said, scowling. She shook her head.
Trying to get you up to speed on the fly right before the op? No way. You wouldn't have been prepped well enough. You would have said something or done something or made the wrong look, and Reynolds is too sharp. She would have picked up on it. I had to let you act exactly how you felt, convinced that I had betrayed you.
Well, I bought your act, said Puller grumpily. But you took a risk by not telling me. I might have shot you.
I had to take that risk. I worked too hard on this sucker. But when I saw Schindler, I was stunned. I didn't figure him for it at all, but there he was.
She glanced at Puller.
But it was all a facade, a trick. How did you know?
I could see it in his eyes. Up closer they were glassy, and he hadn't moved a muscle. He was already disabled, added Robert. They probably used a paralytic. Puller said, Reynolds was obviously testing your loyalty. That's why she moved to shoot Bobby. If you were really on her side, you'd let that happen. You weren't, and you didn't.
So she was able to get me to blow my own cover.
I'm glad you did, said Robert. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. I could see the look in her eye. She was going to pull the trigger.
But why all the shots fired through the window?
Asked Knox, who immediately answered her own question.
So Reynolds could get away.
Puller nodded. It was slickly done, I have to admit. She sat back and folded the cloth into a square.
This was my only shot to get them, Puller. They're long gone now.
I'm surprised you got as far as you did with them, he replied.
It wasn't easy. When we were tipped off about Robert, that he might be innocent, we went back over his case in detail. One thing stuck out for us: Susan Reynolds.
But how did you approach her? Asked Robert.
I didn't. I let her approach me. We had set up my cover quite convincingly. I was passed over for a promotion. There were certain irregularities in my record, the accusation of a bribe. She could have gained access to this information quite easily. One day, she called me out of the blue.
She looked at Robert.
I told your brother that we had received an anonymous tip about you. It said that you were innocent and that a co-worker of yours was not the loyal person they claimed to be.
When did you get the tip? Asked Robert.
About 4 months before all hell broke loose at DB, and the attempt was made on your life.
So that was the catalyst, said Robert. Puller interjected. I think it might have been Niles Robinson. Guilty conscience.
As I told Puller, unfortunately, we were probably the ones who almost got you killed. We obviously had a leak at INSCOM. Word got out we were looking into your case. We believe that prompted the assassination attempt on you.
Well, it also gave me the opportunity to escape.
So we decided to lay a trap for Reynolds. I was with INSCOM. I was possibly damaged goods. I could be helpful to them. It took 2 months because she was very cautious. Then she made contact. A phone call, an email, a text. A face-to-face in an out-of-the-way place. Then things started to heat up quickly. I had no idea about the hit at DB on you, Robert. I wasn't in the circle on that one. I already told Puller that, but when it happened and you escaped, Reynolds met with me again. She needed me to be part of the investigation.
Why not just pull the plug on her right then? Asked Puller.
Because we might get her but no one else, and we still didn't know what the end game was. It couldn't just be the murder of your brother. We needed to know what they were after. If we pulled the trigger too soon, we'd never find out what that was.
So you became part of the investigation, said Puller.
And from there, I teamed with you, which she loved because she was convinced that your brother would seek you out. And the sooner they nailed him, the better.
But why was I so important to them? Asked Robert.
First, she loathes you. I think you represent for her every promotion she didn't get, every superior she didn't impress, every opportunity that went to someone else. She thinks she's smarter than you, and she will do anything to prove it. You were the golden child wherever you went, and when your career carried you to her part of the world, you made a very dangerous enemy. When they needed to get you out of the way before you transferred to ISR, she was more than happy to do it. And that was the second point. They had Daughtry in hand. He needed to get the job, not you. And we now know he was blackmailed.
Any idea what they're up to now? Asked Puller. Reynolds said we haven't seen anything yet. When she said what they were planning would be memorable, I took the woman at her word.
That's the rub. Not a clue. I was hoping to learn more about it last night, but she outmaneuvered me. I underestimated the woman, and I guess I overestimated my own cleverness.
Robert said, Do you think they'll go forward with whatever they're planning?
We can't assume that they won't. In fact, this might accelerate their hand.
But Reynolds can't operate in the open anymore, not after last night, said Puller.
We haven't talked to the police. They'll eventually ID Schindler's remains through DNA. But I have no idea whose apartment that was or who was firing the shots through the window.
And I can't talk to the police for obvious reasons, added Robert. But we can, Knox, said Puller.
It would be our word against hers. We don't have proof. And if they bring Reynolds in, she'll tell them about Robert being with us. Then our choice is either to lie or tell the truth, neither of which is a good opinion if we don't want to go to prison. And knowing her, she'll come up with some quite plausible tale that we orchestrated her kidnapping and had a hand in killing a prominent member of the NSC.
This is ridiculous, snapped Puller. But then he drew a long, calming breath. If that's the case, then we need to focus everything we have on finding out what they're really planning. Reynolds has to be intimately involved in whatever it is, because they've taken such great steps to protect her, pointed out Robert.
That's true. But is it in her official capacity with DTRA or in her capacity as a spy?
Puller and Robert looked at her blankly for a few moments. Obviously, none of them had the answer to that question.
They only had 2 motel rooms available, this one and the one next door. I thought you and your brother could have this one, and I'll take the other one.
I'm going to grab my duffel from the car, said Robert. After he left, Knox turned to Puller.
She beat me, Puller.
She kicked my butt, too. Again. I'm starting to get a real inferiority complex.
She took it to one more level. I wasn't anticipating that.
Then we have to take it to a level she's not anticipating.
But my cover is blown, Puller. We have no way in.
The 3 of us will get this done.
Do you really think so?
Without a doubt, said Robert, who had come back in and overheard this part of the conversation. He put his duffel down and sat on the edge of the bed. They gave us some real intelligence, without meaning to do so, of course. They thought we'd be dead by now. So my seeing her meeting with Malcolm Oust didn't trouble Reynolds too much.
Do you think you know why they were meeting?
Oust is smart, sophisticated, and rich. But I'm sure Reynolds seduced him. I saw them in the restaurant. It was sexual on his part. It was totally business on hers.
But what is her business interest in Oust?
Robert hunched forward. For want of a better term, Oust is the secret keeper. Secret keeper? I thought he hunted WMDs, said Puller. That's part of it, but only part. He's an investigator, an overseer, and an inspector, a confidant. Depending on the situation, he will adopt a different role.
Why would his role vary depending on the situation? Like Puller said, his job is to ferret out illegal WMDs.
Oh, it's actually far more complex than that, said Robert matter-of-factly. Take Israel, for instance. Their official stance is they have no WMDs. But they're our staunch ally, and thus we would never call for an inspection into what they have or don't have. But for strategic purposes, we need to know privately what their capabilities are. In steps Oust. Now, Pakistan has nukes. We worry about some of them going rogue because of lax security. The same with Russia. Neither of those countries are true allies of ours, but to call for an inspection of their arsenal is very tricky politically and diplomatically. If an inspection were done with, say, Pakistan, it might turn up locations of WMDs and their security status. If that information were leaked, it could lead terrorists right to the stockpiles, the very thing such an inspection was trying to avoid. Again, Oust is sort of a trusted by both sides intermediary who keeps the system honest, or at least reasonable. And look at Syria. Assad has chemical weapons stockpiles. Under an international agreement, he agreed to destroy them. No one with even a grain of intelligence believes that he destroyed all of the stockpiles, for what sane dictator, pardon the seeming oxymoron, would do such a thing? But Oust was sent in to verify what was done. I'm sure he is very good at his job. I'm sure he knows how much Assad destroyed. I'm also sure he knows of other caches. But wouldn't he report that? Said Puller. He would make an official report, absolutely. That one would be dribbled out to the global media according to the timetable of the powers that be. But there would also be an unofficial report with limited dissemination that would tell a different story. So the public is kept in the dark, said Puller. How does that make sense? It makes perfect sense if you want future leverage with someone like Assad or Kim Jong-un or a host of leaders of that ilk. You always hold something back to play later when you need it. Proof that someone like Assad lied and did not destroy all of his WMDs can be very powerful when used later on. It's all in the timing. We still hope for a resolution in Syria that does not involve all-out war. Such intel can pave the way for that. But why would Syria allow Oust to know of other caches? They would realize that this would be used later against them. That speaks to how good someone like Oust is. He knows places such as Syria like the back of his hand. He has moles everywhere. He can sniff out WMDs. That's why he does what he does. And countries like Syria know this. It's a game they will all play. If the chit is played later against Syria, they will respond accordingly. But it buys them time. And it also buys us time to deal with countries like that in a diplomatic, measured way, instead of declaring war and sending boots on the ground. After Iraq and Afghanistan, we don't have the stomach or the money for that anymore. But we still have a significant role to play in international affairs. The world expects America to lead. And this is one way we can without committing lives and treasure in vast quantities. It's all about what we know and when we use what we know. Puller shook his head. Way above my pay grade. It's why I'm just a grunt toting a rifle.
Give yourself a little more credit than that, Puller.
But it does come back to Oust, said Robert. If they need him, then it certainly narrows our search considerably. Knox interjected.
But what if he's doing so willingly? You said Reynolds seduced him, that it's all about sex on his part and business on hers. But what if he's in on it?
And his motivation? Asked Robert. Knox turned to Puller.
Tell him what you told me before.
He was the loudest voice that Iraq didn't have WMDs, Puller said. And we went to war anyway. What if he wants to teach the world a lesson? Particularly America. By helping someone like Reynolds? By perhaps leading her to a cache of WMDs to use against us? Robert shook his head. I don't think that's plausible, John. I really don't. Well, if it's not, then the real answer must be something totally off the wall, because nothing else I can think of makes sense.
We do have one tactical advantage. I've been listening to the news. The authorities are all over that apartment where Schindler was. It was totally destroyed. Apartments above and below were damaged as well. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be collateral casualties. They haven't released Schindler's name yet. They may not have identified him yet, but Reynolds probably thinks we're dead too. Our bodies blown to bits in that rubble. If she thinks she's free and clear of us, I believe she's going to go ahead with her mission.
And she might relax her guard a bit, noted Puller.
Exactly.
Then we might just have a chance, said Robert. Puller suddenly stood, a look of intense concentration on his face.
What is it?
What is it? Asked Robert and Knox together. We need to go somewhere right now.
Where?
Reynolds' office at DTRA.
Why?
Because I just remembered there was something in her office that might just blow the lid off this whole thing. Chapter 65. There was a country house situated between Middleburg and Purcellville, Virginia, originally a horse farm. There were no equines left. It had been purchased for $5 million in cash and was used approximately 4 weeks out of the year. The rest of the time its owner was traveling the world. The Range Rover was parked out on the cobblestone motor court directly in front of the double-arched front doors. There was a staff to care for the house during the day and a cook at night if needed. But tonight he was not needed, and thus the house had only one occupant. Malcolm Oust was dressed in jeans, a loose-fitting white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and a pair of black Ferragamos without socks. He wore his wealth easily because he had possessed it all his life. He had not earned a penny of it himself, but he felt his potentially dangerous work as a WMD inspector justified his living in luxury. He was 54 years old, but looked younger because he had the money to take care of himself. He exercised, ate only organic, and had his meals prepared by people who knew what they were doing. His mind was nimble and filled with important facts, invaluable confidences, and a sophisticated world strategy that he was dutiful in carrying out. He walked around the small table that had been set up in the library. It was a wood-paneled room with 3 walls of books and cabinetry and windows looking out over the garden. Aust liked to be surrounded by weighty tomes, and had written several himself. To his credit, unlike some people with beautiful libraries, he had read nearly all the books on the shelves. The table had 2 place settings. The meals themselves were on a side table and under cover to keep them warm. There were 2 wine glasses on the table. He checked his watch and then uncorked a bottle from his personal stock. This bottle was especially good, and tonight he wanted especially good. He heard the car drive up. It stopped, and he could hear a car door open, and then the click-clack of heels on cobblestone. Aust poured 2 glasses of wine. Then he turned and walked down the hall toward the front doors. Seconds later, he opened the door, and there she was. She was dressed as seductively as she had been at their dinner, or perhaps even more seductively. Susan Reynolds' smile was warm and coy and intriguingly suggestive. And despite himself, Aust felt a trickle of delight reach from his neck to the base of his spine. They kissed. She let her lips linger over his. His hand slipped a bit past her waist and gripped her where the flesh was soft. Through the fabric of her dress, his fingers slid across the top of her thong underwear. Apparently the woman was ready to go to the next level tonight. "Dinner seems a long time ago," said Aust, as he pulled away from her and closed the door.
Much too long. I missed you the moment you left.
He led her down the hall to the library. When she saw the table set up, she exclaimed,
How lovely, Mal.
He took her hand and kissed it. "Matches my guest. Lovely." She beamed.
If you keep that up, I'll think you have intentions.
"Well, let me clear that right up. I do have intentions."
I thought you would be exhausted after all your recent travels. I was surprised you even had time for dinner last night. I was stunned when you called and asked to see me tonight. Stunned but delighted.
All I do is travel. I'm used to it. But this last trip was particularly arduous. I will admit that. I've been back for weeks, but I'm still exhausted.
Zaire is not an easy place to get into or out of.
It is certainly not, but the mission was too important.
Perhaps one of your most important, Mal, and that is saying something.
Shall we sit? I've poured out your favorite wine. Reynolds glanced at the bottle and smiled.
That symbolizes many happy memories for me.
Then let's hope we add to that list tonight. They sat at the table. DTRA, I know. Must be in a terrible state right now, said Aust somberly. Donovan was a good man, good at his job.
It was awful. We're in total disarray.
And now there is this bombing at an apartment building in D.C.
I know, I heard about that too. They don't know the cause. There are casualties, but they haven't released any names yet. But I can't think that it's connected to Donovan's death.
And the work at the WMD Center? She spread her hands.
As you just said, the mission is too important. Even if our leader is dead, we have to carry on.
Of course.
Despite its remoteness, Zaire must have seemed a bit quaint after the violence of Syria.
Aust shrugged. I've confronted many dictators like Assad. He gets away with as much as he possibly can. He will lie, cheat, and hide.
So how many chemical weapons does he have in reserve?
Susan, he said in a gently admonishing tone.
I know you like to keep things close to the vest, but no clues?
Not even for you, my dear. But when the report is officially released, you'll get to read every word. He picked up his wine glass and indicated that she should do the same with hers. They clinked glasses and drank their wine. Aust wiped his mouth slowly with his napkin. I must deplore you for drawing the potentially calamitous situation in Africa to my attention.
Well, our work at the center is all about spotting those types of scenarios and cutting them to the quick, if possible.
There had been rumors about it being weaponized, but I thought they were simply rumors. How did you manage to get onto it? You never said.
Through various channels, we have human intel all over the place, even in remote Zaire. But we only had generalities to go by, Mal. You were the one who tracked it down.
We might have been a bit late to the party, he said, his brow suddenly creased with concern. She lowered her glass.
Late? How so?
It will be in my report on Zaire, but on this I can give you a bit of a preview. He laid down his wineglass and rubbed his forefinger and thumb together.
I've seen you do that before when you're very nervous.
He ignored this and said, I had communicated particulars to you on the target site.
Correct, and I sent them onward.
Well, when we got to the target site, it appeared that someone had been there before us.
Who?
Unknown as yet. He suddenly slapped his hand on the table, nearly upsetting his wine. The thing is, Susan, I'm fairly certain we didn't get all of it.
Have you made this known yet?
I don't want to incite a panic based on incomplete information.
But why can't you be sure one way or another?
There was no one at the target site, just the cache, where we expected it to be.
Well, then?
I'm very meticulous in my work, as you know.
Of course you are. You're a legend, Mal.
The canisters were in an underground bunker, 10 feet down, dirt floor, concrete block walls, and ceiling.
And no one was there?
They had been.
How do you know?
We found 2 shell casings and traces of blood, very faint, but they were there.
As you said, meticulous.
And something else in the dirt, too.
What?
We retrieved 6 canisters, 5-foot-tall cylinders. They weighed many kilos apiece.
I'm sure.
But in the dirt, you see?
Yes?
She said expectantly. It was only a faint trace, but it was unmistakable.
What was it, Mal?
3 more canisters. You could just make out the indentations of the bottoms of them in the dirt.
But they weren't there? Hidden somewhere else, perhaps?
He shook his head. We searched everywhere. There was nothing.
So 3 canisters might be missing?
Coupled with the shell casings and the blood, I think someone beat us to it. And we found some villagers who had seen the canisters being brought in. There were 9 of them. They were sure of that.
But why take only some of the canisters?
Perhaps they hoped we wouldn't see the evidence of the others, or of the possible attack on those who had possessed the canisters. She sipped her wine.
There has always been talk of the Russians aerosolizing it.
That was just a rumor, an unsubstantiated one. I don't believe that the Russians ever managed to do it.
But why Zaire, of all places?
Well, that's where the deadliest form originated. An average 80% fatality rate. They have science in Africa, Susan. Better than we think. And parts of that continent have become ground zero for terrorist activity. Lots of money is pouring in there, and it's not to build schools or infrastructure. It's to do harm in other parts of the world, like right here.
Which was one reason the center was focused on it.
And pointed me in that direction.
We had just the barest of intelligence. You did the hard work tracking it down.
But if someone got there ahead of me, if they took those canisters for their own purposes...
It all sounds very ominous, Mal. How can I help?
In answer, he reached under his chair, slid out a pistol, and leveled it at her head. You can tell me who you tipped off, Susan, and what they plan to do with the canisters. And you can tell me right now. Reynolds didn't even flinch.
That was quite a segue, Mal. I'm not sure I've seen better, or worse, depending on one's perspective.
You were my point of contact at the center. You said you sent the intel on the target site onward. I'm sure you did. I just need to know to whom.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I won't insult your intelligence, so please don't insult mine. Donovan Carter called me the day he died. He told me he wanted to talk about something important. When I asked him what, He only mentioned one name. Yours. He knew we were friends. He knew we were working together. Reynolds drank some more of her wine.
And what did dear departed Donovan say about me?
That he had doubts as to your loyalty. That issues had been raised. That people were making inquiries and forming sound arguments about your possible treachery. That you might have even framed Robert Puller in order to place your own person at ISR.
He was that specific, and I thought I had been totally exonerated.
That's highly doubtful, since I believe that you had him killed. She waggled a finger and gave him a sly look.
And yet you had dinner with me on the very night he died. Have you no heart, Mal?
I didn't want to believe it of you, of course. You have a first-rate intellect. His gaze wandered over her body, along with other attributes.
I seem to have dressed up for no good reason tonight.
She smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling.
Yet I did get your mind to wander, it seems. You have no idea what you're missing out on tonight, Mal. Your timing is absolutely horrendous.
Stop treating this like a game, Susan. Do you really deny any of what I've said? She shrugged.
I can tell you've made up your mind, and I've never been one to waste time, Mal, and I'm sorry. I liked you. I really did.
You used me to get what you wanted.
I did. But you see, I only use the ones I really like. And just to clarify, the Russians did manage to aerosolize it a number of years ago. Then the bastards somehow managed to lose it in Africa. Those were the canisters you retrieved, and I thank you very much for your hard work in doing so. It would have been beyond my capabilities, which is why I called on my good friend and fellow start verifier to do it for me.
Ouse said forcefully, "Where are the canisters, Susan? You know as well as anyone what damage they can cause. You will tell me right now, or I swear to God." She rose.
I need a drink stronger than wine. Is the scotch in the same place?
She didn't wait for an answer, but walked over to the cabinet set against one wall, opened the door, and pulled out a bottle. Watching her closely, Ouse kept his gun trained on her. "I want an answer, Susan. If you work with me, we might be able to undo the damage you've done. That will help your cause later on." She took down a tumbler from a shelf and unscrewed the top of the scotch.
I appreciate the professional courtesy, Mal. I really do. It's rather gallant of you. But I don't need your consideration. I'm sticking with the ones who brought me to the party.
She poured out a portion of the scotch into a tumbler and swirled it around. "So you would betray your own country?"
Well, I don't see it that way.
"You're an American." She turned back to face him.
I don't go by those types of old-fashioned allegiances anymore. They just don't work for me.
He tightened his grip on the pistol. "Listen to yourself. Are you insane?"
Well, you need to get out more, because these days everybody's a little crazy.
She raised her glass as though in salute to him. A moment later, a bullet broke through the window behind Oust and slammed into the back of his head. Oust fell sideways off his chair and thudded to the floor. Reynolds took a sip of scotch and then put down the glass. She didn't look at Oust as she stepped over his body and walked out of the house. Chapter 66. They had obviously left Robert behind when they went to DTRA. Their badges got them into the building, and security escorted them to Reynolds' office. As the guard unlocked her door using his master key, he said, "She won't be in until tomorrow morning." Puller said, "I doubt very much she's going to be in ever again." He switched on the lights and strode across the room to stand behind her desk. "You remember I said something was off when we left Reynolds' office last time?" She nodded. He picked up the photo he had seen previously when they visited Reynolds here. "Well, this was off." Knox said,
How so?
He pointed to a younger Reynolds standing in a row of men. "There she is."
Okay, so what?
He pointed at some writing on the bottom of the photo. The caption says this was the Start Verification Team.
Again, so what?
He ran his finger down the line of men. Recognize anyone? She eyed one of the men.
That's Malcolm Oust. But we knew he was on the verification team, so you're still suspecting him of partnering with Reynolds?
Puller ignored this question and said, Recognize anyone else in the line? Knox took the photo from him and went one by one. When she got to the end, she started from the beginning and worked her way down it. She paused at one man standing to the left of Reynolds. He was tall, well-built, his features sharp and angular, truly a memorable countenance.
This guy looks familiar for some reason.
Puller had taken out his phone and brought up an image on it. I snapped this shot off the computer screen at Fort Leavenworth. When Knox looked at the picture on the screen and then the photo, she gasped.
Oh my God, it's him.
Ivo Mesic, the Croatian who brought my brother's would-be killer into DB in the trunk of his car.
So you believe he's partnered with Reynolds, but why?
She's at the WMD Center. They were both START verifiers, which has to do with nukes. She was sucking up to Oust, who hunts WMDs for a living.
So they're planning something with a nuke?
I don't know. It's not like folks leave nukes lying around. As they left the building and got back into the car, Knox's phone buzzed. She answered it, listened, and then said,
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
She put the phone away, looking pale and shocked. What is it? Asked Puller.
Malcolm Oust is dead.
What? Exclaimed Puller. How?
He was supposed to phone in on a late conference call this evening that originated in L.A. He never did. They sent someone out to his house to check on him when he didn't answer his phone or email. They found him dead, shot through the head.
Puller said, That means the plan must be coming to fruition. They're tying up all loose ends.
But what is the plan, Puller? We don't have a clue, and that means we can't stop it.
We do have clues. We just have to piece them together. And we've got one of the biggest brains in the world to help us. He jammed down the gas and pointed the car back to where they had come from. Back to Robert Puller. They sat around the motel room looking at each other. Puller and Knox had filled in Robert on what they had discovered at Reynolds' office, and also about Malcolm Oust's murder. What had he been working on? Robert asked. We need to know that, John. That will narrow things down considerably. Puller took out his phone and called General Aaron Reinhardt. The general was in a late meeting, but he called Puller back a few minutes later. Puller gave him a quick sketch of what they had learned and what they suspected. Reinhardt said, I'll find out, Puller. In the meantime, I'll make sure everyone goes on high alert. And I'll put all our resources out to find Reynolds and this Ivo Mesic. While Puller was on the phone, Robert was typing away on his laptop. After Puller ended the call, his brother said, His real name is Anton Bach. He spun the laptop around so they could see a page of both pictures and text. The stop verification team from the 1990s. A full accounting with names, backgrounds, and photos. He pointed to one picture. Bach is the third from the left, right next to Reynolds.
What's his background?
Former military, former KGB, with the equivalent of a master's degree in biochemistry and a PhD in molecular biology. Chemistry and biology? Said Puller. Molecular biology, amended Robert.
But he also had experience in nukes, otherwise he wouldn't have been on the verification team.
Pointed out Knox. He was probably there more to gather intelligence for Russia than count warheads, said Robert. And to recruit Susan Reynolds to his side. So, biology and chemistry are his specialties, said Puller. What can we learn from that? Robert said, Not all WMDs are nukes. Nukes are tough to get and impossible to make unless you have a large infrastructure and billions of dollars and years to work with. But you have plenty of far cheaper and easier to manufacture bioterrorism possibilities, contaminating the air, water, and food chains that would also be more in line with Bach's background. Knox said,
I'm surprised she left that photo out in her office.
Puller said, "She never knew we had latched on to Evo Messick at Fort Leavenworth, so she wasn't worried about our making the connection. And remember what her son Dan said about his father. He would kill the guy if he got the chance. I think Susan Reynolds and Anton Bach are a lot more than business partners. She probably got a kick out of seeing his face every day. And who would get suspicious? She has a photo in her office of her days as a START verifier. Perfectly normal." "You're probably right, Junior," said Robert. A few hours later, Puller's phone buzzed. It was Aaron Reinhardt. Puller listened and nodded. He stood. "Reinhardt has someone we need to talk to."
Who?
"Donovan Carter's second in command.
What can he tell us?"
He apparently can tell us what Malcolm Oust was working on." Chapter 67. They didn't go back to DTRA as dawn broke. Warren Johnson, the interim director of DTRA, was at a facility in D.C. Puller drove fast, and they pulled into the underground garage in record time. He and Knox were cleared through security and rode the elevator up to the office. Johnson met them in the lobby. He was a short man, balding, with a thickened nose and eyes partially hidden behind spectacles. He escorted them back to an office where they sat around a small table. Johnson came quickly to the point. "General Reinhardt was clear that I was to be frank and speak freely with you about all this." "That would be helpful," said Puller. "I have a feeling that we might be running out of time." "He's told me of your suspicions about Susan Reynolds. I won't add my opinion to the mix right now. But with Donovan, and now Malcolm Oust murdered, it doesn't really matter what I think." He leaned forward. "The fact is, Susan Reynolds was the point of contact for Malcolm for a mission he was performing in partnership with the WMD Center." "And what was the mission?" asked Puller. "Something to do with chemical weapons in Syria, maybe?" "No. We were provided intel about a cache of weaponized Ebola Zaire in Africa."
Ebola Zaire?
said Knox. Johnson nodded. "There are 4 types of Ebola virus. Ebola restin is one. There was a lot of hoopla about that because it involved monkeys and was in a heavily populated area, Reston, Virginia, hence the name. But Ebola restin is non-pathogenic to humans. Ebola Zaire, on the other hand, is deadly to human beings." "You said weaponized," pointed out Puller. "We believe it's been aerosolized, meaning it can be distributed through the air. Up to this point, we always believed that all strains of Ebola required hands-on exposure, exchange of fluids, that sort of thing. That made the virus, while still extremely dangerous, manageable under most circumstances. It was rumored that the Russians had aerosolized Ebola Zaire some years ago, but the trail on that petered out. We thought it a rumor, until we received this latest piece of intelligence." "And Reynolds was running your end of the mission? Was she the source of the intel?" "That is not clear," said Johnson, with a very troubled look. "But she may well have been. She and Oust went way back. It was her idea to call on him to track this cache down. He was successful." He paused. "With a disclaimer attached to that." "I thought there might be," said Puller. "What disclaimer?" "He didn't believe he got it all. At least that's what he confided to Donovan, and Donovan, in turn, told me."
Why didn't he get all of it?
asked Knox. "Because he believed that someone had been there ahead of him and taken a portion of the supply." Knox and Puller exchanged glances. She said,
"So Reynolds piggybacked on Oust to get what she needed? He was probably feeding her daily reports. He gets the location of the stuff nailed down and tells her, and she has her team show up first to take some of it."
Johnson held up a hand. "I'm not speculating on that point, but we don't have time to worry about that. We have a major problem if that cache is going to be used." "I have no doubt it's going to be used," said Puller. "And I would be seriously surprised if it weren't going to be used against us." "Us?" said Johnson. You mean in this country? I mean in this area. What do you base that on? Johnson demanded. On the fact that Susan Reynolds is here. Knox said,
Aerosolized Ebola Zaire. What sort of casualties are we looking at with the amount of virus they might have?
Catastrophic in a high-population area like this. If one drop of virus-infected liquid enters the body, it's enough to kill. There is no cure, and really no widespread approved vaccine for humans. As you may know, there's been another outbreak of it in West Africa. Many have died, and they have yet to contain it.
So people exposed to it will be contagious?
Asked Knox. Of course. But the one good thing about Ebola is that, unlike other diseases, it's only after you develop symptoms, meaning you are sick and feverish, that you become contagious. However, it is damn difficult to diagnose Ebola because its symptoms mirror so many other types of diseases. Ironically, the best diagnostic tool is one's passport. If you had been to areas in Africa that had outbreaks of Ebola, that helps to narrow the diagnostic possibilities. But if it happens here, said Puller, people could just think they have the flu, and 10 days or 2 weeks would pass, and they're contagious, and they spread it to a lot of other people without even knowing they have Ebola. It is quite an unprecedented possibility, said Johnson glumly. How much of the stuff did Oust think had been taken before he got to the cache? 3 5-foot-tall canisters. Now that may not sound like a lot, but with the aerosolized Ebola, a little goes a long way. An infection through the lungs, which are chock full of blood vessels and travel the length of the body, is quite rapid. What happened to the canisters that he did recover? Asked Puller. They were transported to a highly secure facility equipped for dealing with bioterrorism elements. They are scheduled to be thoroughly examined, and then they will be destroyed. So the examination hasn't started yet. No, these things take time to prep, to make sure it's done safely. The examination may lead us back to who engineered the weapon. If so, I would imagine severe consequences will follow.
Could it be the Russians? You seem to think that's where this stuff came from.
It might very well be. And with the state of the world right now, and Russia seemingly raising its imperialistic head again, things might get a little unstable. I think they're pretty unstable right now, interjected Puller.
So would those infected in that way be able to infect others by just breathing on them? Or will it require a transfer of bodily fluids? Or touching someone else?
I can't answer that definitively, because we've never been faced with something like this. I have our people here working on it, but don't expect a fast answer. Scientists aren't wired that way. But worst case, I think we can assume that those infected through the air can in turn infect others the same way. A cough, a sneeze, which means a serious multiplier effect. Thousands, hundreds of thousands. It would be like a Hollywood disaster movie. So, canisters that have been aerosolized, like oxygen containers, said Puller. Johnson nodded. Yes, I've seen photos of the ones that Oust found. That's exactly what they look like. And you think they might be deployed somewhere in this area? D.C. is the capital. If you want to make a big statement, where else would you do it? Said Puller.
But where, Puller? There are too many targets to cover.
Johnson said, Now, many obvious targets have air monitors, which will detect numerous airborne pathogens, and also any deviation in the typical makeup of the air moving through a facility. Many significant military installations have them. The White House, DHS facilities, the list goes on and on. If a deviation or specific pathogen is detected, the air system is immediately shut down and a whole host of procedures will kick in, including possible evacuation or even quarantine, depending on what exactly is in the air.
Well, that's some comfort.
But again, I'm not sure if many of the monitors deployed now could pick up aerosolized Ebola, since we were not aware such a biological agent existed.
Okay, there goes the comfort factor right out the window.
Puller's phone rang. It was his brother. He moved to a corner of the room and filled Robert in on what Johnson had told them. Weaponized Ebola disseminated through the air is some serious shit, John. So I gather. Our problem is we know it's out there. We just don't know where the target is. And even if we narrow it down to this area, and I could be totally wrong on that, it's still a lot of options. And I don't think they want to go public with this because of the panic. Well, I can't say I blame them on that, replied Robert. But I've been giving it some thought, and I made some phone calls. You made phone calls? Said a surprised Puller. Yeah, pretending I was you. We sound alike, bro, in case you haven't noticed. Anyway, I got hold of one guy at Leavenworth, a Command Sergeant Major Tim McCutcheon. He said he had spoken to you before. Right. He was the one who told us about Ivo Messick hightailing it out of there on the day the Ukrainian tried to kill you at DB. Why did you want to talk to him? Because he has records on the Foreign Military Studies program. And why does that interest you? Because I think it interested Ivo Messick. Or Anton Bach, rather. I'm not following you, Bobby, said a clearly frustrated Puller, and I'm running out of time here, so just tell it to me as straight as you can. I think Bach was at Leavenworth for more than just a way to get my purported killer onto the base. He strikes me as a multitasker who would not waste time sitting in a classroom for a full month. I think he was there to learn what he needed to learn. And what was that? His studies included some interesting subjects in the American military world, but one in particular got my attention. What was that? A course titled American Command and Control, a history of the Pentagon. The course also included quite a fascinating and in-depth study of the facility itself, quite in-depth. How everything runs, Junior. From the cafeterias to the HVAC, from the 5 rings to the BioWatch program. Are you serious? I think in the future we might want to be a little more guarded with our information, particularly for those who wear a different uniform. Thanks, Bobby. Knox, who had overheard some of this, rushed over.
What is it?
Puller was already hammering the number on his phone keypad. This is CWO John Puller. I need to talk to General Aaron Reinhardt, and I need him right now. The voice asked him what it was in reference to. Doomsday, said Puller. Just tell him it's about Doomsday. Chapter 68. As they arrived at the Pentagon, it was now early morning, and streams of people were heading to work inside the building. Reinhardt met Puller and Knox at one of the entrances with members from the Pentagon Force Protection Agency and several men dressed in biohazard uniforms. They had 2 golf carts with them. Puller took a couple minutes to fill everyone in on what they might be confronting. Weaponized Ebola? Said the head of the protection agency, a man named Ted Pritchard. Aerosolized? So introduced through our HVAC system? Yes, said Puller. Pritchard said, but we have air monitors all over this place, exterior intakes internally placed. The system can detect deviations and foreign particulates, including Ebola. But even if it detects it, people can still be infected by the time the system shuts down, said Puller. Where the hell do you think it is? Barked Reinhardt. When Puller didn't say anything, Pritchard said, we have 7 floors, including 2 below ground, 6.5 million square feet, 29 acres, and 17.5 miles of corridors, and thousands of people working here. It's not a needle in a haystack. It's a needle in the middle of a freaking farm. Puller said, the last time I was here, I nearly got run over by someone hauling a cart full of oxygen canisters. Where would they go? Reinhardt looked at Pritchard. Do you have the answer to that? The E-ring is where the senior officers have their offices. When renovation work was done, it was configured to be sealed off and then piped to carry an emergency backup oxygen system. Command and control, said Puller quietly. He turned to Pritchard. Where is the oxygen supply for this backup system? Let's go. The Pentagon consisted of 5 concentric pentagonal rings, intersected by 10 radial corridors. Its original cost was $83 million, and the structure had been built in only 16 months during America's involvement in the Second World War. Though enormous, it was designed so that one could travel between any 2 points in the building in 7 minutes. In the golf carts, Puller and company made it in 4 minutes. During the ride, Puller said in a low voice to Reinhardt, "James Schindler is dead." Reinhardt showed enormous self-restraint at this news. "How do you know that?" he said in a low voice. Puller went on to explain what had happened in the apartment building. "I heard about that on the news," Reinhardt said, shaking his head. "But I had no idea Jim was involved." "It's going to take a while to ID him," said Puller grimly. "But I was there, and I was nearly killed too." "Reynolds?" "She was there as well, but got away." "I want to hear all about it, Puller, but not now." "Right." The site of the oxygen supply was on the basement level near Carter 3. The door to the room was locked. They unlocked it and poured in. "Over there," said Pritchard, pointing. There was a cluster of oxygen tanks in the center of the room. "What do we look for?" asked Reinhardt. Puller examined the canisters. "These look like they've been here a while, and they're a different color from the ones I saw, green, not silver. Can you check?" Pritchard hurried over to a computer screen built into the wall and punched in a password and then hit some other keys. He read off the screen and turned to Puller. "They were last replaced about 2 months ago. Is there another place where these canisters are kept?" "No, sir." "But that's not possible. I was here recently and I saw a cartload of canisters. I was almost run down by them." "Well, they weren't delivered here." Reinhardt grabbed Puller by the shoulder. "Do you think you've read this incorrectly? It might not be here at all, Puller. We could be wasting valuable time." Knox looked at him.
But you said you saw the cart with the canisters when you were here.
He nodded and pointed at Reinhardt. "You were with me, sir. Don't you remember seeing it? I grabbed you when you stumbled getting out of the way." Reinhardt thought for a few seconds, and then his eyes widened. "I do remember that. There was a motorized cart hauling what looked like oxygen tanks." Puller turned to Pritchard. "Where would they be going with those?" "I'm not sure." Knox said,
"Well, it's not here."
They rushed from the room. Puller started walking full bore down the corridor while the others climbed into the carts and followed him. Knox stayed on foot and caught up to him.
"Where are you going?"
"I'm hoping I see something that will lead to something else."
"But are you looking for anything in particular?"
"Yeah. Another way to disseminate the virus."
"But what could that be if it's not in the air ducts? That's how you deploy an aerosolized bioweapon."
But Puller wasn't listening to her. He had stopped walking and was staring off. Reinhardt leapt off one of the carts and grabbed Puller's arm. "Do we need to evacuate, Puller? It's the damn Pentagon. It'll take time." Puller wasn't listening to him either. He hustled over to a wall and snatched off a piece of paper that had been taped there. He read down it and then looked over at the group of men. "You're having a fire drill today?" "Yes," said Pritchard. He looked at his watch. "In about 8 minutes. Why?" "And you didn't think to mention it?" barked Puller. Pritchard bristled. "You said the Ebola would be carried through our air ducts. No one mentioned anything about our fire suppression system."
"We don't have time for a pissing contest."
Puller said, "You have sprinkler systems throughout the building?" Pritchard pointed to the ceiling. They all looked up and saw a metal sprinkler head. It was part of the renovation that was taking place before 9/11. Ironically, the part that got hit by the plane had been the first to be renovated. It's the primary reason the building didn't immediately collapse when the jet hit it. We had exponentially strengthened the structure. God was looking out for us that day, despite everything. "Well, let's hope he's on duty today, too," said Puller.
"But Puller, you can't deploy an aerosolized weapon through a sprinkler system."
"We just assumed that it was aerosolized because everyone said it was. Johnson said they haven't even started to examine the canisters that Oust found. They don't know what's in there, but you can carry water as well as air inside canisters. And you don't have monitors on the sprinkler system, do you? Pritchard shook his head. Water is water. Comes from a dedicated pipe for the fire suppression system. So it's separated from the drinking water, said Puller. Yes, it only goes to the sprinkler system. It was designed that way so we wouldn't have to worry about not having enough water pressure in the event of a fire.
Well, maybe today water isn't just water, and water will actually cover everyone better than sending it through the air ducts,
said Knox. She looked up at the sprinkler head.
The water will go everywhere, contaminate every surface, get into every opening in someone's skin or eyes or mouth. It'll be a nightmare. And but for us being here, they'd never know they were getting hit with Ebola instead of just H2O.
Reinhardt said, but how would they tie it into the pipe? And how will they turn it on? The second answer is easy, said Puller, and maybe the first answer too. When the fire drill starts, an alarm will go off, right? Pritchard nodded. Correct. The alarm will sound. And people will have to evacuate.
Can we hurry this up?
Barked Knox, but Puller held up his hand, waiting for Pritchard's answer. No, it would be too disruptive for a simple drill. Folks are supposed to report to certain areas that they would go to in preparation for evacuation. There, they'll get a rundown on what to do and where to evacuate in the event of an actual emergency. Okay, but the sprinklers won't come on? No, of course not, replied Pritchard. Puller said, well, this time I think they will. The alarm goes off and the water turns on. People would just think it was some mechanical error, or maybe an actual fire that just happened to occur, or maybe some electrical short with the fire alarm system.
And lots of them might go home, change clothes.
And contaminate thousands of more people who would in turn contaminate thousands more, said Puller. And the Pentagon would be contaminated for years. It would be unusable. No one would want to come back in here. Have to hand it to these bastards. They did think this through. Reinhardt said, we have less than 7 minutes, Puller. Puller grabbed Pritchard by the arm. Where is the intake pipe? This way. We'll be there in 3 minutes. They jumped into the carts and sped off. People walking down the halls turned to stare after them, obviously sensing that something was amiss. As they drove along, Reinhardt said anxiously, people are starting to get nervous, Puller. They can be nervous, but we just have to stop them from being dead. But we should General. For all we know, they have eyes on this place. We start a mass exodus, and they could accelerate what they're planning. Unless you know a way to sneak thousands of people out of this building. Reinhardt shut his mouth and stared ahead, his brow sweaty and his eyes full of worry. When Pritchard unlocked the door to the large water main room, Puller and the others began frantically searching the space. Puller found it, cleverly concealed in some metal framework built around the massive water pipe supplying the sprinkler system. The 3 silver canisters had been attached to the pipe such that they would feed directly into the water going to the sprinklers. How often do they check this area? Asked Puller. I'm not sure, said Pritchard. Probably not that often. There would be no need to, more than perhaps monthly.
Even though there's a fire drill today?
Said Knox. It's only a drill. No one expects water or the sprinklers to come on. They just want to test the alarms and make sure people follow the evac plan. The alarm control center is located in another part of the building. Should we just pull the canisters off? Said Reinhardt. Puller shook his head. It'll take too long. And they might be booby-trapped. In fact, I'd be stunned if they weren't. What if we cancel the drill? Suggested Reinhardt. It won't matter, sir, said Puller. I'm sure what they plan to do will happen regardless. But if the Ebola virus has been placed in water, maybe it's been diluted, said Reinhardt.
Johnson also said that 1 drop of liquid laced with Ebola getting into the body is all it takes to kill you.
Where's the water shut-off? Asked Puller. Over there, said Pritchard. They rushed to the corner. Knox saw it first.
They sabotaged it. They broke off the lever.
We can call the water company and see if they can turn it off at their end, said Pritchard. Good luck with customer service, said Puller. We'll all be dead from Ebola, and you'll still be on hold listening to a Bee Gees song. We have to do something, barked Reinhardt. We've only got minutes left. Puller kept looking around the space. The virus can't infect people so long as the sprinkler system doesn't come on. But they must have arranged for a way for it to come on, snapped Reinhardt. Otherwise all of this is pointless. Puller turned to him. I understand that, sir. But if you find out how they plan to turn on the system and neutralize it, then we can deal with the canisters safely later. He looked at Pritchard. Can they activate it remotely, via a computer? No. That would be a bad design if someone could do it remotely when a fire hasn't been detected. It would cause a lot of water damage. Reinhardt had a sudden thought. But can you disable the sprinkler system remotely? I mean by using the computer controls. Pritchard shook his head. Negative, sir. Again, that's a safety feature. We wouldn't want someone hacking in and disabling the system. Then if a fire did start, there would be nothing to combat it with. Puller kept looking around. The best way to engage the sprinkler system is to start a fire. Flames and smoke will set off the alarm and the sprinklers.
That's obvious enough, but where? Like Pritchard said, this is a really big place.
Well, it would have to be somewhere that people didn't frequent. Otherwise, someone might discover it and report it. Pritchard said, What if the folks are in the building now, and they're going to engage it directly? I doubt they would want to be here if they're going to unleash Ebola-contaminated water, said Puller. Right. They want to be as far away as possible, said Reinhardt.
Just like I would,
muttered Knox. Puller looked at Pritchard. If the sprinklers do come on, will it be all over the Pentagon, even if the source of the fire is small or contained in a particular area? The sprinkler system is on zones, replied Pritchard. For example, because this room houses the water main for the sprinkler system, a fire here will trigger a very large deployment of water. The theory being if the fire knocked out the water supply for the sprinkler system, you want to wet down as much of the place as possible before that happens. He pointed upward. And right above us is the E-ring. Lots of senior people up there. They definitely get hit with the water. Puller kept looking around. They took a risk bringing this shit in here. But getting to one place is easier than getting to a second place. You risk getting stopped and your whole plan unravels. But this room is the key. A fire here triggers a ton of water, like Pritchard said. Here? Said Reinhardt. Yes. If they could go to one room to do everything they needed to do, they would probably opt for that. As Puller walked around the room, his gaze drifted upward. There, he called out. He was pointing to the ceiling in a darkened corner about 40 feet from the water pipe. Best place to set the igniter is right here where the canisters and water supply intake are. We've got 2 minutes, Puller, warned Reinhardt. Looks to be a large burn pack, said Puller, as Knox joined him. They probably figured that would be all they needed. It won't reach the water pipe and disrupt the sprinkler system. But it'll have a hot flash point, lots of smoke and fire, and the fire will eventually burn this room up enough that it'll take a long time for them to find those extra tanks. By then, nearly everybody and everything in this place could be contaminated. Well, rip it down and let's get out of here, barked Reinhardt. Sir, when it detonates, we're still going to be in this building no matter how fast we push the golf carts, and the blast will still set off the sprinklers wherever we are. We have to disable it here. Now. He slid a pocket knife from his pocket and handed it to Knox. Well, they don't strike me as the types to just walk away from a fight, especially after we screwed up their plan, said Puller. So they hang around to try to do something else? A plan B? Puller shrugged. A guess would only be that. A guess. He quieted and gazed solemnly across at his brother. It's time, Bobby.
Time for what?
To turn myself in, answered Robert quietly. Knox shot Puller an incredulous glance.
What? Are you crazy?
Puller said, There's no other way, Knox. She stood.
Listen to yourself. We still don't have proof that he's innocent. They'll put him right back in DB, and this time he won't get back out.
My brother's right, said Robert.
So you're just going to waltz in and surrender?
Not exactly, said Puller. Groundwork needs to be laid.
What sort of groundwork?
You ask a lot of questions, said Puller.
I usually do when I don't get any answers.
Robert said, How do you want to do this, Junior? Puller rose. I'll need a little time to put the pieces together. Stay put.
I'm coming with you.
You don't have to, he said.
I'm quite aware of that. It's my choice to come with you.
I can plead my brother's case. She smiled demurely.
I never said you couldn't. But it's always better to have someone with you who can talk out of both sides of her mouth, and suffice it to say, I can.
You mean lie, said Puller.
I mean, present the best case possible using whatever facts or near facts are handy.
She held up her car keys.
Let's go.
After what had happened at the Pentagon, Reinhardt saw them at once. Puller spoke for 20 minutes. Then Knox did so for another 5. When she fell silent, Reinhardt said nothing. He sat there in his chair, his large hands clasped together and resting on his desk. More than once, Knox glanced at Puller, but he simply sat there watching Reinhardt. Finally, the 3-star cleared his throat and said, I can't say I approve of what you've done, because I don't. You were tasked to bring Robert Puller in, not to work with him. You disobeyed that order. I did, sir. For that, you could be court-martialed. By harboring a fugitive, you could be sent to DB. I could, sir. Where is he? At a motel in Virginia. And you say he's been helping you. He was the one who pinpointed the Pentagon as the target. But for him, Reinhardt interjected, the virus would have been unleashed. Thousands of people would have died. This country's military leadership would have been decimated.
All true,
said Knox, glancing anxiously at both men.
I think he's more than redeemed himself.
It's not a question of redemption, barked Reinhardt. It's a question of law. He looked at Puller. You need to bring him in, right now. I'll do so under one condition. Reinhardt gave him a molten look. You're in no position to lay out conditions, Puller. One condition. I know what you've done, soldier. You've risked your life to save lives. But you were dancing perilously close to the edge. You need to give my brother protection. Protection? He can't go back to DB. Not yet. Knox said,
They're still out there, sir. Reynolds and Bach and God knows who else. They got into the Pentagon. They have spies, it seems, everywhere. They will know that Robert Puller blew up their plan.
Well, so did the two of you. If he needs protection, so do you both. Knox looked at Puller.
It might not be a bad idea, at least for a little while.
And what about Reynolds and Bach? We're going to get them, Puller, replied Reinhardt. We have thousands of agents looking for them. We have every possible way in and out of this country covered. They won't get away. He paused. I'll match your condition with my own. You two will join your brother in protection. That way you stay safe, and we can have time to sort this out. You've done enough. I don't like this, said Puller. I owe these people, sir. I owe them a counterattack with everything I have. I understand that, soldier. But the 3 stars on my shoulders mean I outrank you by a landslide. And you will stand down, because I order you to. and I'm not in the habit of repeating myself. Do you understand?" When Puller didn't acknowledge this, Knox grabbed his arm.
Puller, it's the only way. You don't have a choice. You can't throw everything away now. You've fought too hard.
Puller looked away for a moment, and then swung his gaze back to Reinhardt. "I understand, sir." Chapter 70. General Reinhardt sat across from Robert Puller at the safe house where they were being kept. It was a 3-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac in a Maryland neighborhood that had suffered multiple foreclosures during the economic collapse. That made it isolated, but also more secure. The safe house itself had a perimeter security force and also personnel in the house. A chopper did a pass over the area every 2 hours. Reinhardt was in uniform. Robert Puller was in jeans and a sweatshirt. Yet the men seemed on roughly equal footing. Reinhardt said to Robert, "I want to believe that you are innocent of all charges, Puller. I don't want to see you back to DB. But that's not up to me." "I understand, sir." Puller and Knox hovered in the background, listening intently. Reinhardt said, "I'll be frank with you. Despite what I've been told you did to avoid disaster at the Pentagon, there is no solid evidence to overturn your conviction." "I understand that too, sir. And yet you turn yourself in." "My brother suggested it, and I agreed. It was never my intent to escape and disappear. I had never planned on escaping, but the opportunity presented itself. Once on the outside, my goal was to both prove my innocence and then try to undo the damage that the real traitors had wrought." "Meaning Reynolds." "Well, she's the only one still left alive. Daughtry and Robinson are dead, and they were coerced into betraying their country. She did it voluntarily. Then there's Anton Bach, but he's a Russian operative who turned Reynolds. It's still hard to believe. I take it she didn't show up for work at DTRA." Reinhardt shook his head. "No, she didn't. Her house is empty. It seems that she made a run for it." Puller said, "After we stop their plot at the Pentagon, that would make sense. But that still doesn't prove your innocence." "No, it doesn't, not directly. But I hope that there's enough doubt there now to allow for at least a new trial. Again, that's not up to me, but I will exercise whatever influence I have to see that that happens." "I appreciate that, sir," said Puller. "It's stunning that we would have a spy so highly placed, and that she managed to kill Daughtry, Schindler, and Carter." Robert nodded. "She's certainly capable. And she's not acting alone. Bach is also very capable. He was able to secure a position in the foreign military program at Leavenworth. He was able to get an assassin onto the base. I believe that he was instrumental in the plot involving the Pentagon." "So it's Russia behind this?" said Reinhardt. "It may be that Bach is acting for a third party, but from things that Reynolds told us, I think that he might be working for Mother Russia, yes." "That would fit in with what they have been doing lately," said Reinhardt. "Exerting a thirst for regional dominance. And if Bach is working for the Russians, that means that Reynolds is too. She's not the grand planner type, but she's good at executing others' plans. I found that out when I worked with her at Stratcom." Knox said,
"I believe that a military tribunal would acquit you now."
Robert looked up at her. "My escape won't earn me any points, but once I explain why, I would like to think they would understand." Puller added, "I think a more serious concern right now is making sure you stay alive." Reinhardt looked a little skeptical. "Do you really think they'll try something?" "I would have to believe they're more likely to try to get to Moscow. Having seen Reynolds up close, I would say that the woman hates to lose. And when she does, she will exact retribution. And the simple fact is she hates my brother. You don't want her for an enemy. Just ask her dead husband." "You really think she had a hand in that?" said Reinhardt, a little skeptically. "I think she had both hands and both feet in it," replied Puller firmly. Reinhardt rose. "Well, I will put things in motion. There will be a lot of hoops to jump through, and there are no guarantees. I never expected that there would be, said Robert. After Reinhardt left, Puller sat down next to his brother. It'll work out, Bobby. Don't sugarcoat, Junior. We both know how bad it is. It's all well and good to sit here and talk to Reinhardt about things, but judges and lawyers want facts. They want irrefutable evidence to overturn a conviction. And I don't see how we have that. Well, there's one way to get that irrefutable evidence, said Puller. How? Find Reynolds and make her tell the truth. Well, they have lots of people looking for her, pointed out Robert.
I don't think they'll track her down,
said Knox. We could find her, said Puller. They looked at him. Knox said,
How? We're stuck in a safe house.
There's one person I haven't talked to, said Puller. Who? Asked his brother. Susan Reynolds' daughter. She might have a clue as to where her mom is. But how can you go and talk to her? Asked Robert. By walking out the door and going to talk to her. And John Puller rose and did just that. Chapter 71. Puller walked into the clothes shop around closing time. The young woman behind the counter looked up.
Can I help you? I'm just about to lock the door.
I called before and asked to see you. John Puller? He flashed his badge. You're Audrey Reynolds?
Oh, right.
Said the woman, frowning.
Yes, I'm Audrey. Give me a sec.
She walked over to the front door and hung the close sign in the window and then locked it. She glanced up at Puller.
I'm not really sure what I can tell you.
Nothing too complicated. I've spoken to your brother, now I'd like to talk to you. He looked around the shop. To him, the items looked all designed for very young women who wanted to look borderline slutty. How's business?
Fine. Look, do we really have to do this?
It is important, he replied. She wasn't as tall as her mother, and her body was thicker, sturdier. She must take after her father, he thought. Her shoulder-length brown hair rode loosely on her shoulders. Her face was pretty, but she looked tired. She must be, he concluded, after a long day on her feet performing the retail dance. Audrey sighed.
Okay, let's at least sit down. I have a little office in the back room.
They walked in there and sat at a small oval table.
You want some coffee?
No, thanks. She rose, poured herself a cup of coffee from a pot on the counter, and sat down across from him.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Have you seen your mother recently? Audrey took a sip of her coffee and said,
About a week ago, we had dinner.
What'd you talk about?
Stuff, personal stuff, business stuff. She helps me with this place. We meet from time to time to go over the status of things.
So she has the financial resources to do that?
Look, I'm sure you've checked her out. You know she got an insurance payout when my father was killed. She invested really well. She's not super rich, but she doesn't have to worry about money. And she's very generous with me.
It's a nice shop.
Thanks. I've always wanted my own business, and I'm really into fashion design. My mom cares about my dreams.
I understand that she traveled overseas a lot when you were young.
That's right. She helped dismantle nukes. Really good work, right?
Yes, very important. So, what do you remember about your father's death? She looked puzzled at the change in the direction of the questioning.
Why are you asking about that? It was a long time ago.
Just getting as much background info as I can. It can be a drudge, but it's part of the process. She nodded and cradled her coffee cup.
Not that much, really. I'd broken my leg. I remember being in a lot of pain. It was really hot. He went out, and then the next thing I knew, the house was swarming with cops and FBI agents. My mother got home the next day and took care of everything, like she always does.
Have you spoken to her since you last saw her?
A couple of times.
What did she say? Audrey blanched.
Look, it was personal.
Okay. Has she ever mentioned to you a man named Ivo Messick or Anton Bach?
No.
Have you ever seen this man? He handed her a photo of Bach. She gazed down at it while Puller watched her closely, looking for any sign or recognition. She handed the photo back.
No, I've never seen this guy. He doesn't look American, and those names aren't American.
He's Russian.
And you're saying my mother knows this guy?
She worked with him when they were verifying the reduction of nuclear warheads.
So you mean when she was doing her job?
She said snidely. We know that your mother has a cabin in Rappahannock County, Virginia. She looked genuinely surprised.
I didn't know about that.
Do you know of any other properties that she has?
She has a condo at Wintergreen, the ski resort near Charlottesville.
You have the address? She gave it to him, and Puller wrote this down. Okay. Any place else other than the home in Springfield?
Not that I know of.
She ever mentioned to you any plans to leave the country? Audrey stood.
Look, what the hell is going on?
Puller closed his notebook and stood. I'm sorry to have to tell you that your mother is a suspected spy.
That's bullshit. What proof do you have?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Because there is no proof.
No child wants to believe something like this about a parent, but we are investigating her. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
I don't believe you.
Puller looked down at Audrey's cell phone lying on the table. Why don't you try to call her now?
Why?
Just to check in? Say hello?
Why, so you can, track the call?
She said accusingly. I don't have any equipment with me to trace the call, and you have to stay on the phone for a while to do it. Just say hello and tell her you'd like to see her sometime soon. That isn't a problem, is it, Audrey?
It's no problem. But I don't feel like calling her, okay?
Audrey, this is a very serious matter. I don't want to believe that you're involved in this in any way. I just think you're caught in the middle of something that you shouldn't be. I want to help you get through this. So just call your mother. This is not about you. It's about her. Keeping her eyes on Puller briefly, she slowly picked up her phone and punched in a number. Speakerphone, if you don't mind, said Puller. She hit the button and put the phone down on the table. Puller could hear the phone ringing, and then it went to voicemail. Reynolds' voice came on. Puller hit the end button and said, If you do hear from her, please give me a call. He handed her one of his cards, which she reluctantly took.
My mother has done nothing wrong.
Then she has nothing to worry about, does she? Said Puller. Tears had started to spill down Audrey's cheeks.
You're a real shit. You know that? You think you can just walk in here and dump all this crap on me?
She looked ready to throw her coffee at him. Just call me, Audrey, when you talk to her. Puller turned and left the shop, got into his car, and drove back to the safe house. Chapter 72. Susan Reynolds turned off the tracker device that was connected to the bug she had put on John Puller's vehicle while it was parked in front of her daughter's shop. She had followed the electronic signal to its destination, or almost to the end. She had turned off 2 streets before Puller, but she had watched the dot on the tracker reach its destination. She drove off and reached the motel where she was staying under an alias. She had changed her appearance and was using cash for her room. She sent off a secure email with the street address of the safe house. Several hours went by before her phone buzzed. She picked it up. It was Anton Bach. I've reconnoitered the area, he said. It's definitely a safe house. 5 exterior security. My heat imager recorded 5 inside. Probably John Puller, Knox, and Robert Puller plus 2 interior security.
That makes 9 security, counting John Puller and Knox.
Formidable but not impossible. However, we can leave it. Live to fight another day. She shook her head and smiled.
Anton, our fighting days are over, but we've had a good run, over 20 years. The Pentagon obviously didn't work, but just about everything else did. It's a record to be proud of. We served our leaders very well. We were the best operatives they've ever had. The idiots never suspected me all those years. Not until now.
My country is proud, Susan, very proud of me and you. And they will welcome us with open arms.
But there is unfinished business.
Unfinished, he agreed. Robert Puller.
I've grown to detest his brother almost as much.
Then 2 birds with 1 stone.
3 counting Knox. I'm not forgetting her. Private wing standing by?
At a moment's notice, we can be in Russia by tomorrow. We have a medal to give you.
I would much prefer an evening with you.
We will have many of those. There is a very nice dacha near St. Petersburg that will be ours. It has a garden.
I like gardens, but the recon?
The house is at the end of a cul-de-sac. The front door faces straight onto the road. The houses on either side of it are empty. The exterior patrols are staggered. There is a garage, so the cars are loaded and unloaded inside.
And my shooting spot?
There is a wonderful sight for you. A knoll rises to the west at the very end of the street in the opposite direction of the safe house. They have demolished the house that once stood there, so the sightline is unobstructed. 1,200 meters approximately, with a nice angled bullet flight down to the target.
I've done longer in my sleep.
As I know. You must be quick about it, though. Getting you out will be the hardest part.
I don't intend on lingering. It's not like I'll have to shoot them one by one.
I will be there personally to retrieve you.
And then off to Russia?
And then off to our new life of peace. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Susan Reynolds set up her sniper's nest on the knoll after Anton Bach had confirmed that it was clear. From her carrying case, she slid out her favorite weapon. It was a Barrett M82, designated in the U.S. military as the M107. This was a specially configured M107, a special application-scoped rifle, which could fire a unique round. Using this weapon, a member of the United States Army had shot and killed an adversary in 2008 from over 2,000 meters. The current world record for a combat kill over distance was held by a Brit. He'd killed an Afghan from nearly 2,500 meters away. Reynolds' shot would be from a much less distance, but it still required an enormous degree of skill. And she had the best technology to aid her, including a laser rangefinder, the best long-range optics, a portable meteorological device, and state-of-the-art ballistic prediction software. But really, she only required her scope and her gun. It literally would be like hitting the broadside of a barn. She had an autoloader to feed ammo to the M107. She pulled out one of the rounds and examined it. The .50 caliber cartridge had a green tip with a gray ring around it. It was known in the field as a combined effects cartridge. She replaced the round, set up her rifle, lay down behind it, and settled in. The detachable muzzle brake was at the end of the barrel. That diminished the recoil kick. Her rear grip had a monopod socket. The bipod feet were spiked for better traction in the ground. She powered up her scope and sighted through it. She performed a sweep with the gun, taking in points to the left and right of the target before she swung it back straight and true and focused on the safe house. The last patrol had passed by minutes before. It was dark inside the house. They must be asleep by now. She could see no silhouettes moving through the structure. Well, they would never know what had hit them. She exhaled a long breath, got her heartbeat within the acceptable range, and her physiological status to cold zero. But really she knew she could hardly miss at this range, and with this particular target. Not with the ammo she was chambering. She fired once, and the round flew dead on before colliding with the side of the house. The cartridge was an HEIAP, which stood for High Explosive Incendiary Armor-Piercing Ordnance. The .50 caliber round had a .30 caliber tungsten penetrator built into it. It could blast through tank armor, brick walls, and concrete blocks. Wood siding and drywall thus did not pose much of a challenge. The Compe explosive embedded in the cartridge detonated on impact, taking out the entire front of the house. The natural gas supply in the house ignited on top of it, taking the roof off and catching both empty houses on either side of it on fire. Reynolds fired again and took out the security van in front of the house. All four wheels lifted off the ground as the van disintegrated. She fired again at the house, and another explosion rocked the night. Another wall of the house fell inward. The interior was completely on fire. Another explosion hit the structure, collapsing the brick chimney. Reynolds waited patiently to see if anyone came running out of the house. If so, they would eat a .50 cal round directly. It would pass right through them and explode on the other side. She fired 3 more times, taking out all the other security vehicles. One landed directly in the middle of the road, blocking access. Flames and smoke covered the ground and pushed upward, filling the night sky like a wildfire run amok. Since Reynolds could no longer see her targets, she decided she was done for the night. Anyone in the house would be dead. It was a non-survivable attack. Now she was only a car ride to the jet, and her new life in Russia could get started. She was just about to get up from behind her weapon when the round slammed into her left shoulder. At first, she was in such a shock that she didn't realize she had been shot. The bullet had gone right through her and struck the dirt. Her collarbone was shattered, and her rotator cuff destroyed. She was bleeding, but the bullet had struck her with such force that her wound was mostly cauterized, and the blood loss was minimal. Nauseous from the shock of being shot, Reynolds struggled to her feet, holding her useless arm. She looked frantically around to see where the shot had come, but all she saw was darkness. Leaving her weapon behind, she started to stumble down the path that would carry her to the car where Bach was waiting. Behind her, she heard someone coming. She tried to run in the opposite direction, but the person was moving far more swiftly than she could manage. Reynolds looked back and stumbled over a bush and fell to the ground screaming in pain. She turned over and looked up. John Puller stared down at her, his sniper rifle over his shoulder, and his pistol pointed at her. When she saw who it was, she screamed,
"I've been shot!"
"I know. I was the one who shot you."
"You bastard! You miserable bastard!"
He ignored this and spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Send a stretcher, top of the knoll. Got a GSW, non-life-threatening. No need to rush."
"I will kill you, I swear to God."
She tried to kick at him, but missed. She fell back moaning and clutching her arm. He knelt down beside her. "There's one key difference between the Olympics and combat, Susan. You might have overlooked it." He paused. "In the Olympics, no one is shooting back at you." Chapter 73. With their guns out, Knox and Robert approached the car parked off a back road. The security forces guarding them had fanned out, looking for Anton Bach, but Knox and Robert had stayed together and broken off in this direction while the others had headed to other areas. Knox reached the car first and peered inside. It was empty. "Look out!" yelled Robert. "On your 6." Knox leapt over the hood a split second before machine gun fire raked the front of the car, blowing out the front tire and destroying the headlight on that side. As Knox hit the ground hard on the other side of the car, her gun popped out of her hand. Robert fired at the gunman, but Bach had already taken cover behind a tree. He stepped out and unloaded again, spraying shots at the spot from where Robert had fired. Bark and leaves were blown off trees. But that was all, because Robert was no longer there. Bach took up cover once more and then moved to a new spot. Knox slid on her belly and snagged her gun. She did a turkey peek over the car and fired a handful of shots in Bach's direction. None of the rounds found their target because Bach was on the move again. He circled around, intending to come at Knox from her exposed flank. She deduced this and fast crawled to the rear of the car. Bach stepped clear of the trees a moment later and raked the car with fire. The tires on that side deflated, and one of the rounds struck the fuel tank. Gas started to splash onto the road. Bach took a moment to reload his weapon. Robert called out, "Move, Knox! The gas!" She looked back at him, then at the gas, then over at where Bach had been. She turned to run as Robert stepped out into the clearing at the same time that Bach did. Both men fired at the same time. Bach had reloaded with incendiary rounds. When his rounds hit the gas tank, the Ford sedan exploded. A small but still lethal chunk of the car came swirling at Robert. He tried to duck, but the metal caught him in the arm, slicing it open and knocking the gun out of his hand. Staggered, he grabbed his bloody limb and looked around desperately for Knox. "Knox!" There was no answer. He looked across the way as the smoke started to lift. Through the flames eating at the car, he saw Bach standing there, his gun pointed directly at him. "Susan's been shot. She's in custody," Robert called out. Bach said nothing to this. He walked forward. He fired a round at Robert's feet, and then another. Robert backed away, holding his arm. Bach walked forward. "Then I have nothing left to live for, do I?" "That's your choice," said Robert. "I have no idea how someone like you could be so, how do you say, fortunate," said Bach. "Susan was far more talented, far more dedicated. She cared far more than you ever would. For the Russians, I made her see the light. That was my job. And her job was not to turn traitor. On that, I'd say she failed spectacularly. And by the way, we totally kicked her ass. Your country has had its day. It's time for new world leaders. The stars and stripes are done. She could see that clearly, even if the likes of you could not." "And you think Russia will fill that void?" said Robert incredulously. "You got a shirtless leader, an economy totally based on fossil fuels, and a military that can't even control its own nukes. Not a recipe for domination, more likely a rapid decline." Bach stopped a few feet from Robert and then looked to the side. "Tell her that," he said, indicating something with his gun barrel. Robert looked where he was pointing. Knox lay in the grass under the trees, the side of her head bleeding. Her breathing was ragged, her chest heaving. Robert's lip trembled. "You're never going to make it out of here alive, Bach." Bach said nothing. Robert said, "You can kill me too, but you just blew up your only way out of here. As I said, it doesn't matter to me anymore, not with Susan gone. We were in love, you know. I seriously doubt people as twisted as the two of you could possibly love anything." Bach raised his gun and pointed it at Robert's head. "This is for Susan." From the corner of his eye, Robert saw Knox slowly sit up, her gun in her hand. She fired. A shot hit Bach smack in the middle of his head. He dropped where he stood. Robert looked back over his shoulder. Knox's shot had sailed wide of its mark. The other shot had not. John Puller was still lowering his sniper rifle. At this close range, it was a devastating weapon against flesh, bone, and brains. "And that was for my brother," he said to the dead man. Behind him came an EMT squad with medical equipment and a gurney. They raced past where Bach lay and over to Knox. Puller hustled over to his brother and examined his bloody arm. "How bad?" he asked. "Not bad. I'll make it. Take care of Knox. She's not good." Puller called one of the EMTs over. The man sat Robert down and started to treat his wound. Puller sprinted over to where Knox lay back in the grass and knelt down next to her. 2 EMTs had already started to triage her. She looked up at Puller and said,
"Did I get him? Did I get Bach?
You nailed the prick. He's dead. She smiled weakly and touched her head.
Oh, hurts like a bitch. Worse than my hip.
I know. These guys here are going to take care of that.
Am I going to make it?
There is no doubt that you will.
Are you lying to me?
I've never really lied to you, Knox. She reached out and gripped his hand.
Your brother okay?
Good to go. Focus on yourself.
Hurts like shit.
Puller stared over at one of the EMTs. Can you do something about that, like right now? The EMT said, Trying, sir, it's... Puller turned back to Knox. We'll get your mother to come up and stay with you while you recover.
You don't want to stay with me?
I meant all of us. I'd like to meet her.
I think you'd like her.
If she's anything like you, I'm sure I will.
We got her, Puller. This time we got her.
Yes, we got her. We got them both.
Hurts like hell, John.
He gripped her hand more tightly. You're going to be fine, Veronica.
You're a good man, John Puller. A damn good man.
Knox slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 74. Puller opened the door, closed it behind him, and sat down at the small table across from her. He dropped the file folder he was carrying on the table. Susan Reynolds was in an orange prison jumpsuit, and her hands and feet were in shackles. Her left arm and shoulder were encased in a cast. She stared impassively across the width of the wood at him. How are the accommodations, Susan? He asked.
Lovely. Haven't been this comfortable in years.
He glanced at the cast. The docs have instructions to go easy on the painkillers. They don't want you to get addicted.
I was sure I had you to thank for that.
Sorry about Anton. He unfortunately lost his head back at the safe house. Reynolds simply stared at him. He opened the folder. Since I can barely stand to breathe the same air as you, let's get down to it. He slid a document across to her. She didn't even look at it.
What is it?
She asked, in an indifferent tone. A confession? A detailed confession, not only to what you've done recently, but what you did to frame my brother. All you have to do is sign it.
And all you have to do is slide it in a shredder after you leave because I'm signing nothing.
He leaned back in his chair. You sign the confession, the death penalty goes off the table.
Lethal injection? Bring it on. You murdered Anton. What do I care about living 1 second longer?
I didn't murder him. I shot him before he murdered others.
Your version of the truth. I'll stick with mine. So your leverage is less than zero, Puller. Kill me. Get it over with. And your brother can go back to rotting in jail. Even with all that's happened now, there is no evidence to overturn his conviction. I'll think about that when they put the needle in my arm, and I'm sure it will bring a smile to my lips as I say goodbye to this miserable world.
Even though you set him up, framed him? He's innocent, you know that. She looked bored now.
How many surveillance devices in here, I wonder? 3? 10?
She said in a raised voice,
For the record, Robert Puller is guilty as sin. He stole classified information. He met with a known Iranian spy. He was working with me to bring down the U.S. government. He is scum. I will testify to this in exchange for a deal that will allow me to live peacefully and quietly in a minimum security prison with the possibility of parole in 5 years.
She turned back to Puller and smiled tauntingly.
One always has to have a backup plan.
She paused, studying him.
You ever wonder where that text came from telling you not to trust Knox?
Now Puller remained silent, waiting.
I sent it.
Why, if you believe she was working with you?
Because I didn't really believe it. I don't trust anyone. No one. Except Anton. And I'm very much into divide and conquer. If you two killed each other off, so much the better.
What was it like to plan your husband's murder? She said derisively.
I was in Russia, thousands of miles away.
Yeah, Russia, your adopted country. But I wonder where your boyfriend Anton was.
Well, we'll never know since you murdered him.
Your son knew you did it. He told me so. He called me after your arrest. Thanked me for bringing him closure.
Poor Danny was always a little slow on the uptake. And he spent too much time in Fantasyland, and he was way too much of a daddy's boy. He has no balls of his own.
He's an FBI attorney with a very impressive conviction record.
Do you think I really care?
My point is you didn't fool him.
And my answer would be exactly the same. I don't give a crap.
Did you orchestrate my kidnapping in Kansas? She nodded.
Whether you told us what you knew or said you would stand down, we would have killed you. We were just toying with you. It's the style that counts. Anton and I have a lot of that. Other people would have just shot you.
Well, your style gave my brother the opportunity to save my life. She shifted in her seat and used her chin to rub at a spot near her injured shoulder.
I would like to know how you pulled it off. How did you figure we were going to hit the safe house?
Dan told me you were tight with your daughter. So I went to see Audrey. I knew she'd call you after I phoned to set up the appointment. You would have tailed me back to the safe house.
But I blew it up. Incendiary rounds.
But we weren't in the house.
I saw you go inside, and you didn't come back out. Anton was watching the back. He would have seen you.
The safe house has been in the system a long time and consequently has been retrofitted. There's an escape hatch in the back bedroom that leads to a tunnel that in turn leads to a house 4 doors down. All the houses around here are empty, so it was easy to do. You hit the right house, but at the wrong time, because there was no one in it. The exterior security took the same path. We didn't want to have anyone in harm's way when you opened fire with your Olympian sniper skills.
And you're shooting me?
I figured that knoll would provide the best firing line for you, so I waited about 100 yards away facing that point. When I saw your muzzle flash, I waited for you to finish firing and pull the trigger.
You're not as good a shot as you think. At 100 yards, I would have nailed my target 10 times out of 10.
She indicated her casted arm and shoulder.
You only managed to wound me.
I've killed people from farther away than your shot that night, Susan, and they were shooting back at me. But I didn't kill you because I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to injure you. And I did, incapacitating you at the same time. She scoffed.
I don't believe that.
I'm a soldier. I do this for a living. She barked.
Why the hell would you want to keep me alive? You had no problem killing poor Anton.
I didn't need poor Anton alive, but I needed you alive.
Why?
He glanced down at the piece of paper still resting between them. Because I need you to sign this. He slipped a pen from his pocket and held it up. I even took care to shoot you in your left arm so you could sign it with your other hand. You're a righty.
I have no incentive to sign anything, certainly nothing that would help Robert Puller. He can rot in prison.
There was a TV bolted to one corner of the ceiling. Puller picked up a remote from the table and turned on the TV. As the picture came on, Reynolds sat up straight.
What the hell is this?
Puller turned to look at the screen, where Audrey Reynolds was sitting in a jail cell, dressed in an orange prison jumpsuit, sobbing and looking like she couldn't believe what had happened. She's been arrested and is awaiting arraignment, said Puller.
Why?
Snapped a stunned Reynolds.
What possible reason could...
As a co-conspirator in a terrorist plot against the United States, interrupted Puller.
She had nothing to do with any of this.
He looked at her disdainfully. Come on, Susan. You really expect us to believe that the daughter you were so tight with knew nothing? Even a newbie prosecutor could get a conviction on that. She phoned you right after I called her to set up a face-to-face.
She called me, yes, but she didn't...
Puller slammed his fist down on the table so hard that a part of the wood cracked. Shut the hell up and listen. Reynolds froze. Puller leaned forward. Here is how it's going to play out, Susan. Unless you sign this confession and provide whatever corroborating testimony is required to see that my brother is fully exonerated, you will be tried, convicted, and put to death." He pointed behind him at the screen. "At the same time, your daughter will be tried, convicted, and sent to prison for the rest of her life without the possibility of parole, not because of anything she did, because of you. You are right on the edge of destroying your daughter's life, Susan."
She knew nothing about any of this. I will testify to that.
Do you think the higher-ups care about that? And she screwed up big time.
You mean the phone call? That was nothing.
We listened to the calls. Right, calls. Because she spoke to you again after I left the shop. After I told her you were suspected of being a spy. She not only enabled you to follow me right to the safe house, but it was clear on the phone call that she knew you were involved in something criminal. And you're financing her dream business? A jury would easily believe that it was in payment for her helping you to spy on this country. And maybe even to launder funds, terrorist funds. Because the Pentagon plan was not an act of war, it was an act of terrorism. And that makes everyone associated with it, American citizen or not, a terrorist. And that means many relevant legal rights go right out the window. Reynolds' jaw tightened, and she looked like she might be sick. Puller continued. She might not have known exactly what you and Bach were doing, but that's clearly enough to get her as an accessory to a terrorist act. Her life is over, Susan. Unless you do the right thing by your little girl.
I can't.
Puller slapped the table once more with the palm of his hand. Let me give it to you straight, Reynolds. I came in here principally to get my brother exonerated. But I also came in here to give you one last shot at saving Audrey. I believe she's innocent. And innocent people shouldn't go to prison, like my brother. But this is a national security case, and they are out for blood. You almost wrecked the military leadership of this country. So they are going after anyone within spitting distance of this thing, and that includes your daughter. The government lawyers are right outside the door waiting for your answer. If you don't sign this confession, right now, this deal goes away forever, and your little girl gets to spend the next 60 years of her life in a max federal prison. And it will be your fault, and only yours. And you can take that thought to the death chamber with you. Puller placed the pen on top of the confession and sat back watching her. Reynolds stared at him for a moment longer before her gaze went back to her daughter on the screen.
So you're going to coerce me, threaten me into a confession?
No. I'm encouraging you as best I can to tell the truth. The facts that you will provide to corroborate the statements in the confession will leave no doubt as to your guilt. And if your testimony leads to other spies or traitors being caught, so much the better.
And you think the Russians won't try to kill me if I do cooperate?
Solitary confinement in a federal prison, Susan. With the best friends you have right now, that's the only place they won't be able to get to you. Slowly, very slowly, her right hand reached out and took up the pen. After she signed the document, she looked at him.
You really are a heartless prick.
That must be why we get along so well. Because so are you. He scooped up the paper and pen, rose, and walked out the door, without once looking back. Chapter 75. Puller adjusted his tie and then slipped on his jacket. He buttoned it up, made sure every one of his decorations was in the proper place, and then picked up his cover and put it under his arm. His brother was waiting for him in the kitchen, also in his dress uniform, his cap riding under his arm, too. His other arm was still in a sling from the injury. You ready, Colonel Puller? I'm still technically a major, Junior. Lieutenant colonel status hasn't come yet. Matter of time. Bet you're one of the youngest one-stars in Air Force history. Robert plucked an errant thread off his brother's jacket. We'll see. I've got 2 years' worth of catching up to do. You ready to head out? Asked Puller. Let's take a minute, said his brother. Puller was surprised by this. Not having second thoughts, are you? Robert sat down. No, it's not that. What then? Knox told me you talked to her about Mom. Puller sat down, his features turning angry. I told her that in confidence. Blame me, Junior. After that exchange I heard between you before she staged killing me, I asked her about what had happened between you two. Nothing happened, snapped Puller. But I take it something could have? Puller didn't answer right away. Yes, it could have. But how does that tie into Mom? Knox told me the most memorable moment from that night was your opening up about our mother. Knox had never seen that side of you. She told me it astonished her how sensitive, how loving you sounded when talking about Mom. Puller said nothing to this. He just stared down at the floor. Robert said, I miss her too, Junior. Think about her every day. Wondering if she's still alive, and... Puller broke in, speaking forcefully. And whether it was her choice to leave us? What do you think? Asked Robert. I think, began Puller, that it's one mystery I'll never solve. Robert put a hand on his brother's shoulder. Well, now you have me back to talk about it with. To talk about a lot of things. And you don't have to fly to Leavenworth to do it. A dream come true, Bobby, to have my big brother back. Robert rose. I was thinking the same thing, little brother. Now let's go do this. They drove north. Puller parked in the lot, and the two brothers walked into the facility together, removing their caps as they did so. They walked down the hall. As they drew closer to their destination, Robert slowed. Do you really think this is a good idea? He said. Yes, and you did too, apparently, until about 2 seconds ago. I guess I'm just a little nervous. Join the crowd. I'm nervous every time I come here. I'd rather take on a convoy of damn Taliban. Puller nudged his brother's elbow and they kept walking. Puller nodded at a nurse he knew. She said,
He's up in his chair.
Does he know we're coming?
I told him. Whether it registered or not, I don't know.
She looked up at Robert.
I'm glad you were able to come, sir.
Finally able to come, said Robert. Both brothers drew deep breaths and Puller opened the door and stepped in. Robert followed. The door swung shut behind them, and the two stood side by side in their pristine dress uniforms. Across the room, in his chair, sat their father. John Puller Sr. was dressed differently today. Usually his outfit consisted of a t-shirt and blue hospital scrub pants with slippers on his feet. His white hair was typically in disarray, his face unshaven. This morning he had been shaved, his hair was combed, and he was dressed in pants and a collared shirt. Loafers were on his feet. Robert looked at Puller, who was staring in amazement at his father. Something different today? Whispered Robert. Definitely, replied Puller. General, said Puller, we're here reporting in, sir. He pushed Robert ahead of him. I brought along a new man today. He'll be reporting into you regularly now. Puller Sr. turned to face them. Though he didn't get out of his chair, his gaze moved up and down both men's uniforms before coming to rest on Robert's face. Name? Said Puller Sr. Robert glanced at his brother and received an encouraging nod before saying, Major Robert W. Puller, United States Air Force. Puller Sr. stared hard at him for a few moments before looking at his other son. In that gaze, for the first time in a long time, Puller saw recognition. Not just seeing something, recognition. He stepped forward and said softly, Dad? Robert glanced sharply at Puller. His brother had filled him in on the subterfuge he normally employed with his father, playing the role of XO to his father's 3 stars and head of a corps. Puller took another hesitant step toward his father. Dad? Puller Sr. slowly rose from his chair. His legs trembled a bit, and his knees creaked, but he finally righted himself and stood tall and firm. His gaze left his younger son and went back to his older boy. He took a few halting steps toward Robert. The old man's eyebrows were bunched together, the eyes sharp and penetrating. But at the edges, Puller saw something he never had before, not even when his mother had disappeared. Tears. But Bob? When he heard the name, Puller reached out and touched the wall to keep himself upright. Robert said in a quavering voice, "It's me, Dad." The old man crossed the room with surprising swiftness to stand in front of his son. He looked him up and down again, taking in all aspects of the uniform, his gaze coming to rest on the rows of decorations there. He reached out and touched one of them. Then his hand drifted up to his son's face. The hair had not yet grown back, but Robert had divested himself of all the other elements of his changed appearance. "It's me, Dad," he said firmly. Back in uniform. Puller continued to hold on to the wall as he watched this. Puller Sr.'s hand dipped down to his son's uninjured one and gripped it. "Good, son. Good." Then his father let go, turned and drifted back over to his chair and slowly sat down. He turned his face to the wall. Robert glanced at his brother, his features confused. Puller inclined his head, indicating that Robert should follow his father. Robert walked over, pulled up another chair and sat next to his dad. His father continued to stare at the wall, but Puller could hear his brother speaking to him in low tones. He continued to watch for a few moments and then stepped outside the room, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and tried to fight back the tears. As he slumped down to the floor, he lost that fight. Chapter 76. Puller stepped between the graves at Fort Leavenworth until he found the one he wanted. He was once more wearing his dress blues, his cover on his head. The sun was warming and the skies were clear. Big Muddy was flowing hard from all the recent rains. Fort Leavenworth was back to normal. The DB was back to normal, although still missing one prisoner who would never be returning. It was a pity, thought Puller, that Reynolds had not been sent to the DB to serve her prison term. She was the wrong gender, and she was not in the military. She was now currently in a max civilian prison in Texas. She would never be leaving. And he knew it was still too good for her. He had gone to see AWOL at the kennel. Ann would be taking his cat home with him. The feline seemed happy to see him, although that might just have been the treat he had brought her. He eyed the sky, and then his gaze fell to the tombstone. He knelt down in front of it. That's when the person appeared next to him. He got a good glimpse of her long legs from his squatting position. He looked up to see Knox standing there. Her skirt was black and short, her legs bare, and her blouse was white and revealing. She held her high heels in her hand. Her bandages were gone, and her hair had mostly grown back after the surgery, though it was a lot spikier now. Puller actually liked the look. It seemed to fit her better. Bohemian. Yes, the woman definitely marched to the beat of her own drummer. He stood. She gazed up at him and dangled the shoes in front of him.
Stilettos are obviously not designed for muddy graveyards.
"I can see that," he said, smiling.
Okay, you summoned me here. You said meet at Thomas Custer's tombstone on this day at this time, and so here I am.
"I appreciate your coming. I didn't know if you would."
How would I refuse?
"Can we walk?" They turned and strolled side by side down the road toward the parking lot. "I took my brother to see our dad a while back."
And how did that go?
"He recognized Bobby."
Is that unusual?
"Well, considering he's been calling me XO for the last year or so, I'd say, yeah, it is unusual." She lightly punched him in the arm.
You sound a bit jealous.
"I am. Maybe more than a bit."
But that's a good thing, right? I mean, your dad recognizing him?
The doctor said it was probably only temporary. The shock of seeing him.
What do doctors know? I say stick with the belief that your dad is still there, Puller. And he may come out from time to time, and when he does, enjoy having him back and never take it for granted.
He stopped walking and turned to her. I've come to expect good advice from you.
Well, I don't often get the chance to give it. It feels nice in a life that is usually centered around deception.
I can understand that. There was an awkward moment of silence until she said cheerfully,
So your brother's fully reinstated, record cleared. His military career can take off like a rocket again.
Yes. He's excited and scared.
I would be too. Anyone would be. But you could have said all this over the phone. We didn't have to fly out to Kansas.
She added quickly with an impish look.
Now don't get me wrong, I like graveyards as much as the next girl.
I thought I'd lost you, he said abruptly, his voice breaking slightly. She gingerly touched her head.
See? You did lie to me. You said you were sure I was going to make it. But I don't hold it against you.
She paused and then added jokingly,
And my brain is still all there, Doc's assured me. Nothing leaked out, not like I had any to spare.
However, her look revealed how moved she was by what he'd said. He drew closer. Saying things like that are hard for me. She touched his cheek, her expression now serious.
I know that, John, believe me.
She ran her gaze up and down him.
You look so handsome in your dress blues. Going somewhere?
Maybe.
Maybe, you don't know?
It's actually up to someone else.
Someone else? Who? Your CO?
No. Actually, it's up to you. She seemed taken aback but drew closer to him.
And how is that?
In answer, he took out 2 tickets from his jacket and held them up. She looked at them.
Plane tickets?
She glanced up at him and said in a panicked voice,
Wait a minute, not to Vegas.
No, to Rome.
Rome?
Ever been there?
Twice. Probably the most romantic city in the world.
I have a week's leave. I want to spend it with you, and only you. I want us to get as far away from crime scenes and clandestine ops as is humanly possible. I just want us to be normal. Just for a week, Knox. And see what happens. Together. Knox seemed overwhelmed by all of this. She said breathlessly,
Puller, we really don't even know each other.
I know enough.
You know nothing. You only know what I told you. And as you quite rightly pointed out, I'm a liar.
Knox, She gripped his arm.
I can't tell you how flattered I am.
Puller took a step back. His whole body seemed to deflate, and he looked at his feet. Flattered? Isn't that what women say when their answer is no? She used her finger to lift his chin so he was looking at her.
Like I said before, you're a ramrod straight kind of guy. Honorable to a fault. And my life is none of that.
But only the professional side, and only out of necessity.
I'm not sure there are any distinct lines there, Puller. Not for me. Not anymore.
I don't believe that.
Whether you do or not is immaterial. A fact is a fact.
Puller looked down at the plane tickets.
I hope they're refundable.
He grinned for a second, but there was nothing behind it.
But you might have need of them one day.
He quickly glanced at her. Why? She reached up on her tiptoes and kissed him.
Because you just never know, do you?
So where do you go now? He asked dully.
Where they tell me to. Just like you.
Can you answer something for me?
What?
Why were you crying that day back in Charlotte? Was it because we were talking about your dad? She looked down at her bare feet, her toes pushing against the wet grass.
No, like I said, I had gotten over him a long time ago.
So what then? She let out a quick breath.
It was because I knew I was going to have to keep lying to you. That I was going to keep on using you.
So?
So before, it didn't matter to me. Suddenly, it did, and it hit me like a train that morning.
What changed? She grazed his cheek with her hand.
I think you know what changed.
He remained silent. It's also available in print and digital formats from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Text copyright 2014 by David Baldacci. Audio production copyright 2014, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.